Chapter 201. Preparing to concoct the soul divination pill. Wang Shuren couldn't believe that Su Yang was only 16 years old, especially not with the amount of knowledge he's shown her, as such extensive knowledge is not something a mere 16 years old can imagine achieving, not even these so-called prodigies. I do not believe you," Wang Shuren said as she pulled out a crystal ball from her storage ring. This thing is called an age crystal. It peers into one's bones to determine the age of the individual with 100% accuracy. If you really are 16 years old, then you wouldn't be afraid to. Before Wang Shuren could even finish her sentence, Su Yang placed his hands on the crystal ball, causing it to glow a light green color, and the number 16 appeared inside the crystal a few seconds later. Impossible? You really are only 16 years old." Wang Shuren felt extremely dizzy at this moment. How could Su Yang be 16 years old when his knowledge in the Tao of alchemy is as vast as an ocean, something even experts with hundreds of years of experience could not hope to achieve and only stare at with jealousy? It just didn't make sense no matter how she thought about it. However, if Su Yang happened to be the reincarnation of the god of alchemy, then perhaps it would make his achievements much more believable in Wang Shuren's eyes. "Enough talking about me," Su Yang suddenly said. "The sun is already setting, so concoct one more burning dragon pill for me." Although she was still greatly shocked by her discovery, Wang Shuren poured all of her focus on the burning dragon pill. After receiving Su Yang's lecture for nearly half a day without rest, she was confident that she could concoct the pill while half asleep. But because she wanted it to show Su Yang her best pill, she didn't dare to spare anything less than her maximum effort. A few hours later, right as the moon appeared in the sky, Wang Shuren retrieved the pill from the cauldron and handed it to Su Yang with a bright smile on her face. 95% high-grade quality, Su Yang nodded upon inspecting the pill. He then turned to Wang Shuren and said, "Go ahead and take a break to restore your energy. You will be concocting the pill right afterward." Wang Shuren nodded and went to change her robes and even relaxed in the bath for a bit. Once she returned to the room, Su Yang handed her the recipe for the soul divination pill and the process of concocting it. "Memorize this before we start," he said. "Soul divination pill? I have never heard of this pill before," Wang Shuren thought to herself as she read its contents. "And it even requires this many herbs." Wang Shuren was slightly taken back by a lot of the herbs on this list, as more than a third of them were unheard of to her. What will happen if I don't succeed in concocting this pill?" Wang Shuren asked him with a worried tone. She was no longer confident of her abilities despite the advancements in her Tao of alchemy after seeing the soul divination pill. "You don't have to worry about that because I will be concocting this pill alongside you," said Su Yang. "What?" Wang Shuren looked at him with a puzzled face. She's never heard of two people concocting the same pill at the same time before. You will understand when the time comes. As for now, just focus on memorizing the recipe and your role in concocting the pill. "If you say so." Wang Shuren no longer bothered him and focused on studying the recipe. Meanwhile, Su Yang also prepared himself for the pill concoction, as he will need to partake in something dangerous while Wang Shuren concocted the pill. A few hours later, once Wang Shuren was filled with energy, Su Yang said to her, "Do you have the recipe memorized?" Wang Shuren nodded with a serious expression. "I can even recall the entire thing backward." Su Yang then sat on the other side of the cauldron in front of Wang Shuren and continued, "Before we start, I will explain a few things. During the concocting of the pill, I will be mixing my blood with the ingredients and a few other things, so it will be much more difficult to maintain control for you. However, you don't have to worry about it because I will be assisting you when that happens. And I'm aware that you have never concocted a pill in such a fashion before, but all you need to do is focus on your part." One of the few reasons why Su Yang decided to not concoct the soul divination pill alone is because in order for the pill to be fully efficient on him, the soul divination pill required fresh blood that came straight from the body, while also needing to enhance that blood with a unique technique, before mixing it with the other ingredients in the cauldron. and it would be difficult even for someone like Su Yang to maintain his control over the cauldron while doing all of that. Hence, why he sought Wang Xuren to help him concoct the pill in his stead. That being said, it is entirely possible to concoct the soul divination pill without his blood, but the effect it will have on his body will be greatly reduced. In other words, there was a high chance that the soul divination pill would not be able to accurately find the other soul in his body, even if it exists. After listening to his words, Wang Xuren nodded and began inspecting the ingredients. But because she didn't know many of these herbs, Su Yang helped her go through them, making the entire process much faster. After inspection, Wang Xuren began grinding the herbs until it turns into powder, while Su Yang closed his eyes to prepare for the pill concoction later. Chapter 202. Consuming the soul divination pill. Once the pill concoction began, the entire room turned silent. Wang Xuren moved with swiftness and sharpness, but each of her movements was also made with precision and care. She was extremely cautious with the ingredients she tossed into the cauldron, treating them as though they were fragile treasures, as a single burned ingredient meant the end of this pill concoction. Su Yang assisted her with controlling the cauldron's temperature for now, so she could focus on the ingredients inside, making it much easier for her. After a few hours, when they are finally at a crucial part of the concoction, Su Yang stopped controlling the flames and retrieved the heaven-grade spiritual weapon he had obtained inside the Immortal's treasury, the Black Scorpion, and sliced a small wound at the tip of his thumb. Although the Black Scorpion poisons anything it comes in contact with, Su Yang, being the owner of this Black Scorpion, had the ability to seal the poison inside the dagger so he wouldn't be poisoned to death. "I will transfer the control back to you now," Su Yang said to Wang Xuren before he stopped supporting the alchemy flames. Once there was an opening on his finger, Su Yang began mumbling a profound scripture, causing the profound Kai in his body to react in frenzy and rush towards the small wound on his fingers. A few seconds later, Su Yang removed the cauldron lid and dripped a single drop of his fresh blood into the cauldron to mix with the ingredients. The instant his blood mixed with the ingredients, Wang Xuren could feel something profound and inexplicable happening to the ingredient, and the energy inside Wang Xuren began draining at a much faster rate. What is happening? Wang Xuren was shocked when the cauldron began absorbing her energy at a pace that she has never experienced before. As a matter of fact, she's never even heard of such a phenomenon. It was almost like the cauldron had suddenly turned into a black hole with an endless hunger for energy. "Focus on the cauldron." Su Yang's sudden voice forced Wang Xuren out of her daze. I'm sorry." Wang Xuren's heart raced. If she had dozed off for just a few more seconds, then everything in the cauldron would have burned to a crisp. And when Wang Xuren thought that was the end, Su Yang used the Black Scorpion to cut another wound on his other fingers. After he recited a few more profound techniques, Su Yang dripped 4 more drops of blood into the cauldron with a few seconds in between each one. And with each additional drop of blood mixed into the cauldron, Wang Xuren would feel the mysterious force that was absorbing her energy growing stronger. Luckily, by the time Wang Xuren almost ran out of strength, Su Yang finished his part and took over the pill concoction. "I will now take over until the end, thank you," Su Yang said to her with a smile. Wang Xuren laid on the floor while breathing heavily, her robes soaked in sweat. Just those last few minutes felt like she'd been concocting pills for days without rest. It was extremely exhausting. Once she rested enough, Wang Xuren watched Su Yang concoct the pill with wide eyes. To last this long without a drop of sweat on his body, just how much profound Kai does this guy have? She wondered inwardly, as she didn't want to disturb him. Not to mention just how casually he took over my control over the cauldron. Normally, one wouldn't be able to replace the individual that is already concocting a pill without needing some time to adjust to the situation, as each alchemy master has their own technique and unique methods. Yet Su Yang somehow replaced Wang Xuren and continued concocting the pill without even a slight pause in between. It was almost like Wang Xuren had never left in the first place, something Wang Xuren herself cannot comprehend. A little bit over 10 minutes after Su Yang replaced Wang Shuren, Su Yang finished concocting the pill and removed the lid on the cauldron, retrieving the blood-red colored pill inside the cauldron. Although she didn't comprehend the feeling, when Wang Shuren saw the soul divination pill for the first time, she felt something deep inside her consciousness tremble with excitement. That is the soul divination pill. It looks so ordinary yet so profound. However, Su Yang did respond to her and instead tossed the soul divination pill into his mouth immediately after taking it out of the cauldron, dumbfounding Wang Shuren. "You are going to consume it right now," she exclaimed with surprise. After consuming the soul divination pill, Su Yang sat down and closed his eyes to cultivate. When Wang Shuren saw this, afraid that she'd bother him, she quickly left the room. "Master, are you finally done?" Xiao Yan asked Wang Shuren the moment she left the room, almost like she had stood there waiting for her the entire time. "Yes," Wang Shuren nodded. "Why do you have such an expression on your face?" She then asked Xiao Yan upon seeing her worried face. "The thing is, somebody found a pile of what looked like ashes somewhere in the inner court, and it turned out to be human ashes." "What? Who could be this disrespectful towards another human? Do they know who the ashes belong to?" Wang Shuren felt slightly disgusted by the actions of this individual. "Well, there are no official words from the sect yet, but there have been rumors going around that the ashes belong to Wang Ming, Master's cousin." Xiao Yan spoke with a reserved tone, as it is only a rumor and not confirmed. "What? Wang Ming? How could he be dead when I saw him just before I began selling the burning lotus pills? I'm going to see him right now." "Wait." Xiao Yan quickly stopped her and said, "That might be somewhat difficult, as Wang Ming's been missing since this morning." Wang Shuren's eyes widened with shock. Could Wang Ming really be dead? If that's really true, how did it happen? How did he die so suddenly? Although she sees him as a disgrace to the Wang family because of his actions, he still belonged to her family at the end of the day, and if someone killed him, she will have to look for answers, not for herself, but for Wang Ming's parents. Chapter 203. Wang Family's Grief. After hearing that Wang Ming might be dead, Wang Shuren immediately went to his living quarters. However, when she arrived, there were over 24 disciples already surrounding Wang Ming's house along with a few sect elders. Elder Wang. When the sect elder noticed Wang Shuren's approaching figure, they immediately went to greet her. However, because of the situation, neither of the sect elders had a pleasant expression on their faces. "What is going on? Are the rumors true? That my cousin is dead and you found his ashes?" Wang Shuren did not beat around the bush and ask them. Although they seemed hesitant at first, the sect elders nodded their heads and said, "Indeed, the ashes have been determined to be Wang Ming. What's more, he was burned to death by alchemy flames." "What? Alchemy flames? Impossible." Wang Shuren expressed shock, but she was more surprised by the alchemy flames part than the death of Wang Ming, as it would require extremely powerful alchemy flames to burn someone to death, much less until they are reduced to ashes. In this entire sect, there is only one individual who could possibly achieve such a feat, the sect master. However, why would the sect master secretly kill someone, much less a disciple such as Wang Ming? After pondering some more, another individual that might be able to achieve this feat appeared in her head. However, if it really turned out to be that person, there's nothing she nor the sect could do to avenge Wang Ming. "What do you think we should do about this, Elder Wang? And if possible, I would like for you, as someone from the Wang family, to let his family know of his death." One of the sect elders asked her, as they didn't want to be the ones to engage the Wang family's wrath. "I will let the Wang family know about Wang Ming, and as for his death, tell the sect master that the Wang family will also be handling the investigations," said Wang Shuren after pondering for some time. "I will let the sect master know right away." Before the sect elders left, they chased away the curious disciples surrounding Wang Ming's living quarters, as they did not want the disciples to look disrespectful towards the dead. Once the sect elders left, Wang Shuren also left the Burning Lotus sect to return to the Wang family. "What did you just say? Wang Ming is dead, and he even died within the Burning Lotus sect. The head of the Wang family, Wang Chen, frowned upon hearing the news, his face filled with anger. Although he felt nothing but disappointment after learning of Wang Ming's disgraceful behaviors, Wang Ming was still his son, and to hear that his son had died right after the Wang family punished him, Wang Chen felt slightly guilty and a bit of regret. My son is dead. Wang Ming's mother broke down in tears on the spot, feeling even more devastated than the moment she learned that her son turned out to be a rapist. After all, no matter how much of a troublemaker Wang Ming was, at least he was still alive. Do you have any idea who the killer is? Is it a fellow disciple? Wang Chen asked her with a somewhat calm voice despite boiling with anger. What about the cause of death? Was it the result of some dispute? He continued to ask questions. We do not have any clue as to who may have killed Wang Ming, but he died after being burned to death. Wang Shuren finally revealed to them the true horror of his death. When we found Wang Ming, he was already in ashes. When Wang Ming's mother heard this, she fainted on her seat, causing panic within the room. Somebody bring my wife to her room to rest. Wang Chen cried out to the servants waiting outside. Servants immediately came rushing in after hearing his words, and they gently moved the unconscious mother to her own room. I don't believe it. How could he have died in such a fashion? And in his own sect at that? Wang Chen shook his head in disbelief. You don't even have a single suspect in mind. What about all those women he had wrongfully taken advantage of? Do you think one of them could have done it? Or at least have something to do with his death? Wang Shuren shook her head and said, That's impossible because the fire used to kill Wang Ming was alchemy flames, so it must have been done by an alchemy master, and not an ordinary one at that. Alchemy flames? Then that individual must have great power, but why would someone like that kill Wang Ming? Perhaps one of his victims had an extremely powerful backer. No, that wouldn't make sense, as she wouldn't have become his victim in the first place if she already had someone like that behind her. Wang Shuren remained silent as Wang Chen pondered about the possibilities, not even mentioning about Su Yang, whom she was almost certain to be Wang Ming's killer, as there are many evidence that leads to him. Not only did Su Yang match the killer's persona of a powerful alchemy master, but he was also the first one to have shed light on Wang Ming's behavior at the Burning Lotus sect, even forcing her to deal with him. What's more, Su Yang had left Wang Shuren's side around the time Wang Ming's death, and he was even being secretive about where he'd been when Wang Shuren asked him. All of these points made Wang Shuren confident that Su Yang was the one behind Wang Ming's death. But alas, even if she has such information, there was nothing she could do about it, as she wouldn't even dare to question him, much less hold him accountable for Wang Ming's death. Whatever the reason was, Wang Ming could only blame himself for offending someone like Su Yang. Even if you are my cousin, I wouldn't offend him for someone like you, especially after all that you've done. Wang Shuren shrugged her shoulders and shook her head inwardly. Chapter 204, Slap My What? After speaking with Wang Chen for a few more minutes, Wang Shuren returned back to the Burning Lotus sect to see if Su Yang has emerged from his cultivation yet, as she had a few questions that she'd really like to ask him. Su Yang. Wang Shuren was slightly bewildered when the first thing she noticed upon walking into her house was Su Yang casually sipping tea on her couch. How can he act so casually after killing someone from the Wang family? Although he may not fear the Wang family, he should still be somewhat wary of the consequences, as he'd killed not just someone from the Wang family, but also an inner court disciple from Burning Lotus sect whilst in their territory. If the Burning Lotus sect finds out, they might hunt him down. What's wrong? Your face is filled with worry. Su Yang placed the tea down and said, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, and I'd appreciate if you told me the truth. Wang Shuren prepared to herself to question him. It's about Wang Ming. However, before she could even ask him anything, Su Yang opened his mouth and spoke with a calm voice. Yes, I killed him. Wang Shuren's eyes widened. Though because she had already guessed that he would be Wang Ming's killer, she wasn't shocked by the reveal. Instead, she was surprised at how nonchalant his attitude was towards all of this. "Are you angry that I killed someone from your family? Do you want to avenge him?" Su-yang then asked her, his voice still as calm as ever. However, Wang Xuren could tell that Su-yang was only testing her, and she responded, "No, I do not feel anything over that animal's death, and he most definitely deserved it after everything he's done. And on the contrary, I'd like to thank you for taking care of him, as I couldn't due to my relationship with his parents. But if you don't mind me asking, why did you do it?" "I did not like him, that's all." Su-yang gave her a simple answer, but such an answer caused Wang Xuren to tremble in fear. He would risk the entire Burning Lotus sect and the Wang family going after him to kill Wang Ming simply because he didn't like Wang Ming. Is he simply too arrogant or extremely confident that they wouldn't be able to touch him? Wang Xuren pondered. Either way, his actions proved just how dangerous of an existence Su-yang was. Not only are his abilities heaven-defying, but even his background is nothing short of fearsome. To offend someone as dangerous as Su-yang is akin to courting death. No, it's definitely even more terrifying than courting death and more like begging to be killed. Anyway, if you are not here to avenge that clown, then why are you here? Su-yang asked her. This is my house. Wang Xuren said with a dumbfounded face. "Oh, right." Su-yang burst out laughing. He was feeling so comfortable that he'd thought he was at home. "That being said, I will act as though Wang Ming died of natural causes. As for the Wang family and the Burning Lotus sect, as long as I don't say anything, there's zero chance that the truth will be revealed." "Won't that be considered as an act of treachery?" Su-yang smiled. Wang Xuren became speechless for a moment before saying, "I am willing to betray my own family and sect if it's for you." Wang Xuren immediately blushed after saying those words. She had spoken without thinking and couldn't have imagined that such words would come out of her mouth even in a million years. "How admirable," Su-yang smiled. Anyway, how did your cultivation go? Did you achieve your goals?" Wang Xuren decided to lessen her embarrassment by changing the topic. Su-yang did not say anything and only nodded with a smile. "Is that why you seem so happy? Want to tell me about it? You wouldn't believe it even if I told you." "Try me." Su-yang shook his head and stood up from his seat and said, "Trust me, you don't want to know. Anyway, I should leave now. I have already stayed here for too long." Wang Xuren didn't know what to say to him as she watched him approach the door. It was as if her lips were stitched shut, forcing her to watch him leave in silence. At the end of the day, this is how much their relationship amounted to. Although he treated her as though she was his own disciple, even lecturing her, they are only accomplices, and Wang Xuren couldn't think of anything reasonable to say to him, as she was in no position to tell him to stay here even for a second longer. In the end, Wang Xuren bid farewell to Su-yang with a smile on her alluring face. "As long as I am alive, I will be here whenever you need me again." If it were anyone else, they would have definitely turned around upon seeing Wang Xuren's reluctant eyes, perhaps even embrace her while telling her that he'll stay just for her. Su-yang did not look back and continued to walk, but a few seconds later, Su-yang retrieved a few scrolls from his storage ring and tossed it at Wang Xuren. "Study those pill recipes while I am gone, and I may return in the future for your help with those and perhaps more, who knows?" Wang Xuren accepted these pill recipes with a delighted face. While she has yet to look at these pill recipes, she was confident that they were all extremely valuable pills and would shock the world if known. "And don't slack on your technique just because you are slightly better than before, or else I will have to slap your butt as punishment," Su-yang said whilst laughing out loud. "Slap my what?" Wang Xuren instinctively covered her round buttocks after hearing his words, and on her face was an expression of bewilderment mixed with bashfulness. His last words were as unexpected as his sudden appearance in the Burning Lotus sect, and it gave Su-yang's handsome and mysterious image in her head more of a perverted feeling. Truly a dangerous man. Wang Xuren thought to herself as he watched Su-yang's figure disappeared from her sight. Chapter 205. Lack of Discipline. After leaving Wang Xuren's place, Su-yang strolled through the Burning Lotus sect and towards the exit. And because he'd already said his goodbyes to Zhang Ziying before leaving her house this morning, there was no reason for him to see her before he leaves. More than just a few disciples would turn their heads to look at Su Yang as he walked past them, seemingly dazed by his appearance. Some were disgusted by the robes he wore, yet there were others that looked at him with adoration, clearly attracted by his handsome face and the mesmerizing air that surrounded him. However, just as Su Yang approached the outer court, someone shouted in a loud voice as he pointed at Su Yang's figure, "It's him! That's the bastard that attacked me and the inner court disciples at Lotus City." The man that raised his voice was the core disciple that had all of his faces slapped out of him by Su Yang at Lotus City, and accompanying him was a sect elder from the Burning Lotus sect, who looked at Su Yang with a frown on his face. "You there, stop right there." The sect elder used a movement technique and appeared before Su Yang with a single step, leaving a small fire at where he once stood. Su Yang looked at the middle-aged man before him with an indifferent face, his expression as calm as water in a still cup. "You are the one who attacked my disciple. You sure don't look like someone who is capable of such a feat, so I will give you that." The sect elder looked up and down at Su Yang's elegant and slim appearance, seemingly analyzing him. "Are you sure he is the one?" The sect elder turned to ask his disciple, who was approaching them with a face filled with worry, almost as if he is still afraid of Su Yang after what happened to him. "It's really him. He's the one who attacked me after I warned him for disrespecting our Burning Lotus sect and disciples whilst in our territory," the core disciple confirmed. Upon hearing his disciple's word, the sect elder nodded and returned to focus on Su Yang. "You sure have some tough guts, young man. Or are you simply just ignorant? Do you have any idea how small the Profound Blossom sect is when before our Burning Lotus sect?" Su Yang smiled and said, "Are you going to avenge your disciple who had been slapped away like some fly, a sect elder like you? Even a large power like the Burning Lotus sect won't have enough face to spare for you." The sect elder burst out laughing after hearing his words. "Revenge? Ha ha ha! That is wrong, young man. My disciple got beat because he was weaker than you, that's all." After laughing for a few seconds, the sect elder suddenly showed a serious face and continued, "What I will be doing to you is simply discipline for acting too arrogant and disrespectful in the Burning Lotus sect. Even now, you have yet to greet me, your senior. Don't crap your pants, as I won't be too harsh on you, just a few broken bones." The sect elder's eyes flickered with slight killing intent, looking extremely serious. "You can't blame anyone but your sect for their lack of discipline towards their own disciples, or else they wouldn't need someone like me to take their place to discipline you." Su Yang's expression had remained indifferent this entire time, and the way he looked at the sect elder was the same as looking an ant, perhaps even something more insignificant. Is that so?" Even his voice was filled with nonchalance. Seeing Su Yang's non-caring attitude, something that was way beyond the middle-aged man's expectation, the sect elder's face fumed red from anger. And without even a warning, the middle-aged man pushed his palms that suddenly began flaring up with flames forward and directly at Su Yang's chest. Despite seeing the incoming strike and having the ability to block it, Su Yang merely remained standing there without even flinching an eyelid, looking like a stone statue. Burning Lotus palm strike. The palm reached Su Yang's chest at a speed that was faster than anyone can blink, and at the moment of impact, a large fire exploded from where Su Yang was struck. The fire seemed like it was going to swallow Su Yang whole within the next second, but the sect elder unexpectedly retrieved his palms before that could happen. Once he retrieved his palm, the sect elder jumped back to distance himself from Su Yang, his face pouring with sweat. Master." The core disciple's eyes nearly popped out from shock when he noticed the weird way the sect elder's hand was bending. Somehow, the sect elder had crippled his own hand from the strike. What did you do to me?" The sect elder managed to suppress the desire to scream in his body and save face, but the pain was as clear as day on his terrified expression. Su Yang, who did not even flinch from the strike, stood there and spoke with a smile on his face. What are you talking about? You were the one who struck me. Bullshit! You must have done something. The sect elder refused to accept the result. There was no way that he, who was at the second-level Earth Spirit realm, would lose to some disciple from the Profound Blossom sect, much less severely injuring himself in the process. Su Yang shook his head and said, I don't care what you think, but to suddenly attack a junior without any warnings, what kind of senior are you? Su Yang began approaching the sect elder, and he continued to speak. Since your sect cannot discipline their own disciples, I will have to discipline you myself. Wait a second. When the sect elder noticed Su Yang approaching him, his face immediately sunk, and he quickly used his unharmed hand to retrieve something from his robes and threw it high into the sky. A few seconds later, the thing the sect elder threw into the sky exploded, causing a ball of flames to appear in the sky, looking like a signal of some sorts. Su Yang looked at the fireball in the sky with raised eyebrows. What is that? He wondered. Chapter 206. Surrounded by experts. The explosion in the sky was a signal for help, something only used when a person of the Burning Lotus sect is in grave danger. Though, not every disciple of the Burning Lotus sect is given such an item, as mostly sect elders or core disciples would receive them due to their importance to the sect. And according to the Burning Lotus sect rules, one must stop whatever they are doing to answer the call for help if noticed, especially sect elders, even if they are aware of the danger ahead. When the explosion occurred in the sky above the Burning Lotus sect, various sect elders and core disciples within the sect that noticed the flames immediately stopped whatever they were doing and began heading towards the site where the explosion appeared. Within mere minutes, sect elders and elite disciples numbering in the hundreds appeared at Su Yang's location, shocking every single disciple there, as many of them have never seen so many sect elders and core disciples in one place before besides grand occasions. Suddenly surrounded by at least 1,000 Burning Lotus disciples and elders ranging from the true spirit realm to the earth spirit realm, one would expect a young disciple like Su Yang to piss his pants and pass out from fear, but in reality, Su Yang only calmly smiled at the situation and said to the sect elder with the broken hand, Talk about an exaggerated reaction. I haven't even touched you, yet you went out of your way to seek for this much help like you are on the brink of death, especially after sneak attacking me just now. Just like your disciple, you have no shame. What happened here, Elder Lao? Why did you activate the emergency talisman? The sect elders expressed confusion after seeing the situation. From their point of view, there's nothing out of the ordinary here at first glance that would necessitate the use of the emergency talisman, something only meant for near-death situations. That bastard over there is an intruder. Not only did he cripple my hand, but from what I've learned, he's here with the intention to cause great harm to our Burning Lotus sect. Upon hearing his words, the sect elders turned to look at Su Yang with a deep frown on their faces. Intruder. He's just an inner court disciple from the Profound Blossom sect. What can he possibly do that could harm us? The sect elders expressed doubt. But such a reaction was only natural, as the Profound Blossom sect is not a place that could threaten them even if they were to launch a full-scale attack on them, much less a single disciple from that place. Ooh. Elder Lao began panicking inwardly when he realized that he'd acted too rashly with the emergency talisman. If he doesn't justify his reasons for using it, he might be the one to the punished instead of Su Yang for wasting valuable resources and everybody's time. Suddenly, he remembered Wang Ming, who had mysteriously died recently, and said while pointing at Su Yang, My disciple saw that bastard kill Wang Ming. Of course, Elder Lao couldn't have known about Su Yang killing Wang Ming and was only farting lies to make him look more dangerous, but little did he know that he'd accidentally revealed the truth. What? Is that true? The way the sect elders looked at Su Yang immediately changed upon hearing Elder Lao's random excuse. Even Su Yang expressed surprise when Wang Ming was suddenly brought up. He was certain that nobody was nearby when he killed Wang Ming, yet this Elder Lao somehow learned about it. Wait a moment. A sweet voice resounded before Su Yang could even speak, and a figure appeared before him. He didn't do it with the intention to harm the sect. It was because of me, the person said. Su Yang looked at the pretty girl before him with wide eyes, who happened to be Zhang Ziying. While Su Yang never told Zhang Ziying about killing Wang Ming, she was certain that Su Yang had killed Wang Ming for her when she heard about his death after what Su Yang said to her before. "And who are you?" Many of the sect elders did not recognize Zhang Ziying and asked her. I am Zhang Ziying," she introduced herself with a timid voice. "Disciple Zhang, what do you mean by those words just now? Care to explain?" Zhang Ziying nodded and gave them a quick explanation of how Wang Ming had been abusing his status as an inner court disciple to pressure outer court female disciples into sleeping with him. Then she told them about how Su Yang helped her by revealing Wang Ming. Who would have thought that someone like Wang Ming turned out to be such a guy? Many elders and disciples expressed deep disgust after learning of Wang Ming's true identity. Some of them even felt gratitude towards Su Yang for killing him, as they would have done the same. Su Yang watched all of this unfold before him with lifted brows, seemingly surprised by how the situation was progressing without needing to speak a single word. "That's right. I was the one who killed Wang Ming." Su Yang finally confessed to killing Wang Ming despite having the intentions to deny all allegations just a few moments ago. When Elder Lao heard Su Yang's confession, his eyes widened with shock. He didn't think that his bullshit would turn out to be true. A few moments later, an old man appeared from within the crowd and stood a few meters away from Su Yang, his profound gaze filled with awe and admiration when looking at Su Yang. Great Elder Han. All the sect elders and disciples instantly recognized this old man with long white hair and fu mustache. Why would you disguise yourself as a mere disciple from the Profound Blossom sect?" Great Elder Han spoke while playing with his long mustache. "What? He's not a disciple from that place. Even though he's wearing their uniform." Everybody expressed bewilderment when they heard Great Elder Han's words. "Anybody can obtain even unique clothes with some effort, and you may appear to be weak, but you cannot fool me." Great Elder Han's eyes stared at Su Yang with a profound feeling, almost like he could see through him. "What are you talking about?" Su Yang asked him with a slight smile on his face. "Although nobody here can see your real cultivation base, I do not blame them, as only someone at the heavenly spirit realm like myself would be able to see your peak Earth spirit realm cultivation base." "What? Peak Earth spirit realm?" When Great Elder Han revealed Su Yang's true cultivation base at the peak of the Earth spirit realm, everybody there exclaimed with great shock, especially Elder Lao, who directly fell on his butt from shock. Even Zhang Ziying couldn't help but gasp in shock and look at Su Yang with a dazed face, seemingly in disbelief. Whilst the Earth spirit realm may not seem much at the holy central continent, it marks the peak of the cultivation world in this place. Chapter 207. One-sided fight against the burning Lotus sect. To put into perspective of one's influence at the peak Earth spirit realm. Liu Lanjai, who is only around the 4th level of the Earth spirit realm, has the capability to control an entire sect all by herself. Whilst it may not be the most powerful sect out there, it would already require tons of resources for a family of hundreds to strive, much less a sect that usually has no less than a few thousand disciples. I don't know why, nor do I care about your reasons for disguising yourself as a disciple of the Profound Blossom sect. But you have killed one of our disciples in our sect, and I will have you bear the responsibility. But don't misunderstand my intentions as a way to protect Wang Ming. Even if Wang Ming wasn't a good man, he was still one of us. What do you think people will say about us if they learn that an outsider had managed to kill a burning Lotus sect disciple whilst inside their own sect, even leaving without any consequences? I hope you understand. Great Elder Han truly did not want to offend someone like Su Yang if he didn't have to, especially when they know literally nothing of his background, but in order to uphold their public images so others won't see them as some pushovers. As having a weak presence would only lead to one's downfall in the cultivation world, leaving him no choice but to punish Su Yang for killing one of their disciples. You say that you want to punish me for killing Wang Ming, but what do you plan on doing to me exactly? Su Yang spoke in a calm voice, his face still as nonchalant as ever. It was almost as though he couldn't feel even the slightest of pressure from his current situation, and Great Elder Han could even feel the confidence that was in his aura. Is he really unfazed even when surrounded by an entire sect when he's only a single person, or is he only pretending to be confident? Great Elder Han pondered inwardly. If Su Yang is able to remain calm even in such a situation, then perhaps his background might have something to do with it. I won't ask for much, Great Elder Han said a moment later with a serious expression and pointed at Su Yang's right hand. Just that you leave behind one of your arms. One of my limbs, huh? Su Yang raised his right hand and looked at it as though he was trying to find value in it. He continued to speak a few seconds later. I don't mind leaving an arm behind, but will you be able to bear the consequences? It might cost your entire sect, you know. How dare you? The surrounding sect elders expressed anger when they heard Su Yang's mocking words. How could one of his arms be worth their entire sect that has thousands of years of history? Shut up! I will be the only one speaking here. Great Elder Han shouted at the sect elders, causing them to instantly shut their mouths. After silencing his own sect elders, Great Elder Han returned to looking at Su Yang with a frown. He tried reading Su Yang's facial expressions and the light in his eyes, hoping to find even the slightest of signs that he was bluffing. But alas, he was unable to find even a shred of bluffing in Su Yang, only confidence. Can you tell me your background? I might be able to lessen your punishment, he said to Su Yang, trying not to sound awkward. He didn't want to accidentally offend a power that far exceeded that of their burning Lotus sect. After all, what is the point of trying to defend their public images when they have to risk their entire sect's safety by doing so? Su Yang pointed to the green robes on his body and said with a calm smile, "This is my identity." The frown on Great Elder Han deepened, thinking that Su Yang was treating him like he was a fool. Although you may be at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm, you are also currently surrounded by hundreds of experts in the heart of the burning Lotus sect. And with this many people, if we don't want you to leave at all, then not even a single strand of your hair will be able to leave this place today, so why don't you think about your answer again? I will give you a few seconds. In Great Elder Han's head, no matter how powerful Su Yang's background may be, if he doesn't return to tell them, and the burning Lotus sect denies all allegations, then that powerful background will not be able to attack them and avenge Su Yang without making themselves look like a bunch of savage barbarians without reason. Is that so? Su Yang narrowed his eyes and spoke in a slow pace. That theory, do you want to test it out? Suddenly, a fearsome power exploded out of Su Yang's body, causing a tyrannical pressure to erupt around him and many sect elders and disciples, their fall to their knees. Great Elder Han's face instantly paled, even unconsciously taking a few steps back due to the insane pressure that surrounded Su Yang. Impossible? This pressure, it's far more powerful than the sect leader. How could he release that much power when he's not even at the heavenly spirit realm? While you may be at the heavenly spirit realm, your foundation is weak, so weak, in fact, that I can break it with 2 fingers, like snapping a tree branch in half. Su Yang said as he approached Great Elder Han, who was trembling at the feeling of his pressure. Great Elder Han couldn't comprehend the situation. How could he be pressured by someone at the Earth Spirit realm? The difference between the 9th level of the Earth Spirit realm and the 1st level of the Heavenly Spirit realm is like comparing a chicken and a phoenix. It was simply unthinkable for Su Yang, who was the chicken, to threaten a phoenix such as Great Elder Han. Protect the Great Elder. One of the sect elders suddenly shouted. In the next few seconds, many figures could be seen jumping towards Su Yang despite the pressure on their body. In their eyes, even if they have to risk their lives, they have to protect their Great Elder, who was only below the sect leader in terms of status and influence. Su Yang's eyes flickered with a profound light, and he began throwing normal punches towards the incoming figures. Ah! However, because of his tempered physique, Su Yong's normal punches that were executed without any techniques struck harder than any techniques these disciples and sect elders have experienced, feeling as though they were crashing against a mountain. Within seconds, countless figures could be seen flying in every direction after being struck by Su Yong, resembling the scene of a frustrated child tossing his toys around the room from frustration after being grounded. Gee, good heavens, what kind of monster did I provoke? Great Elder Han could feel the strength in his legs disappear from watching Su Yong toss his disciples around the place, treating them as though they were mere ragdolls. Chapter 208. Chaos within the Burning Lotus Sect. Chaos occurred within the Burning Lotus Sect as Su Yong single-handedly faced off against hundreds of experts, sending figures flying across the place while disregarding their cultivation. From core disciples at the True Spirit Realm to sect elders at the Earth Spirit Realm, Su Yong showed no mercy and struck them with equal force, treating all of them as though they were dummies for training. Extended Burning Lotus Palm Strike, Burning Cauldron, 100 Lotus Rain. Dozens of techniques were released and aimed at Su Yong, who was busy fending himself from the other disciples. Boom! A large explosion occurred at where Su Yong stood, and smoke filled the sky above the Burning Lotus Sect, causing many other disciples and sect elders within the sect to think that they were being attacked. The explosion caused the ground to tremble, and just as the disciples believed Su Yong to be dead from that vicious strike, a loud voice filled the area with laughter. Ha ha ha, what's wrong, Burning Lotus Sect? Is this all you've got? Su Yong jumped out of the cloud of smoke while laughing, looking completely unharmed by the collective techniques used on him just now. What the fuck? There's not even a scar on his body. The people there gasped in shock when they noticed Su Yong's healthy body despite taking the hit directly. What could have easily killed a heavenly spirit realm expert wasn't even able to damage the robes on Su Yong's body, much less kill him. And he was even laughing after the fact, seemingly enjoying this chaotic scene. Fuck, that bastard is a monster. Don't hold back. Throw everything you have at him. Many more techniques were thrown at Su Yong, but Su Yong simply waved his sleeves and redirected the techniques in another direction, causing friendly fire amongst them. Stop. Stop using techniques. We are only hurting ourselves. The people there quickly realized that techniques were futile against Su Yong and began charging at him with weapons instead. Spiritual treasures appeared in every direction, causing a profound feeling to fill the atmosphere there. However, even after seeing all these spiritual treasures, Su Yong did not retrieve his own and continued to fight them with just his bare fists. Ting, ding, clang, my spirit sword. He broke my spirit sword with just his bare hands. Ah, my baby, he smashed it to pieces with a single fist. The people there felt true terror for the first time when they realized that not even spiritual treasure was able to injure Su Yong. They all felt as though they were fighting a beast. No, even beasts have their own weakness. Su Yong was akin to a mountain made of pure steel, something that no techniques or spiritual treasures could harm. As for Su Yong, he was treating this event as though he was in a brawl during a large party when everyone is already drunk. However, although he was striking without mercy, he didn't strike with the intention to kill. There would at most be some individuals with broken ribs and bones, but nobody there sustained any life-threatening injuries. It was Su Yong's way of mercy. If he really wanted to make enemies with the Burning Lotus Sect, he would have killed everybody there in a single strike with the Black Scorpion. Great Elder Han also noticed this, so he quickly shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop! All of you stop! Halt your movements!" The disciples and sect elders immediately stopped attacking Su Yong and distanced themselves, even secretly thanking Great Elder Han for stopping them, as most of them, if not all, have long lost their motivation to fight Su Yong, even dreading him like he was their worst nightmare. Once they stopped attacking him, Su Yong stood there with calm composure and a smile on his face, looking like he'd just finished his stroll at the park. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziying, who had been pushed to the back before all of this even began, stared at Su Yong with her eyes and mouth as wide as saucers. Like everybody else, she couldn't believe what she'd just witnessed. A single individual had managed to fend off nearly the entire Burning Lotus sect by himself, and without even a single injury on his body. Nobody would believe this event unless they witnessed it with their very eyes. But even if they were here to see it, they will still doubt their eyes. That theory, where I won't be able to leave if you didn't allow me, do you still believe in it? Su-Yong asked Great Elder Han with narrowed eyes, his hands clasped behind his back. Large beads of sweat appeared on Great Elder Han's face upon hearing his question, and under the gazes of the hundreds of disciples there, he reluctantly shook his head and said, "Please, spare the Burning Lotus sect. This is all my fault, so I will bear all responsibility. Even if you want my life, I won't refuse." Great Elder Han lowered his body and bowed to Su-Yong and spoke in a sincere voice. He didn't think that Su-Yong would forgive their sect after everything that has happened. But even if Su-Yong somehow forgives him and the sect, he will still regret offending someone like Su-Yong for many years to come. After a moment of silence, Su-Yong opened his mouth to speak, but before any words could even come out, another voice resounded in the area. What on earth happened here? A middle-aged man appeared from the distance alongside a young woman wearing core disciple robes. SS sect leader, senior apprentice Sister Lin. The sect leader of the Burning Lotus sect has decided to personally appear here after the grand commotion that shook the entire sect for many minutes. Beside him was Lin Shaoshang, one of the few core disciples that study directly under the sect leader himself. Today was her turn to receive the sect leader's lecture, but because of the commotion, it was cut short, hence the annoyed expression on her elegant face. Chapter 209. Indisputable Dominance. The Burning Lotus sect's sect leader looked around the scene with a frown on his fierce face. Many of the disciples there were groaning in pain. Blood was all over the floor, and the entire place itself looked as though a large battle had just taken place. He then turned to look at Su-Yong, who was still standing there with a calm expression with his gaze directly at him. The sect leader's eyes widened with surprise when he noticed Su-Yong's cultivation base that was at the peak of the earth spirit realm. However, he was clearly wearing clothes meant for the disciples of the Profound Blossom sect. And as far as he's aware, the sect leaders of the Profound Blossom sect are only around the middle levels of the earth spirit realm, so where did this peak expert come from? Who are you? And are you cause of all this? The sect leader asked Su-Yong in a calm yet dangerous voice. However, Great Elder Han stood before him and said, "Sect leader, this was all caused by this foolish old man." "What? You? Explain yourself." The sect leader's expression became filled with surprise upon hearing the Great Elder's words. How could someone as wise as Great Elder Han have caused all of this chaos? Great Elder Han felt hesitation to tell the sect leader the truth right now, as there was no doubt that another brawl would occur if someone as proud and fierce as the sect leader learns of Su-Yong's actions against his disciples in his territory. "What's wrong, Great Elder Han? Why aren't you speaking?" The sect leader frowned when he remained silent for so long. "Sect leader, please wait. I will explain everything to you, just—" Great Elder Han turned to look at Su-Yong with perplexed expressions. He wanted to explain the situation to the sect leader, but he didn't want to cause another one-sided brawl, perhaps a massacre this time, as he was certain that even the sect leader would not be his match. What's more, Su-Yong has yet to say anything about Great Elder Han's proposal to spare the Burning Lotus sect by taking his life. Seeing Great Elder Han's gaze, Su-Yong smiled and turned to look at Zhang Ziyu-Ying and said, "Ziyu-Ying, can you take me to the entrance? I don't recall its location." Su-Yong never intended to take Great Elder Han's life. Hell, the only reason Su-Yong decided to engage in the brawl was simply because he wanted to test his current strength, and the results were more than satisfying. "Hold it right there. Who said you can leave?" The sect leader immediately shouted at Su-Yong, causing Great Elder Han's heart to expand with fright, who was thanking the heavens just seconds ago when Su-Yong decided to leave them alone. Su-Yong stopped walking and turned to look at the sect leader with narrowed eyes, his gaze filled with killing intent. "Are you going to stop me?" Su-Yong spoke in a cold voice, and the killing intent in his eyes began spreading all over the place, causing everybody there to tremble with fear. Although the sect leader was shocked by Su Yong's dreadful killing intent, he stood his ground and began emitting his own pressure, looking like he was prepared to battle Su Yong. When Great Elder Han saw this scene, his entire body became soaked in cold sweat. "It's over. He's going to kill us all." Great Elder Han cried inwardly. He could already imagine the scene of their burning lotus sect actually burning to the ground. Su Yong turned to face the sect leader and retrieved the black scorpion from the storage ring, causing the atmosphere to turn deadly, almost like the air was poisoned by the mere presence of the black scorpion. The sect leader's expression greatly changed upon seeing the black scorpion, his complexion pale. He actually has a heaven-grade spiritual treasure. Who is this man? Although it was the sect leader's first time seeing a heaven-grade spiritual treasure, he could instantly tell its grade from the atmosphere-changing aura it was emitting, something even his earth-grade spiritual treasure cannot achieve. As for the other disciples and sect elders, they felt as though an invisible pressure was making it difficult for them to breathe after the black scorpion's appearance. After revealing the black scorpion, Su Yong began approaching the sect leader, his gaze still filled with killing intent. The sect leader began walking backward. He was clearly terrified of the pitch-black beauty in Su Yong's grasp that was emitting a deadly aura like it wanted to consume his life. Wait, let's talk about. Right as the sect leader opened his mouth, Su Yong used 9 astral step to appear right in front of him with the black scorpion a millimeter from touching the sect leader's neck. The dagger is coated with poison that can kill even a heavenly spirit realm expert within seconds, and if you don't want me to accidentally kill you, I'd advise you to not move. The sect leader was so dumbfounded by Su Yong's speed that he had frozen in shock, and after hearing Su Yong's words, he didn't even dare to swallow, afraid that he would move the skin on his neck. After a few moments of silence that felt like many hours had passed for these disciples and sect elders, Su Yong retrieved the black scorpion from the sect leader's neck and casually turned around. "I can easily kill everyone here and make this sect's name a reality, but I wouldn't want my little friend to become homeless, so consider yourselves lucky," Su Yong said to them as he looked at Zhang Ziying. Although Su Yong's words may have sounded straightforward, both the sect leader and Great Elder Han realized the true meaning behind his words, which was a warning to them that if they harm Zhang Ziying because of him, he will without a doubt kill them all and destroy their burning lotus sect. Su Yong then turned to look at Zhang Ziying and said with a smile on his face, "Never mind, Ziying, I can leave by myself." After saying those words, Su Yong retrieved the flying boat from the storage ring and jumped into it, before taking flight and soaring away at a speed that could only be described as lightning quick. Once Su Yong's figure disappeared from the burning lotus sect, everybody there slowly turned to look at Zhang Ziying with wide eyes, their gazes filled with both awe and fear. Chapter 210. Aftermath. Great Elder Han, you better have a good explanation for all of this. The sect leader yelled at him without any care for the surrounding disciples and Great Elder Han's face, his voice filled with anger. The disciples and sect elders sympathized with the sect leader's anger, as their hearts burned with frustration after experiencing the feeling of being powerless, and to a single entity at that. "And you are coming with me as well." The sect leader then pointed to Zhang Ziying, who was still lost in her thoughts. The other disciples and sect elders all gazed at Zhang Ziying with a curious gaze. They were all wondering her relationship with Su Yong, and some of them even felt jealousy towards her. After all, who didn't want to have such a close connection with someone so powerful that even the entire burning lotus sect cannot stop him? What's more, because Zhang Ziying used to be a mere outer court disciple until very recently, pretty much everybody there haven't seen her face until today, much less know her name. The people there stared at Zhang Ziying's pretty face with wide eyes as she followed the sect leader with nervous steps, almost like they wanted to engrave her appearance into their mind so that they don't offend her by accident in the future. Forget about the core disciples. Even the sect elders there would rather eat shit than to offend Su Yang after seeing his dominating presence and dreadful prowess that could threaten even an entire sect by himself. Once Zhang Ziyu Ying, Great Elder Han, and the sect leader left the area and enclosed themselves in a private room, the sect leader began questioning Great Elder Han first. What the hell happened out there? Who was that monster? Great Elder Han sighed deeply and began explaining to him everything that happened before he'd arrived. That man, who's identified as Su Yang, apparently attacked Sect Elder Lao's disciple inside Lotus City along with 3 other inner court disciples. He also admitted being the culprit for Wang Ming's death, the inner court disciple whose ashes were found very recently within the inner court. Wait, Su Yang only attacked them because they... Zhang Ziyu Ying tried to defend Su Yang and his actions, but was interrupted by the sect leader. You will have your turn to explain later. The sect leader tried to remain a calm voice when speaking to her, almost as though he was afraid of scaring her after Su Yang's clear warnings. Elder Lao was the first one to encounter Su Yang, and during their exchange, Elder Lao decided to use the emergency talisman, summoning the rest of us. This is also when I arrived. And because his background is still in the mist after my exchange with him, I have decided to make him leave behind one of his arms as a punishment for killing one of our disciples. He refused, even mocking us, and everything after that was just plain chaos. Great Elder Han then explained to the sect leader about how both spiritual techniques and spiritual treasures were ineffective against Su Yang, and how he felt like they were fighting against an immovable mountain made of pure steel. That man, he's something straight from one's worst nightmares. Great Elder Han sighed, feeling like many years of his lifespan have been shaved away after the events today. The sect leader closed his eyes to ponder after listening to Great Elder Han's explanation. After many minutes of silence, the sect leader opened his eyes to look at Zhang Ziyu Ying and said, "Go ahead and introduce yourself to me before you begin." Zhang Ziyu Ying nodded and said, "This disciple is called Zhang Ziyu Ying. I was an outer court disciple until recently. At the Lotus City, Su Yang only attacked them because they were provoking him with nasty remarks, and that core disciple attacked Su Yang first. As for Wang Ming, because he would often abuse his status as an inner court disciple to force female outer court disciples to sleep with him. Su Yang killed him." The sect leader began pondering again, and after a few more minutes of silence, he spoke to Zhang Ziyu Ying. "Did Wang Ming pressure you?" He couldn't find any good reasons that could have led Su Yang to Wang Ming unless Zhang Ziyu Ying was the cause. Zhang Ziyu Ying nodded with a bitter expression and said, "Before his death, Wang Ming has been pressuring me to sleep with him." "How did you meet with that man named Su Yang?" The sect leader then asked her. "I met Su Yang at the Burning Lotus auction house during this year's opening," she said, purposefully avoiding the details, especially how she gave him her pure yin essence during that time. "The Burning Lotus auction house? Does Elder Wang also know about him?" he asked her. Zhang Ziyu Ying nodded. The sect leader was beginning to have a headache from all of this. How will Wang Shuren react once she learns the identity of her cousin's killer? It would be ideal for her and the Burning Lotus sect if she doesn't go after him for revenge. After pondering for many minutes, the sect leader said, "Great Elder Han, I want you to speak with Elder Wang about Su Yang, and if she wants revenge for her cousin, I want you to try and convince her to throw that thought away at all cost." And he continued, "As for today's events, just treat it as though it had never happened." "Excuse me." Great Elder Han looked at the sect leader with wide eyes. "You are more than welcome to go find him and hold him accountable for today," said the sect leader. Great Elder Han immediately shook his head. "As for the Profound Blossom sect, they are clearly not a part of this, so there's no reason to cause trouble for them. And you, Disciple Zhang, I want to apologize for Wang Ming's actions, as it is a failure on my part as the sect leader. Starting today, I will ensure that there will be no more offenders like Wang Ming." Zhang Ziyu Ying immediately bowed and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, sect leader." Although the sect leader may be prideful and arrogant, he is not stupid and without reason. He realized his mistakes and will be correcting them on the spot. As for the bitterness in his heart that was caused by his encounter with Su Yang, there's nothing he could do but to try and forget it. Aside from the non-threatening injuries sustained by some of his disciples, there wasn't any true damage done to the Burning Lotus sect, so he could ignore the events today to a certain extent. If anything, he was thankful to Su Yang for not killing any of his disciples when he clearly had the ability to. This is all for now. The sect leader dismissed Great Elder Han and Zhang Ziying. But before Zhang Ziying left, the sect leader said to her, "If you find any more disciples like Wang Ming, you can give me a visit, and I will personally deal with it." Zhang Ziying nodded. This disciple understands. Once Zhang Ziying left the place, she stared at the clear sky with a dazed look, thinking about the extraordinary events that have happened in these last few days because of Su Yang. Meanwhile, Great Elder Han went directly to Wang Shuren's living quarters. Chapter 211. Commotion at the Yin-Yang Pavilion. Wang Shuren, who was enjoying her new profound alchemy abilities inside the cauldron room by concocting pills non-stop, suddenly felt the communication jade slip in his robes tremble. Although she was upset that someone had disturbed her peace, Wang Shuren checked the communication jade slip anyway, as only important individuals within the Burning Lotus sect may contact her. "Great Elder Han, what does that old man want from me?" This is the first time she's ever gotten a message from him. "Elder Wang, there are important matters to discuss. I will be waiting outside your living quarters for you." Great Elder Han's voice resounded from the communication jade slip. Important matters. Wang Shuren did not immediately head outside to meet him and continued to concoct her pills. Half an hour later, Wang Shuren closed the lid on the cauldron and left to clean herself before seeing Great Elder Han. Although Great Elder Han's status is only below that of the sect leader, far above any sect elders in terms of seniority, Wang Shuren couldn't care less and moved at her own pace without worrying about him, who was patiently waiting for her outside. In the Burning Lotus sect, Wang Shuren became somewhat of a special existence that did not belong in the sect's hierarchy, as she was the only one in the entire sect to know how to concoct 100% effective Burning Lotus pills, the Burning Lotus sect's trademark pill. The sect leader has tried many times to make Wang Shuren share the secrets to concocting the perfect Burning Lotus pill, but Wang Shuren would refuse adamantly each time, even going as far as to say that she'd leave the sect if he dares to pressure her. Losing Wang Shuren and her pills would be an incredible blow to the Burning Lotus sect, so the sect leader quickly gave up, allowing her to have something along the line of immunity within the sect. In other words, although Wang Shuren does not outrank the sect leader, she has more influence than him in certain aspects, something even Great Elder Han could only imagine. "Sorry for the wait, Great Elder Han. I was in the middle of a pill concoction." Wang Shuren casually greeted him at the door. "Elder Wang?" Although Great Elder Han felt a bit annoyed inside his heart due to her lack of urgency, he remained a calm expression on his face. A few moments later, when they were both seated in the guest room, Wang Shuren asked him, "What is this important matter you have with me, Great Elder Han? Do you know of a man named Su Yang?" Great Elder Han went straight to the topic. "Su Yang?" Wang Shuren instantly frowned. She definitely did not expect his name to come from Great Elder Han's mouth. Seeing her reaction, Great Elder Han could guess her answer and continued, "Although I do not know if you have any connection with him, we have learned that he was the individual who killed Wang Ming, your cousin." Wang Shuren's eyes widened in surprise. How did they find out? Did someone catch him in the act, or did he accidentally leave some clues behind? Is that all?" Wang Shuren returned to her calm composure a few seconds later. "Is that all? You say?" It was Great Elder Han's turn to be surprised. This is how she reacts to learning the name of her cousin's killer, completely indifferent and uncaring. It was almost like Wang Ming's death didn't matter to her in the slightest. "There's more," he continued. "The sect leader strongly urges you to not pursue him for revenge, as it might cause a plethora of troubles. Hearing his words, Wang Shuren coldly snorted in her head. She wouldn't go after Su Yang even if they threatened her to? I understand, said Wang Shuren. You understand. Great Elder Han looked at her with a bewildered expression. That's what I said, right? Great Elder Han was speechless. He didn't think that Wang Shuren would agree so easily. It was almost like she has no intentions for revenge since the beginning. How bizarre for someone like her. If that's all you have to say about this important matter, then I will return to concocting my pills, said Wang Shuren as she stood up from her seat. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of connection do you have with that man named Su Yang? Great Elder Han stood up and asked her in a hasty manner. Wang Shuren looked at him in the eyes with a serious expression and said, He's just a guest I met at the Burning Lotus auction house. Then how could you be so indifferent? He killed Wang Ming, your family, you know. Although Great Elder Han was supposed to prevent her from taking revenge, he couldn't help but want to know the answer even if it may make her avenge Wang Ming. My family. Wang Shuren narrowed her eyes into a frown. Just because we share the same surname does not make us family. You should be aware of his true character by now, a selfish and disgusting thing. Even if he's killed before my very eyes, I wouldn't think of avenging someone like him. If you want someone to avenge him, then you can go find his parents. Wang Shuren's voice was cold and filled with disgust, making it clear to Great Elder Han that she couldn't care less about Wang Ming's death, even feeling disgraceful for having the same surname as him. I understand. Great Elder Han was dumbfounded by Wang Shuren's cold appearance. He had underestimated Wang Shuren's personality. A few moments later, Great Elder Han left Wang Shuren's living quarters and reported back to the sect leader, who was also quite surprised by Wang Shuren's reaction. Anyway, I'm relieved to hear that she will not be chasing after that man named Su Yang for revenge. The sect leader sighed in relief. A few moments later, he continued, Let's just ignore what happened today and return to focusing on the regional tournament. The regional tournament, huh? I hear the princess of the Zai family will also be there for this event. That's right. The sect leader nodded and said, and that puts a lot of unnecessary pressure on the male disciples as they all want to impress her. Great Elder Han laughed and said, At least their motivation will be much higher when the time comes. The two of them continued to talk for a few more minutes to release some of the stress in them and forget about today's event before continuing on with their day. Meanwhile, Su Yang had just returned to the Profound Blossom sect on the flying boat. However, as he descended from the sky, he noticed a commotion near the Yin-Yang pavilion. There were unfamiliar figures walking in and out of the building, and they all wore clothing that is usually worn by doctors. Even weirder was how there were many sect elders standing outside the Yin-Yang pavilion with anxious expressions on their face, giving the place a gloomy atmosphere, almost like someone was on the verge of death at that place. What is going on there? Su Yang decided to stop by the Yin-Yang pavilion to see the commotion for himself, so he jumped off the flying boat and used 9 astral steps to navigate his way towards the Yin-Yang pavilion unnoticed, appearing right on top of the building a few moments later. Chapter 212. Act of Treachery. Once he was on the very top of the Yin-Yang pavilion, Su Yang used his spiritual senses to see the situation inside the building. Aya, I have never seen a case like this before. There's no sign of her being sick or anything of that sort, and she seems to be sleeping in peace, yet. The doctors in the room were perplexed by Liu Lanjai's unconscious state, as none of them have dealt with such a patient before. A few of the doctors have theorized that she was poisoned, but when they have looked at Liu Lanjai's blood and profound Kai, there were no signs of her being poisoned. In fact, the results even showed Liu Lanjai being extremely healthy and without even the slightest sign of illness in her body. However, despite all of this, Liu Lanjai remained in a slumbering state for nearly 2 days now, which left even the best doctors there confounded. Is there really nothing you can do to wake her up? One of the sect elders there asked the doctors. The doctors exchanged glances with each other before looking at the sect elder with an apologetic expression and shook their heads. Unfortunately, unless we find the cause for her slumber, There's nothing we can do, as she's neither sick or poisoned." "That can't be." The sect elders in the room expressed disbelief, feeling despair from the situation. Without the sect leader, what will happen to the Profound Blossom sect? Although they can always find a new matriarch if Liu Lanjai never wakes up and dies just in her slumber, the sect will still lack the secrets that only Liu Lanjai knows, such as secret techniques and hidden resources, which will significantly affect the entire sect's prowess and resource. A few moments later, whilst everyone was in deep thoughts, Su Yang jumped into the room through the open window, instantly alerting everybody there. "Who the hell are you?" However, once they noticed the robes he was wearing belonged to them, an inner court disciple at that, they relaxed a little bit. "What do you think you are doing here? Who gave you permission to come here?" The sect elders immediately began questioning him. Disciple Su Yang. One of the sect elders there recognized Su Yang's handsome face after looking at him for a few seconds. "You know him, Elder Wu." The sect elders there turned to look at the only old woman in the room, who turned out to be someone Su Yang met during his inner court assessment as an outer court disciple. "Somewhat," Elder Wu nodded. However, despite the commotion caused by his entrance, Su Yang ignored everybody there and walked to Liu Lanjai, who was sleeping soundly in her bed. "What do you think you are doing to the sect leader?" The sect elders went to stop him when he grabbed Liu Lanjai's hands. "Do you want her to wake up or what? Do me a favor and be quiet." What? The sect elders were dumbfounded by Su Yang's outrageous behavior as a mere disciple. "Although you are now an inner court disciple, there are still rules you have to abide," said Elder Wu with a frown. Then she continued, "And you sound as though you have the necessary means to wake the sect leader up." Su Yang did not instantly reply to Elder Wu and checked Liu Lanjai's pulse using his profound Kai for a few seconds. A few moments later, Su Yang released Liu Lanjai's hands and said with a smile, "That's right." "What?" "Impossible. What can you do when we cannot even figure out why she's in that state?" The first ones in the room to disregard his words were not the sect elders but the doctors there instead. "You say that you can wake her up, but who are you anyway? Do you even any credentials as a doctor?" The doctors there did not believe that someone as young as Su Yang would have even half of their experience in terms of medical experience, much less be able to figure out the phenomenon happening to Liu Lanjai that have left all of them stumped after just checking her pulse. Su Yang glanced at the doctors and coldly snorted. "Such a simple problem and none of you can figure it out. Are you all really doctors or just dressing up and acting like one?" All of the doctors in that room felt an invisible hand slap them across their faces upon Su Yang's remarks. They have never been insulted in such a manner before, and their faces flushed red in anger. "Good. Since you think I am only dressing up as a doctor, then I shall take my leave." "Me too. Since you are capable of healing her, then there's no need for us to be here any longer." Angered by Su Yang's disgracing words, doctors left the room one by one. Wait a second. The sect elders there showed horrified expressions when the doctors began leaving. Without them, Liu Lanjai might never wake up again. Don't listen to that brat. There's no reason to be angry because of some rude remarks by some junior. The sect elders tried to stop them, but alas, the doctors left regardless. However, it was not entirely Su Yang's fault that they were leaving, as they believed that they would only be wasting time treating Liu Lanjai when none of them could figure out her problem. In other words, they used Su Yang as an excuse to excuse themselves from this room, as they did not want to continue losing credibility as a doctor by being unable to treat Liu Lanjai, and they even silently thanked Su Yang for this opportunity. And within mere seconds, less than 3 doctors remained in the room. All of the sect elders turned to stare at Su Yang with angry gazes after the doctors left. "Disciple, how will you bear responsibility for this? If the sect leader dies in her sleep, you will be sentenced to death for killing the sect leader, as your actions just now are no different than an act of treachery." Hearing that he'll be responsible for killing Liu Lanjiu for making the doctors leave, Su Yang merely shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's fine with me since she will wake up by tonight even if we do nothing." "What did you just say?" The sect elders looked at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 213. Waking Her Up. When Su Yang said that Liu Lanjai will wake up by herself by tonight, all the people in the room looked at him as though he was crazy. What did you just say? Elder Wu wanted to make sure that she heard him correctly and asked. The sect leader is neither ill or poisoned, just like the doctors had said. That being said, her conscience was forced to sleep by a mysterious and profound technique, hence why she is in such a deep slumber. Su Yang casually explained to them the cause of Liu Lanjai's condition. What? A martial technique caused all of this? The remaining 3 doctors there immediately began pondering after hearing Su Yang's words, and even the sect elders there became quiet. This reason is actually quite reasonable. One of the doctors said a few moments later, "It would explain why the results came back negative when we tested her for illness and poison," said another. "Do you know what was the martial technique used on her?" One of the doctors turned to ask Su Yang. When the sect elders saw the doctors suddenly treated Su Yang as though he was one of them, their eyes widened with shock. Could he really have a profound medical background despite the odds? Su Yang shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I do not know the technique behind her slumber." Despite his words, however, Su Yang knew very well the martial technique that was used to put Liu Lanjai into her state of slumber, and even the person who did it. "Then how do you know that she will be awake by tonight even if we do nothing?" Elder Wu suddenly asked him. "Simple, by her profound Kai, which is already showing signs of her awakening," Su Yang said. "What? Is this true?" Elder Wu turned to look at the doctors, but they only shook their heads. How are they supposed to know that when they don't even know such a method to read profound Kai existed? Elder Wu turned to Su Yang and said, "If everything you said just now is the truth and the sect master wakes up tonight, then we will surely generously reward you for it." "So theirs is nothing we can do but wait even in the end, huh?" sighed the sect elders. "Wait. Who said we have to wait for her to wake up?" Su Yang suddenly said. "What do you mean?" Elder Wu asked him with a puzzled frown. Su Yang did not immediately answer her and turned to face Liu Lanjai again. He suddenly raised his right hand into the air with his slender fingers spread and palm revealed, looking like he wanted to slap someone in the face. What do you think you are doing?" Elder Wu trembled in shock when she saw his posture. "What you ask? I'm waking her up," Su Yang said in a nonchalant voice as he swung his hands towards Liu Lanjai's peaceful and beautiful face. "Stop!" Elder Wu and moved to stop him, but alas, she was a little bit too slow and a crisp sound of Liu Lanjai being slapped loudly resounded in the room. The doctors covered their mouth and gasped in shock whilst the sect elders trembled in anger. "How dare you!" Elder Wu raised her hand in rage and prepared to strike Su Yang. NNNG. Just as Elder Wu moved, Liu Lanjai released a low moan, showing a reaction for the first time in the last 2 days, causing Elder Wu to instantly freeze her body and stare at the waking Liu Lanjai with wide eyes filled with shock. "Why does my face hurt?" Liu Lanjai slowly opened her eyes and rubbed her face in a sleepy manner, seemingly puzzled by the pain on her cheeks. "As sect leader," Elder Wu's eyes filled itself with tears of joy and relief at the sight of Liu Lanjai waking up. "Why are there so many people in my room?" Once Liu Lanjai realized the situation, she sat on the bed and asked them. "As sect leader, do you remember what happened to you?" the sect elders asked her. Although she was puzzled, Liu Lanjai closed her eyes to ponder. However, she quickly realized that her memories were foggy, and that all she could remember was herself heading towards Su Yang's living quarters to give him his punishment. "I recall heading out to find a certain disciple, so why was I sleeping in my room?" Liu Lanjai frowned and asked the sect elders. "You see," Elder Wu began explaining everything to Liu Lanjai from the beginning. "You were found slumbering in the middle of the outer court and was brought back to your room. What's more, you remained unresponsive no matter how much we tried to wake you up. We immediately went to gather the best doctors within the eastern region, but alas, all of them were left baffled by your condition." Liu Lanjai was shocked to learn that she'd been asleep for 2 days, especially her unresponsiveness when the others had tried to wake her up. Then how am I awake now? "What did you do?" she asked them. Elder Wu smiled bitterly and said, "Well, disciple Su Yang over here, eh?" Elder Wu stopped speaking when she realized that Su Yang had mysteriously disappeared from the room. When did he leave? And how did nobody there notice him leaving? Su Yang. What does Su Yang have to do with this? Liu Lanjai became more puzzled at the situation, but also much more interested since Su Yang's name has been mentioned. "Well, he's the one who woke you up from your slumber," Elder Wu said with a tone of hesitation in her voice. Su Yang did. Liu Lanjai's eyes brightened with delight and gratitude. "How did he do it?" Well, Elder Wu didn't want to give Su Yang a negative image right after making him into a hero, but alas, he slapped your face, she said in a low voice. "He what?" Liu Lanjai's eyes widened with shock, and her body began trembling from anger. Chapter 214, Sudden Departure. "He actually had the audacity to slap my beautiful face?" Liu Lanjai couldn't believe Su Yang's boldness, and all the gratitude she had for him for waking her up quickly disappeared. "I am going to give him a piece of my mind." Liu Lanjai got off the bed and began approaching the exit. However, Elder Wu blocked her path and said in a worried voice, "Sect leader, you just woke up. Although you may feel fine, we still have to be certain that you are absolutely healthy. This incident has caused more than just a few individuals to be worried." Liu Lanjai sighed and nodded. "Okay, and give me more details on what exactly happened while you're at it." Elder Wu nodded and turned to the remaining doctors in the room and said, "Please do a few more tests to make sure that her body is completely fine. We will surely compensate you generously for your efforts." The doctors had no reason to refuse and began their examination on Liu Lanjai again. Meanwhile, Su Yang returned to his living quarters to look for Qiayu after leaving the Yin-Yang pavilion. Ever since he saw Liu Lanjai's condition, he knew that Qiayu was the one responsible for her deep slumber, as it's a martial technique unique to the sacred moon palace. That being said, Qiayu drastically held back on the technique, or else Liu Lanjai wouldn't have woken up even in 10 years. However, upon entering his room, Su Yang did not find Qiayu sitting there like usual but a piece of paper with contents in her handwriting instead. "Since you are now clearly strong enough to easily protect yourself in this world, I will leave you alone for a bit to resume my journey on finding a way for us to return home. Although I doubt you will be needing them, I have left a few things behind for emergencies, including a communication jade slip if you ever feel like hearing my voice." Su Yang only shook his head at Qiayu's letter. Although he did not object to her actions, it was a bit too sudden. That girl, why does she want to return to the divine heavens that desperately when the sacred moon palace will certainly be looking for her? He also wanted to return as soon as possible, but he knew that there were things he had to prepare before returning, or else they would only be courting death. Su Yang then sat down on the bed and closed his eyes. A few minutes later, a golden glow could be seen radiating around his figure, almost like he'd just received enlightenment. Su Yang stayed like this for many minutes until he suddenly opened his eyes, where within shone a profound brilliance and memories began flowing inside his head. However, these memories were not from his time at the four divine heavens. Instead, they were memories of the Su Yang before his memories from the past life returned. Ever since he learned that there resided only one soul within his body after consuming the soul divination pill, Su Yang became intrigued by why his memories were sealed in the first place and how someone like Su Zun, his father, was able to seal his memories. After all, if he reincarnated with the memories of his previous life, there was no way someone like Su Zun would have been able to seal his memories. In other words, Su Yang did not reincarnate with his memories intact at first and only managed to regain them at the profound Blossom sect. Su Yang closed his eyes again and would not open them again for many minutes. And 16 years of memories that was only a drop of water in his vast ocean of memories flowed through his head. From the day he was born to the day he arrived at the profound Blossom sect, everything became clear to Su Yang within minutes. A few minutes later, Su Yang opened his eyes, and on his face was a bitter smile. "No wonder why he sealed my memories and tossed me in the profound Blossom sect," He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He found the memories of the ignorant Su Yang extremely entertaining. He was definitely a younger version of himself, but without the knowledge as an immortal. Once he forcibly removed the seal on his memories and regained his memories as a young mortal, Su Yang turned to look at the leather bag beside him. It was something Kiayu had left behind for him. He grabbed it and immediately began searching through its contents. This is... Su Yang was slightly startled by the sheer amount of cultivation resources inside the bag. What's more, these cultivation resources all contained extremely powerful Yang Kai, with some even surpassing the pure Yang flower by many miles. By giving me these resources, is she telling me to go all out while she's away? With the number of resources Kiayu had left behind for him, Su Yang would have no problem cultivating for many months without rest and still have leftovers. After seeing all the contents in the storage pouch, Su Yang poured all of them onto the bed to organize them. He intended to use them and cultivate until the regional tournament. I will break through the Earth Spirit Realm and enter the Heavenly Spirit Realm with no problem before the tournament, even if my partners are all at the Profound Spirit Realm and True Spirit Realm. However, before he could even start cultivating, he would need to have partners. And fortunately for him, there are plenty of beauties in the Profound Blossom sect for him to choose. What's more, there are already disciples patiently waiting for him to call for them. Su Yang went to clean himself and even changed into a new pair of robes before he left the house to search for potential partners for the next few months. And the first place that appeared in his mind was the medicine hall, where he promised a certain group that he'd give them another rubbing session. Chapter 215, More Than Just Massages. Senior Apprentice Brother Su. One of the disciples at the medicine hall immediately stopped whatever she was doing when she noticed his figure enter the building and greeted him with a face full of smiles. And when Su Yang was mentioned, like a bunch of children hearing that there will be free candy, the disciples in the building stopped working to look at the male figure by the entrance. Did somebody just say Senior Apprentice Brother Su? Senior Apprentice Brother Su. Senior Apprentice Brother Su is here. When the medicine hall disciples saw Su Yang's handsome face, they all ran to greet him with excited smiles, as it feels like forever since they last saw him. Wow, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, did you have another breakthrough? I can feel it in your aura. Su Yang smiled and nodded. It's not much, but yes, I had a slight breakthrough. The disciples congratulated him without thinking too much about it. Where have you been, Senior Apprentice Brother Su? We have tried looking for you on a few occasions, but you were always away. I was out on a mission, he replied. Is that so? Anyway, what brings you here today? Are you here to look for Master again? One of them asked. Not quite. What do you mean by that? I'm here to fulfill the promise I made during my last visit, he said with a smile. Promise. The disciples exchanged glances. None of them could recall this promise at first. Why, you don't mean that? One of the girls suddenly remembered his promise and mumbled in a trembling voice, her eyes filled with surprise. That? What are you talking about? The others looked at her and asked. However, the female disciple did not say anything and continued to stare at Su Yang, patiently waiting for his answer. Su Yang smiled and said, If you are not busy, come to my living quarters for some massage. Once Su Yang said those words, everybody there immediately remembered what he said the last time he was at the medicine hall. The disciples stared at him with wide eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Why you are accepting customers again? One of them asked with a trembling voice. When Su Yang nodded, the place suddenly erupted with excitement, almost like there was a grand celebration for a grand occasion. After all of these girls were greatly disappointed when Su Yang stopped accepting customers for his massage and have been waiting for him to resume business. This is great news. I will immediately let my friends know. Ah, I cannot wait for work to be over today. As Senior Apprentice Brother Su, I will be seeing you later today. Ever since these disciples experienced Su Yang's massage techniques, their body has been craving for more of his techniques. And it's not just the disciples at the medicine hall. All of Su Yang's customers have been waiting for this day. However, Su Yang was not finished speaking and continued. What's more, I will be doing more than just massages, and it will all be free of charge. When Su Yang broke this news, the girls stopped celebrating, and they all stared at him with wide eyes filled with shock. They were so dumbfounded by this news that they didn't know how to react. "Be by that? Do you mean?" Su Yang merely smiled and did not say a word, yet the girl immediately understood the meaning behind his words, and they began screaming with excitement in their hearts. "That's all I came here to say. I will be waiting for you." After saying those words, Su Yang casually left the medicine hall. The girls did not stop him because they were all frozen from bewilderment. However, before leaving, he also said to them, "Oh, right. I nearly forgot, but tell Elder Lan to come find me when she is free. I have something special for her." Once Su Yang was gone and the girls woke up from their daze, the medicine hall erupted with another round of celebration, as the girls were unable to tame their excitement. Although they have their suspicions, their minds went crazy with imaginations, and their bodies trembled with passion, especially the lower part of their bodies. The noises within the medicine hall was so loud that it forced Lan liking to stop her work and head downstairs to see what the commotion was all about. "What on earth are you all screaming about? I can't get anything done with all of this commotion." Lan liking shouted at the girls the moment she appeared. "Master?" The disciples stopped celebrating to greet Lan liking. "Why, you see, senior apprentice brother Su just stopped by." "What, Su Yang is back?" Lan liking hastily asked. Her disciples nodded, but he just left. Lan liking instantly frowned. "And he didn't even bother to speak with me before leaving?" she cried inwardly. She was disappointed by the fact that Su Yang had left the medicine hall without even trying to look for her. It was almost like he forgot about her. However, just as Lan liking felt like cursing at Su Yang, her disciples said, "Master, senior apprentice brother also left behind a message for you right before he left." He did? What did he say?" "Senior apprentice brother Su said that he has something special for you and asked you to go see him." He has something special for me?" Lan liking stood there with a slightly dumbfounded expression. She would be lying if she says that she's not surprised. Did he say what that special thing is? She then asked. The girls shook their heads. He didn't say anything else and left after that message. "I understand." After a few moments of awkward silence, Lan liking said to the girls, "Anyway, I have to go to a meeting. Let them know if anyone comes looking for me." The girls nodded and immediately went back to working at a pace that was much faster than previously. They all wanted to finish their work and go to Su Yang for his service as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lan liking sneakily approached Su Yang's living quarters with an anticipated expression. Chapter 216. Teasing Her Body. After lying to her disciples about going to a meeting, Lan liking headed straight to Su Yang's living quarters, as she simply couldn't wait to see what he planned to give her. Once she reached his living quarters, Lan liking knocked on the doors and waited for Su Yang, her heart pounding in anticipation, as it feels like it's been forever since she last saw his face. "You have arrived faster than I'd expected. Did you miss me that much?" Su Yang greeted her with a slight tease. "HMPH," Lan liking coldly snorted and said, "Is that all you have to say after leaving the medicine hall without so much as seeing my face?" Su Yang smiled and said, "If we meet at the medicine hall, I wouldn't be able to leave as quickly, as you would have surely extracted my Yang Kai before allowing me to leave." Lan liking's face flushed red upon hearing his words. I am not that desperate." Despite her words, deep in her heart, she was aware that Su Yang's words were not exactly impossible, hence why her face flushed red. Indeed, her face reddened because she was feeling ashamed of her lustful desire for him, and not because of Su Yang's words. "Anyway, because you arrived way earlier than expected, I still have some preparations to do. If you can, go ahead and wait for me in my room." Lan liking nodded and went inside the house. While Lan liking waited in his room, Su Yang went to finish his preparations. For it to require preparations, this special thing must indeed be pretty special. Lan liking could barely sit still while waiting for Su Yang, as both her body and mind could not stay calm when Su Yang's being this mysterious. But alas, no matter how much she's pondered, nothing definite came to her mind, Sometime later, Su Yang entered the room with a casual expression. Are you done? Lan Liking asked him in a nervous voice. Su Yang nodded, and then he spoke. Go ahead and undress, take everything off. Wait, what? Lan Liking looked at him with a dumbfounded face. Why does she have to undress for this special thing? I am about to give you a massage, Su Yang then said. Although Lan Liking was pleasantly surprised, even excited for the massage, she couldn't help but ask. What about this special thing you wanted to give me? It couldn't just be this massage, right? You will understand once we start. Lan Liking looked at him with suspicious eyes, but she began undressing regardless. If I had known that I will be naked, I would have taken a bath before coming here, she thought to herself. A few moments later, Lan Liking stood there with her arms covering her perfectly round breasts and little sister that was already dripping wet in a shy manner. Although Su Yang has already seen every inch of her body, for some unknown reason, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed at this moment. Once Lan Liking was fully naked, Su Yang said, Go ahead and lie on the bed like the first time. Lan Liking nodded and laid on the bed with her beautiful buttocks completely bare for him. A few seconds after she laid on the bed, Lan Liking suddenly felt something warm and slimy pour on her back, causing her to release a surprised cry. What are you doing, Su Yang? She asked him. Su Yang smiled and said, I'm pouring oil on your back, one specially made from many types of medicine and herbs. As he explained to her, Su Yang began rubbing the oily substance all over her back. I have never felt anything like this before. What does it do exactly? Lan Liking was quite excited and interested in this new experience. It will not only enhance your yin kai, but it will also make your body more sensitive, allowing you to feel even more pleasure. Even more pleasure. Lan Liking became a little bit scared upon hearing that, afraid that she might really lose her mind if she experiences more pleasure than what is already mind-boggling. Don't worry, I won't go overboard, Su Yang told her, almost as though he could read her mind. If you say so. Lan Liking slowly closed her eyes and indulged herself in Su Yang's heavenly techniques. This is. After just a few moments of experiencing Su Yang's heavenly technique, Lan Liking could already feel the difference in this massage session when compared to the previous times. Not only did the oil on her body enhance her pleasure, but Su Yang was also much bolder with his hands when touching her body, massaging places like her plentiful buttocks. Yes, Lan Liking's body trembling with pleasure every time, Su Yang moved his slender fingers across her slippery back, especially when Su Yang massaged the areas near her butt, and a river of aroused juice flowed from Lan Liking's wet cave. After massaging her back for a few minutes, Su Yang said to her, Turn around. Lan Liking did not say anything and turned her body around, revealing to Su Yang her scrumptious breasts and pretty little sister. Once she turned around, Su Yang poured even more of his special oil on her body, covering her entire body in this oil. A few seconds later, he began spreading the oil all over her chest, even teasing her erected pink nipples with his fingers in the process. Lan Liking's eyes teared up slightly from embarrassment when Su Yang played with her nipples, and she quickly turned her head away from Su Yang so he wouldn't see her flustered expression. When he finished covering Lan Liking's chest in oil, he moved his hands towards her stomach, eventually reaching for her little sister that was soaking wet with two different types of substances. Yes, The feeling of pleasure was so intense that Lan Liking had already reached the climax before Su Yang even reached her cave. So the moment Su Yang's slender finger touched her pink cave, it sprayed uncontrollably, filling the air with yin kai. Chapter 217. Go ahead, stick it inside me. Ha. Lan Liking took heavily breaths after her climax. But alas, Lan Liking was only able to take a few breaths before Su Yang began rubbing her cave with his fingers that were soaked in the special oil. Lan Liking released beastly moans as Su Yang massaged her cave, causing her body to tremble in delight. Su Yang rubbed her around her cave, teased her little pink jewel, and massaged inside her wet garden with his fingers, sending endless jolts of pleasure through Lan Liking's hot body. Lan Liking felt like she was being electrocuted endlessly, but instead of pain, her body was overwhelmed with pleasure that also awakened the lustful beast inside her heart. A few minutes later, after Lan Liking had several sexual climaxes, Su Yang pulled his hand away from her twitching body. He looked at her overly satisfied face and spoke with a smile. "What do you think of the oil? It feels much better than a massage without it, right?" Are you trying to kill me, Su Yang?" Lan Liking managed to squeeze out a few words after taking a moment to catch her breath. Su Yang chuckled and said, "If you think that's bad, then you should experience what it feels like when I use even higher quality oil. Why you have something even stronger than what you are already using?" Lan Liking couldn't imagine what it would feel like if her body were to become any more sensitive to pleasure. However, that being said, she'd be lying if she said that she didn't want to try it, even if she's afraid of the results. "Of course I do. In fact, the oil I am currently using is the weakest of its kind." The weakest? Lan Liking was truly baffled upon learning this fact. "Anyway, let's continue," Su Yang suddenly said. "What? We are still not done, but I am already exhausted." Lan Liking looked at him with wide eyes. Su Yang replied with a smile on his face as he began undressing his robes. Lan Liking could immediately see the meaning behind his actions, and as though it was magic, all the exhaustion in her body disappeared the moment her eyes saw Su Yang's stiff rod pointing towards the heavens. "It's been a while since we last cultivated together, so let's take this chance to catch up," he said to her in a gentle voice, following with a soft kiss her on the lips afterward. After receiving his kiss, Lan Liking looked at Su Yang with a lustful gaze, and she reached for his hard rod with her hands. A few moments later, after playing with it a bit, she shoved the rod into her mouth and began thrusting her head, giving Su Yang a passionate blowjob. Many minutes later, when Lan Liking was satisfied with the sweet taste of Su Yang's thick rod and Yang Kai, Su Yang went on the bed with her. However, before piercing her hole, Su Yang retrieved more of his special oil. Though, unlike before, he did not pour it directly on Lan Liking's body. Instead, he poured the oil all over his thick rod until it covered every inch, making it look like a delicious treat that was coated in a sweet substance. Lan Liking stared without blinking at Su Yang's thick rod that was dripping wet with the oil, seemingly mesmerized by its look and powerful presence. Taking a deep breath, Lan Liking spoke in an urging voice, "Go ahead, stick it inside me." Upon hearing Lan Liking's alluring voice and seeing her begging expression, Su Yang shoved his thick rod deep into her yearning body with a single push. "Ah!" Once Su Yang began thrusting his thick rod inside her body, Lan Liking released a phoenix-like cry that shook the air in the room. The combination of Su Yang's heavenly technique and the special oil that enhanced her feeling of pleasure was simply too divine, and Lan Liking felt like she had transcended to heaven from the pleasure during the moments it lasted. Because the sensation was too intense for someone like Lan Liking, she was only able to endure it for a few more minutes before Su Yang decided to finish it off by injecting her body with a load of his exclusive Yang Kai that was rich with nourishments and profound Kai. "You can wash the oil away when you can move," said Su Yang. However, Lan Liking rejected that suggestion and instead said, "I want you to wash my body." Su Yang looked at her with raised eyebrows. "You want me to wash you? I might tease your body instead," he chuckled. That's fine with me, as long as you clean my body afterward." Lan Liking obviously hesitated for a moment there. Su Yang did not say anything else and carried Lan Liking to the bathroom, as she was too exhausted to even move her own limbs. Inside the bathroom, Su Yang laid Lan Liking's naked back on his chest and poured water over her body. After that, he used soap that was created from a type of medical herb to wash her body. Su Yang cleaned Lan Liking's body properly without teasing her, which surprised Lan Liking, who had prepared her heart, even looking forward to his teasing. However, just as Lan Liking relaxed her body, Su Yang began cleaning her little sister down there, which easily stimulated the lust in her body again, causing it to leak again. "Ah!" Lan Liking couldn't help but begin moaning in the bathroom as Su Yang washed her. And although Su Yang did not purposefully invoke her lust, he found this situation to be quite funny. After all, if she keeps releasing her fluid down there, she will never be clean no matter how much he cleans that spot. Thus, Su Yang decided to leave that spot alone after rubbing it for a few moments and move on to the next area. Once he washed every spot on her jade-like skin, Su Yang poured water on her body to wash the soap away, before laying her body into the bathtub that is always filled with clean, warm water due to a spiritual formation. After all that, he quickly cleaned himself and went into the bathtub to join Lan Liking, as it was large enough to fit adults and still have room to spare. Chapter 218. The group of beauties returns for more. The atmosphere inside the bathroom was extremely peaceful and quiet, and Lan Liking, who has her head resting on Su Yang's shoulder at this moment, was feeling especially relaxed and secured, something she has never experienced before. It was a dream-like situation, and Lan Liking wanted this moment to last an eternity. "Su Yang," she suddenly spoke, "when are you going to become a core disciple? I won't have to be secretive about my relationship with you anymore if you become one." After all, in order to keep their intimate relationship as sect elder and disciple a secret so they don't get punished by the sect, she had to lie to her own disciples in order to meet with him, something she couldn't do without feeling guilty about. "You are still worrying about something like that." Su Yang shook his head. "If anyone has a problem, they can find me." "You don't understand, Su Yang. It's not something as insignificant as just a problem. Despite the nature of this sect, it is highly prohibited for sect elders and disciples to dual cultivate. If our relationship is revealed, we can be considered lucky if the sect cripples our cultivation base before disowning us and, worst case, punish us with death. What if the sect leader dual cultivates with a disciple? Are there any rules on that?" Su Yang casually asked. The sect master. That's unthinkable. Such an incident has never occurred since the Profound Blossom sect's founding. If it happens, it will be more than just a scandal. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh inwardly, as history has already been made for the Profound Blossom sect when he cultivated with Liu Lanjai during his inner court assessment. "I don't understand why such a thing would be prohibited. It's not hurting anyone, and the disciples will benefit greatly if they cultivate with the sect elders," Su Yang sighed. "I also do not understand it, but I have heard from the previous sect masters that such a rule did not exist in the earlier days. It was only after a certain incident that caused great chaos within the Profound Blossom sect did they make such a rule." "Is that so?" Although Su Yang couldn't care less about this sect rule, Lan Liking seemed to be worried about it. "Anyway, you shouldn't stress over something so insignificant. And even if it is revealed to the sect that we have dual cultivated, nothing will happen to the both of us. This I can guarantee you," he said to her with a confident smile on his face. "If you say so." Although she could not fully stop worrying about it, she felt some weight lifted off her shoulders after seeing his confidence. It was almost like Su Yang could share his feelings to whoever was close by his side. After enjoying the bath for a few more minutes, Su Yang carried Lan Liking out of the bathtub to get her body dried, before putting her clothes back on her body. It was only after another half an hour did Lan Liking regain the strength to stand up without falling after a few seconds of standing. And once she could walk without stumbling every few steps many minutes later, Lan Liking bid farewell to Su Yang and returned to the medicine hall, where her disciples were still working at an incredible pace, which greatly dumbfounded Lan Liking when she saw the scene. When Lan Liking left, Su Yang retrieved a red pill from the storage pouch that was left behind by Kiayu and consumed it, before closing his eyes to cultivate. Although Lan Liking was only at the early stages of the Earth Spirit realm, because of the special oil that enhanced her Yin Kai and this red pill that is filled with Yang Kai, Su Yang was able to cultivate enough profound Kai for him to take steps towards the heavenly spirit realm. And while the steps being taken are slow and weak, he is growing nevertheless. At this rate, he won't even need half a year to reach the heavenly spirit realm. While Su Yang cultivated in peace, The disciples at the medicine hall moved with haste in order to get their work for the day finished as soon as possible so that they could go see Su Yang, causing the place to be disoriented and chaotic. And when Lan Liking first saw this scene, she was baffled by their working pace, as she has never seen them work so hard in her many years with them. However, when Lan Liking asked one of the disciples why they were suddenly so motivated and was told that Su Yang had reopened his little massage business, she was dumbfounded by the news. Su Yang will be accepting customers again. Lan Liking couldn't imagine what the chaos would be like once the female disciples learn of this news, as it was already hectic when Su Yang first opened his business. "So all of you girls plan on visiting Su Yang after work today?" she asked them with a weird expression on her face. "That's right. We want to be the first ones to be in line. Hopefully senior apprentice brother Su only spoke with us about his reopening, or else we'd be in line for days before we could see him." Is that so?" Lan Liking did not want to be too involved with their mess, as it could potentially lead to her secret with Su Yang accidentally being revealed. So she left them alone and went upstairs to her own room to cultivate the Yang Kai in her body. A few hours later, after the disciples at the medicine hall finished their work for the day, they all ran towards Su Yang's living quarters like a bunch of hungry beasts. When they reached Su Yang's living quarters and saw that there was not a single person in line, their eyes flickered with excitement, feeling exhilarated that they were the first ones to arrive. "Senior apprentice brother Su, as promised, we are here." One of them knocked on the door. A few moments later, Su Yang opened the door. "Come inside," he greeted them with a smile, and the girls happily entered the house without any hesitation. Chapter 219, What do you think of my body? Inside his house, 9 beauties lined up before Su Yang in an orderly fashion, resembling the scene of prostitutes waiting for the guest to pick on his favorite. However, instead of prostitutes, they were all outer court disciples from the medicine hall and also Lan Liking's disciples. What's more, they were one of Su Yang's earliest customers before he was a sensation amongst the outer court disciples, and they are here today to experience his heavenly techniques again. "Who wants to be first?" Su Yang suddenly asked them. "You girls can discuss among yourselves." "We have already agreed on the order," said one of the girls. "Oh," Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "We have decided before coming here that we will go in the exact same order as before, meaning I will go first," said Chuen Jinglin, who was the first girl during their first visit to have experienced Su Yang's techniques. Su Yang nodded and said, "That is fine with me." The place suddenly turned quiet. "What's wrong?" Su Yang asked them. What are the conditions this time?" Chuen Jinglin asked him, as there were conditions during their first visit that they had to follow before they could even receive his service. "Oh, those? There are no conditions this time around," he casually said. "What? There are no conditions?" The 9 girls looked at him with wide eyes filled with shock. What about the time limit? How long will the massage last this time?" one of them asked. Su Yang replied with a smile on his face. "There are no time limits, so you can essentially stay here for hours without leaving, but all of you will be exhausted within minutes. That being said, I will make sure you all leave here satisfied, so you don't have to worry about me purposefully rushing the massage just to make you leave sooner." No time limits? Hours of massage. The girls began trembling from anticipation after listening to his new conditions, and they silently swore to themselves that they will not leave his bed even if they were to die from pleasure. "Do you have any more questions for me before we start?" Su Yang asked them. Chuen Jinglin raised her hands and spoke. "You mentioned that there will be more than just a massage. What did you mean by that, exactly?" The other girls inwardly praised Chuen Jinglin for asking the question that has been stuck in their head since they heard it. However, Su Yang merely smiled at the question and said, "You will find out inside." The girls' anticipation soared through the roof and past the clouds at this point, and their imaginations ran wild, wondering what Su Yang would do to them when they are alone. I am ready." Chuen Jinglin no longer had any patience and approached Su Yang's room with large steps. In her mind, She was certain that all of her questions will be answered once they began, so there was no reason for her to linger any longer. Once she was inside his room, memories of her first visit rushed through her head, and her body instantly became aroused. "Go ahead and lie down," Su-yang said to her after closing the door. Xu Jinglin nodded and laid on the bed like previously. A few moments later, Su-yang began massaging her back, causing tingly sensations to appear all over her body. "MMM? Ah, this is it, yes." Xu Jinglin began moaning in pleasure. However, despite the pleasure, Xu Jinglin could not tell the difference between this session and her previous session. It was almost like nothing had changed at all. With that being said, Xu Jinglin did not mind it at all and continued to enjoy the heavenly massage. A few minutes later, Su-yang suddenly spoke. "Do you want this to continue, or do you want to try something new?" he asked her without stopping his massage. "Something new. What might that be?" she asked, her interest immediately piqued. "I have a special oil with me that was created by mixing many rare herbs, and if you soak your skin with it, your experience will be greatly enhanced. Furthermore, it will cleanse the impurities in your yin-kai to a certain extent and strengthen it." Are you serious?" Xu Jinglin made a swallowing motion after hearing his words that sounded a little bit too good to be true. After all, only rare pills such as the profound yin pill have the ability to strengthen one's yin-kai. Yet Su-yang was out here telling her that he has some kind of special oil that has the same effect as the profound yin pill, and he's willing to use it on her for free. However, Xu Jinglin found it even harder to believe that Su-yang would have any intentions to harm her, so she nodded to his suggestion to use this special oil. "Also, in order to apply the special oil to your body, I will need you to remove your clothes," Su-yang said to her. Xu Jinglin had long prepared her heart before arriving at this place just in case Su-yang wanted to give her more than just a massage, so she was not too surprised to see it actually happen and removed her clothes without flustering. Su-yang looked at Xu Jinglin's naked body with a calm expression. Although her proportions could not compare to Lan Liking's mature figure, her pale skin and slim body would make most normal men instantly lose control. What do you think of my body?" Xu Jinglin asked him after seeing Su-yang stare at her body, her voice sounding bashful. "It's beautiful," he softly replied with a handsome smile on his face. Xu Jinglin immediately blushed until her entire face was red. Is that so?" If Su-yang were to ask her to leave his current partner to be with him right this moment, she would definitely not hesitate to nod her head. "You can lie down again," he then said to her. Xu Jinglin nodded and laid on the bed with the sound of her heart pounding like war drums, and a liquidy substance could be visibly seen leaking from the slit between her legs, looking like a pair of lips drooling due to hunger. Chapter 220. I Want to Cultivate with You. Su-yang poured the special oil on Xu Jinglin's back and began massaging her. "Ah, this feels so good. I have never experienced anything like this before." Xu Jinglin moaned loudly as the oil seeped into her pores, making her body much more sensitive to Su-yang's touch and strengthening her yin-kai in the process. A few moments later, once Su-yang covered her back with oil, he moved his hands toward her buttocks and squeezed it tightly, squeezing a profound cry of pleasure out of Xu Jinglin's mouth alongside some water out of her bottom lips. Su-yang then proceeded to massage her butt cheeks by pressing his fingers deep into the two mountain of meats before him, sending jolts of excitement through Xu Jinglin's body. Once he was finished with her butt, Su-yang navigated his hands toward her slender legs, skillfully massaging her tender thighs while teasing her little sister every so often, which stimulated the lust in Xu Jinglin's body even further. Within minutes, Xu Jinglin was feeling exhausted from her constant spraying, yet Su-yang had only covered her back with oil, leaving the front still untouched. "What's wrong? Are you feeling exhausted already? Do you want me to stop here?" Su-yang asked her. No, I can handle more." Xu Jinglin spoke with a clearly exhausted voice. There was no way she'd give up after experiencing something as divine as this oil massage, especially when her body is still burning with lust. In her mind, she decided to not leave this bed even Su Yang might steal her last breath with his godly hand techniques. If you say so. Su Yang did not try to persuade her to leave and continued to massage the front of her body. Ah, yes, touch me more, Tilda. Xuan Jinglin grabbed the bedsheets tightly when Su Yang massaged her breasts, as she was afraid that she might instinctively hug him. However, once Su Yang began massaging her little sister, Xuan Jinglin lost control within seconds and began reaching for Su Yang's pelvis area with her trembling hands, her gaze filled with the desire to cultivate. Senior apprentice brother Su, please, I want to cultivate with you. Xuan Jinglin asked him in a pleading tone, her gaze flickering with passion. Seeing her desperate expression, Su Yang smiled and said, Are you sure? You won't be able to leave this room by yourself if we cultivate. Xuan Jinglin nodded with a determined face, thinking to herself that history will only be repeating itself. Su Yang did not say anything else and retrieved his thick rod from within his robes like it was a hidden weapon. This is senior apprentice brother's thing. Xuan Jinglin stared at Su Yang's powerful rod with a gawking expression. In her mind, she compared Su Yang's rod with her partner's, but the difference was akin to heaven and earth, with Su Yang's rod being former. Which bastard started the rumor that called him a cripple? Would a cripple have such a stiff-looking rod? Thinking back to the rumors, Xuan Jinglin couldn't help but curse that individual for misleading them, as it ruined the opportunity for many people to experience such a divine rod. I will start moving now, Su Yang said to her. Xuan Jinglin forcefully swallowed her overflowing saliva and nodded. Su Yang slowly pushed his meaty rod into Xuan Jinglin's entrance, causing her wet lips to expand. Ah! Xuan Jinglin's body jerked uncontrollably at the intense feeling in her crotch as Su Yang's thick rod pierced her body. Su Yang's little brother was so big when it entered her body that Xuan Jinglin thought she'd experienced losing her virginity for the second time just now. It was an indescribable feeling that will forever change her view of dual cultivation. Once the tip of Su Yang's rod reached the end of Xuan Jinglin's tight tunnel, he began thrusting his hips, ferociously pounding her cave with his rod, overwhelming Xuan Jinglin's body and mind with pleasure. Meanwhile, the other 8 girls patiently waited in the outside room with nervous expressions. How long do you think senior sister Xuan will last? One of them asked. Knowing how she's the most experienced out of the 9 of us, she should be able to withstand at least half an hour without any problem, even if she's against someone like Su Yang. Half an hour. I will not leave until I get at least 2 hours with him, the youngest amongst them spoke. Ha ha ha. I will call you senior sister if you last even an hour inside. The other girls began laughing. HMPH. Just you watch. In the midst of their laughter, the room to Su Yang's door suddenly opened. Su Yang walked out of the room with a calm expression and spoke. I am ready to accept the next guest. What? You are finished already? The girls exchanged baffled looks with each other. Forget about half an hour. It hasn't even been 15 minutes since Xuan Jinglin entered the room. What happened to? Never mind. The girls released that there was no point in asking about Xuan Jinglin's condition, as they all knew very well what will happen to them after experiencing Su Yang's godly techniques. I am next. Yu Yan, the youngest amongst there, stepped forward with a resolute expression. Good luck trying to last 2 hours in there, junior sister Yu. Knowing very well that she wouldn't last that long, the girls cheered for Yu Yan in a teasing voice as she entered Su Yang's room. Once Yu Yan entered the room, she was shocked to see Xuan Jinglin sitting at the end of the room like last time, but with a perverted expression that shook her heart. Furthermore, her robes were barely on her body, almost like it had been taken off at one point, and she didn't bother to put it back on properly afterward. What on earth happened to her? Yu Yan was no longer feeling confident that she would be able to last 2 hours, especially after seeing Xuan Jinglin's appearance. Junior sister. Seeing Yu Yan enter the room, Xuan Jinglin stared at her with a malicious grin and spoke. Give me a good show like last time. Yu Yan's jaw dropped to the floor upon hearing such words. She was simply speechless. Chapter 221, Multitasking in Bed. Go ahead and lie on the bed with her back facing me. Su Yang instructed Yu Yan, who was feeling a bit terrified because of Chuan Jinglin's words. Yu Yang sighed and laid on the bed with her eyes closed, so she wouldn't have to see Chuan Jinglin glaring at her with eyes that looked as though they couldn't wait to be entertained. Once Yu Yan was on the bed, Su Yang began massaging her as usual. A few moments after the massage began, Yu Yan already forgot about Chuan Jinglin's presence and began indulging herself in the pleasure that drowned her body. Ah, NNNN. Chuan Jinglin watched Yu Yan moan in pleasure as her expression became filled with bliss and delight. If you think that feels good, just wait until you have a taste of his. Chuan Jinglin laughed in her heart and couldn't wait to see Yu Yan fall from grace like herself. For the next few minutes, Su Yang massaged Yu Yan normally without any tricks, which greatly puzzled Chuan Jinglin. Why isn't he bringing out the special oil? He should have brought it out by now, she pondered. And just as she had that thought, Su Yang spoke. Would you like to try something new? It's a special oil that if rubbed onto your body, it will enhance your sensation for pleasure and even increase the strength of your yin kai. Oil? Yu Yan looked at Su Yang and then to Chuan Jinglin, who was still glaring at her with a grin on her face. This must be what caused senior sister Chuan to be like that. If that's the case, there's no reason for me to refuse such an opportunity. Yu Yan thought to herself. I want to do it, she quickly answered. Su Yang nodded and said, Go ahead and remove your clothes. Yu Yan nodded and removed her clothes without any hesitation. And although she was aware that Chuan Jinglin was watching her, they have seen each other naked many times before, so this wasn't anything new for either one of them. Once she was naked, Yu Yan laid back on the bed and waited for Su Yang to do his thing. A few moments later, Su Yang poured a handful of oil on Yu Yan's back, causing her body to tremble in response. He then placed his hands on her smooth back and began spreading the oil all over her body. Oh. Yu Yan had underestimated the pleasure the oil could bring to her and released a loud cry of joy, one filled with intense satisfaction. Minutes later, when Su Yang began massaging her sensitive areas, Yu Yan began screaming in pleasure as her body constantly sprayed out water. Meanwhile, Chuan Jinglin watched the scenery with an entertained expression, almost like she was watching a play. Some moments later, when Yu Yan could no longer restrain her own sexual desires, she began aiming for Su Yang's pelvis area as Chuan Jinglin had before her. See, can I cultivate with you? Yu Yan asked him with a bashful expression, looking like she'd just confessed to her crush about her deep love for him. Su Yang did not say anything this time around and directly pulled out his already thick rod from within his robes and placed it before Yu Yan's face for her to see its spectacular appearance. Oh my God! Yu Yan gawked at the thick rod before her the moment Su Yang revealed it, looking as though she was looking at a priceless treasure. After she awakened from her daze a few moments later, Yu Yan wrapped her small hands around Su Yang's thick rod and started licking it in a manner that made it seem as though she was afraid to damage such a perfect treasure. Chuan Jinglin stared at Yu Yan's actions with her eyes as wide as saucers and jaw dropped to the ground. In her head, she was thinking to herself how she would no longer be able to see Yu Yan in the same light ever again after today. Please, I want it inside my body. Yu Yan suddenly said in a pleading voice. Su Yang nodded and laid her on the bed, grabbed her by the hips, aimed the tip of his rod right at her yearning entrance, and he began shoving his rod in and out of her wet hole. Ah, Tilda. Yu Yan released a sharp cry that caused Chuan Jinglin's heart to skip a beat when she first heard it. Chuan Jinglin covered her mouth with her hands and watched in silence, as Su Yang dominated both Yu Yan's body and soul with his techniques and divine rod, and every moan that came out of Yu Yan's mouth would cause her body to tremble. Chuan Jinglin felt that she was not watching sexual intercourse right now, but an act of art instead, as every movement Su Yang executed was made with elegance and beauty, yet there was a sense of dominance that surrounded his presence. And after watching the two cultivate for a few minutes, Chuan Jinglin became aroused herself and began playing with herself as she watched. However, when Su Yang saw this, he smiled and said to her, I can handle you too if you want to join us. Xuan Jinglin was dumbfounded by his words at first and stared at him with a dazed look for a good minute, before she quickly removed her clothes once again and joined them. Thus, Su Yong started massaging Xuan Jinglin, who was laying right beside Yu Yan, with his hands while he also massaged Yu Yan with his rod, satisfying both of the girls simultaneously and with ease, showing his talent and experience in multitasking. So good, ah. Suddenly, the room became much more livid with two beauties moaning beside each other with erotic expressions, causing the room to be filled with a euphoric atmosphere that could only be described as a dream for men. Chapter 222. Can I call you Daddy? Wow, junior sister, you actually managed to last longer than senior sister Xuan. The remaining 7 girls shared their surprise in the living room when Yu Yan remained inside the room for over half an hour. That being said, there was no way they could have known that Yu Yan only managed to last longer because Xuan Jinglin had taken some of her burdens by joining them. A few more minutes later, the door opened again, and Su Yong appeared before the 7 girls. I am next. Shang Wenji, the 3rd girl, approached him on her own accord. Su Yong nodded and went back into the room. When Shang Wenji entered the room and saw Xuan Jinglin and Yu Yan sitting at the end of the room, she was hit by a strong sense of déjà vu, like she had been in this situation before. Can the both of you leave? I want to be alone, Shang Wenji said to them, as she didn't want them to see any more of her embarrassing side like last time. No. Nope. However, Xuan Jinglin and Yu Yan immediately refused her request, as they wanted to share the shame they had to endure. No. I was not asking you. In the first place, it's weird for the 2 of you to be in here while I receive my massage. If you can't move by yourselves, then I will help you move. Shang Wenji was determined to make the 2 of them leave. Seeing how Shang Wenji had no intentions to let them watch her like last time, Xuan Jinglin and Yu Yan reluctantly left the room while sighing with the help of Shang Wenji. Once they were kicked out of the room, Shang Wenji eagerly laid on the bed without needing Su Yong to say anything. Although she didn't show any indications out of the 9 of them, Shang Wenji was the one who had anticipated this day the most, so much so that she parted with her partner just a few days after meeting Su Yong for the first time. Before we start, I have a request. Shang Wenji suddenly spoke with a hesitant expression. What is it? He asked. It may seem a bit weird, but can you allow me to call you Daddy? It will only last until I leave this room. Shang Wenji's face flushed red from embarrassment after speaking those words, feeling ashamed of her own fetish. Su Yong looked at her with raised eyebrows, clearly surprised by her unique request. However, being the gentleman that he is, Su Yong nodded with a smile on his face, agreeing to her unusual request. If it makes you happy, he spoke in a calm voice. After sleeping with countless women from all kinds of backgrounds and status in his past life, Su Yong has had the opportunity to receive more than just a few weird requests from his partners, even learning of many fetishes that he wasn't aware of prior to meeting them. As for Shang Wenji's daddy fetish, Su Yong considered it to be one of the least bizarre fetishes out there. Shang Wenji's eyes brightened after getting Su Yong's approval. Although she didn't want to make that request at first, she had the feeling that Su Yong would not ridicule her for it. Thank you, Daddy, Shang Wenji said with a beaming smile. Su Yong responded with a smile of his own, but he was wondering inwardly what Kiayu might say about all of this if she were to witness their little role play. A few moments later, Su Yong finally began massaging Shang Wenji. Oh. Shang Wenji, who had been craving for this feeling ever since she first experienced it, moaned to her heart's content. And without anybody there to watch her, she did not feel the need to hold back on her desires. Senior apprentice, Daddy, I want to cultivate with you. Shang Wenji loosened her robes before the massage ended, feeling the desire to cultivate with Su Yong before she even reached the oil massage. Do you really? Su Yong asked her with a teasing smile. Shang Wenji fully loosened her robes and allowed it to slip off her body, revealing to Su Yong her jade-like skin and erotic assets. Look, because of you it is soaking wet. Shang Wenji showed him her little sister that was dripping wet with love juice. Ho, then why don't you allow me to bear responsibility? Su Yang said as he retrieved his stiff rod. Good Lord. Shang Wenji covered her mouth from shock after seeing Su Yang's magnificent manhood for the first time. She did not think that something this terrifying could also appear so beautiful and majestic at the same time. It was the type of shocking discovery that could only be experienced once in a lifetime. After spending some time to admire Su Yang's little brother, Shang Wenji opened her legs widely to welcome Su Yang's little brother to meet with her little sister. However, before he pierced Shang Wenji's body, Su Yang retrieved his special oil and poured some of it onto his rod, as he wanted to benefit as much as he could from Shang Wenji's yin kai. What is that? Shang Wenji did not understand his actions and asked. This is something I made that will strengthen your yin kai and make your body more sensitive to pleasure, allowing your body to feel even more satisfied. What a profound substance! How come I have never heard of something this wonderful? She wondered inwardly, feeling awed by all of the effects some mere oil could bring to the table. But for it to be able to strengthen one's yin kai, it must be as valuable as the profound yin pill, if not even rarer. Shang Wenji was slightly worried. Although she was overjoyed by Su Yang's thoughtfulness for willing to use something this precious on her, she felt guilty for making him use it on someone like her. After all, she was only an outer court disciple. However, almost as though he could read her thoughts, Su Yang said, Don't worry, you are definitely worth it. Senior apprentice brother Su? Shang Wenji forgot about her fetish for that moment and looked at him with adoring eyes. A few more moments later, once Su Yang's little brother was soaked in the special oil, he shoved it inside Shang Wenji's wet cave, causing her to scream loudly. Oh, Daddy. Chapter 223. There's no way he can handle all of us together. What did you experience inside the room? The girls asked Xuan Jinglin and Yu Yan after they were kicked out of the room by Shang Wenji. I think it'd be better if you experience it yourself without knowing beforehand, said Yu Yan, as she didn't want to ruin the surprise for them. At least give us a hint. My curiosity is killing me. Let's just say that compared to our first visit, it is at least 10 times more enjoyable, Xuan Jinglin said to them. 10 times more enjoyable. The girls stared at her with a shocked expression. If they nearly ascended to heaven during the last visit, wouldn't this truly die from pleasure this time around? Sometime later, the door opened again, and Su Yang appeared with a nonchalant expression. However, before the next girl could even step forward, Su Yang spoke. I have a suggestion. A suggestion? In order to be efficient, why don't I take on all of you at once? Su Yang said to them with a smile. He figured that since the last 3 have all requested for the same thing, that he might as well take on all of them at once. This way, he would not only save time but also get to consume much more yin kai simultaneously. The girls stared at him with wide eyes. Besides Xuan Jinglin and Yu Yan, they were all confused by the meaning behind his words. Senior apprentice brother, what do you mean by that? One of them decided to ask. What I mean is, I want to cultivate with all of you, Su Yang said with a calm expression which dumbfounded the girls even more. Why you want to see cultivate with all of us, at once? The girls asked with a trembling voice. What shocked them the most was not the fact that Su Yang had just asked them to cultivate with him, but his request to cultivate with all of them at once. In their minds, they didn't believe that a single individual would survive if he had to satisfy so many women simultaneously, as his yang kai and stamina would simply be insufficient. That being said, it wasn't as though the girls did not want to cultivate with Su Yang, as he was incredibly charming and talented to the boot with his techniques. In fact, they would have asked him to cultivate with them at some point today or in the future. They were only worried that Su Yang might not be able to handle all of them at once, as they would surely suck away his yang kai until there is not even a single drop left, something that could damage his manhood and cultivation base. Senior apprentice brother, I would love to cultivate with you, but are you sure? In case you forgot, we are not your average ladies but disciples of the profound Blossom sect. That's right. I will gladly cultivate with you, but don't you think that you may be biting more than you can chew right now? We may only be outer court disciples, but we have a big appetite when it comes to Yang Kai, you know. Especially if the Yang Kai is coming from someone charming like senior apprentice brother. The girls reminded him that because they are disciples of the profound Blossom sect, their desire for Yang Kai and stamina far surpasses that of the average female. Perhaps Su Yang may be able to handle this many females at once if they did not dual cultivate as a lifestyle, but unfortunately for him, the girls before him are all seasoned experts with abnormal stamina when it comes to cultivation. Seeing the girls worry that he would not be able to handle all of them, Su Yang burst out laughing. Forget about 9 little girls, he could handle even 100 of them at once if he wanted to. Senior apprentice brother. The girls were slightly startled by his sudden laughter. Su Yang wiped the tears in his eyes and spoke. I understand that you think that I am biting more than I can chew, but I can assure you that such worries are unnecessary. If you still doubt me, then why don't I prove it to you? Su Yang spoke as he removed his robes before the girls, revealing to them his alluring body and magnificent rod. Oh my! The girls' eyes widened with shock and stared at Su Yang's perfect body with hearts in their eyes. They were already feeling the urge to pounce on him after being shown such a delicious view. Follow me if you want to cultivate. Today, I shall show you what I am capable of. Su Yang turned around and walked into his room with a confident aura surrounding his body, leaving the door open for the girls. The place turned dead silent, and the girls exchanged glances with each other. None of them spoke a word, but they all somehow understood what everybody else wanted to say and nodded their heads simultaneously. Although he may be senior in terms of status, he is still younger than us by a few years. Let's show him what happens when he challenges all of us at once. That's right. There's no way he can handle all of us together. Let's make him regret underestimating us. I won't stop sucking away his Yang Kai even if he begs me to stop. The girls took Su Yang's words as a challenge to them and decided to accept his challenge. Sometime later, once they prepared themselves and removed their clothes, they entered Su Yang's room. With only one goal in mind, to defeat Su Yang and squeeze every last bit of his Yang Kai out of him until he collapses from exhaustion. Once the girls beside Xuan Jinglin and Yu Yan entered Su Yang's room, the two of them exchanged glances. What do you think? Do you think senior apprentice brother will be able to handle all of them? Yu Yan asked. Xuan Jinglin pondered for a moment and spoke. Junior sister, let me ask you this. Did Su Yang release his Yang Kai even once when he cultivated with us? Yu Yan's eyes widened with shock, and she turned to look at Su Yang's room with a dazed expression. Chapter 224, Cultivating with 9 Beauties Simultaneously. When the only 6 girls that have yet to experience Su Yang's techniques today entered his room, they were shocked to find Shang Wenji laying on the bed with her eyes closed, seemingly passed out. Senior sister. The girls shook her body to wake her up, but alas, Shang Wenji remained unresponsive. Don't worry about her, she fell asleep after our cultivation. Su Yang said to them. The girls looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. She had passed out from their cultivation. Just how intense was their session? Now then. Su Yang looked at the 6 naked beauties before him and said, Who wants to be first? Even in such a situation that could only be described as every man's paradise, Su Yang remained a calm composure, controlling his lustful desires perfectly. I will go first. One of the 6 girls stepped forward, and her name was Jia Biyu. Su Yang nodded, and once Jia Biyu was on the bed, Su Yang massaged her body with the special oil for a few minutes to help her get into the mood. What is that? The other 5 girls that were watching from the sidelines asked him when they saw him pull out the oil. It will strengthen your yin kai and increase the pleasure you feel, Su Yang explained. Something like that existed? They looked at the oil with great interest. Ah. Jia Biyu moaned like a sighing bird when Su Yang massaged her little sister, causing the bystanders to swallow a mouthful of saliva. And once Jia Biyu's body was hot enough, Su Yang pierced her body with his thick rod, increasing the volume of her song. Furthermore, after piercing Jia Biyu, Su Yang turned to the other 5 girls and said, I have enough hands for 2 more. He then showed them his 2 free hands with a smile. The girls were speechless. Just how much more efficient does he plan to get? Will he massage them with his feet next? A few seconds later, 2 more girls laid on the bed, one to the right of Jia Biu and the second girl on her left. 3 girls were laying on the bed before Su Yang right now, and he massaged the 2 on the sides with each of his hands while he handled Jia Biu in the center with his hips and little brother. The remaining 3 girls stared at the scene with their eyes popping out of their sockets, as they have never witnessed such a scene before. He's actually handling 3 of them at once. And it doesn't even affect his pace one bit. My lord, is he even a human? One would expect Su Yang to slow down his pace when he had to handle 3 women at once. But the girls were shocked to learn that such a limit did not exist for Su Yang. Furthermore, the 3 girls on the bed seemed to be enjoying it as much as next, meaning that even the pleasure he was giving them did not worsen despite being so busy with his entire body. Su Yang's techniques in bed were truly heaven-defying and mind-boggling, and these girls learned that today after seeing him in action. MMMM. Ooh-oh. The 3 girls on the bed sprayed simultaneously after just a few moments later, filling the room with Yin Kai. However, Su Yang was not finished with them and switched Jia Biu's position with one of the girls on the side and began thrusting his thick rod into her. More, ah. Yes, oh yes, faster, do me faster, Su Yang cultivated with Jia Biu and the other 2 girls for half an hour, switching their positions every few minutes so that they could taste his thick rock without fighting for it or feeling left out. Senior apprentice brother, why don't you let them rest for a bit and cultivate with us? That's right. We are here too. The 3 girls that have been watching were barely able to control their urges to join them by force, as their little sisters have been dripping wet from arousal for some time now. Don't worry, I did not forget about you girls. Come over here. Su Yang said to them as he helped the 3 exhausted girls move to the end of the bed, where Shang Wenji was resting. Luckily for Su Yang and the girls, he had prepared the room beforehand and moved the beds from the other empty rooms into this room before all of this happened. Or else there wouldn't have been space to fit all of them on the bed at once. As the profound Blossom sect did not design this room to fit this many people cultivating at once. After moving the 3 exhausted girls out of the way, 3 more beauties laid before Su Yang with their bodies fully exposed to him and burning with passion. A few seconds later, Su Yang began moving again. With his left hand, he massaged the left girl's large breasts. With his right hand, he rubbed the right girl's wet cave. With his thick rod, he pounded the center girl's tight hole. And just like with the previous girls, he would switch their positions every few minutes so that they didn't have to feel left out. Senior apprentice brother, I love you. Me too, my body is burning, The 3 girls screamed in pleasure as their bodies overwhelmed with pleasure, feeling as though they were in heaven. This continued for another half an hour with no breaks in between, until 2 more figures entered the room. It was Xuan Jinglin and Yu Yan, and they also entered the room naked, their intentions as clear as day. See, can we also join? Xuan Jinglin asked him in a nervous tone. She was worried that Su Yang might see her as greedy after already doing it 2 times and refuse her. But fortunately for her, Su Yang also happened to be a greedy individual, especially when it comes to women. The more the merrier, he responded with a smile. Thus, 2 more beauties entered the frame. As for Shang Wenji, she also woke up a few minutes later due to the loud moaning in the room. Although she was bewildered at first to see everyone else in the room naked and taking turns cultivating with Su Yang when she woke up, she quickly adapted to the environment and joined them within minutes of waking up. Chapter 225. An Endless Supply of Yang Kai. Many hours have passed since all 9 disciples from the medicine hall entered Su Yang's room to challenge him in bed. However, they quickly realized that they were up against a monster with a seemingly immortal body that could not be exhausted, allowing him to cultivate with all of them without even breaking a sweat. Ah! Jia Biu released a deafening cry of joy when Su Yang suddenly filled her stomach with his Yang Kai, enveloping her body with heavenly pleasure. After releasing his Yang Kai into Jia Biyu, Su Yang laid her back down on the bed to rest. Who's next? Su Yang turned to look at the other 8 beauties with narrowed eyes that resembled a predator looking at his prey. When the other girls saw that Su Yang's rod was still stiff, despite just releasing his Yang Kai, they were shocked, scared. However, that was not even the scariest part. This is his 42nd time releasing Yang Kai. Xuan Jinglin spoke in a trembling voice. Normally, the average man will go limp after just one ejection, and even seasoned experts within the Profound Blossom sect cannot remain stiff after a few discharges. Yet Su Yang, like it's some kind of a phenomenon, managed to release his Yang Kai 42 times and still remain as energetic as his first. It's almost like Su Yang has an endless supply of Yang Kai flowing within his body that is allowing him to have such a large quantity of Yang Kai. Another reason why Su Yang can remain so stiff after so many discharges may be due to his body having a powerful regenerating ability that is restoring his Yang Kai at a rate faster than it is being discharged. Either way, Su Yang's body was no different from a priceless treasure for the Profound Blossom sect, and it will without a doubt become a commotion within the sect if the female disciples were to learn of it. After all, the Profound Blossom sect is a place where its entire female population cultivates mostly using Yang Kai. In other words, the Profound Blossom sect values Yang Kai like how the rest of the world values spirit stones as their main resource for cultivation. This is why it is without a doubt that Su Yang's heaven-defying ability to produce a mass quantity of Yang Kai will cause a commotion within the sect, as he is no different than a miracle fountain that could seemingly produce an endless amount of resources for the female disciples to cultivate with. In the worst case that the wrong type of people learns of Su Yang's amazing ability, they might even turn him into their Yang Kai slave, whose only purpose in life will be to produce Yang Kai until he dies in his prison. And due to the overall richness of his Yang Kai, the chances of such a tragic future would only be higher. I am next. Yu Yan approached Su Yang after the place had turned silent because the other girls were simply too exhausted and sensitive at this moment. While she has no plans on making Su Yang a Yang Kai slave, she intends on taking advantage of the current situation to cultivate as much of his Yang Kai as possible. The quality of his Yang Kai is absurdly rich and high and better than any pill or resource I have used before. It'd be foolish of me to let such a chance go to waste. Yu Yan thought to herself as she sat on Su Yang's laps, who was in the sitting position, inserting his stiff rod deep into her hole. Like everybody there, she was determined to cultivate with Su Yang until she passes out from exhaustion because of overspraying. Oh, yes, yes. Yu Yan began moving her body up and down, thrusting herself on Su Yang's rod. However, her actions did not last too long, as her exhaustion began hindering her movements a few seconds later. Once she slowed down, Su Yang held her by the butt and pounded her himself. Ah, Tilda! Yu Yan could feel her bottom lips burning with passion, and she screamed in delight. Sometime later, when Su Yang noticed that Yu Yan was beginning to lose consciousness from the overwhelming pleasure, he injected a large amount of Yang Kai into her body, filling her body with energy, which allowed her to remain awake. Good Lord, he came again. And he's still as hard as ever. The girls finally understood the true meaning of the word indomitable today, as Su Yang was the embodiment of such word. You still want to continue? Su Yang asked the shocked spectators after moving Yu Yan to the side with a victorious grin on his face. The girls looked at his smug face and his thick rod that was provoking their lust, but alas, they all lowered their head and admitted defeat. You are simply too amazing, senior apprentice brother Su. Not only are your techniques unparalleled, but so is your endurance. It is our loss, said Xuan Jinglin with a bitter smile. That's right. You have taught me a valuable lesson today, that people like you can exist in this unworthy world. Shang Wenji spoke with her gaze filled with awe when looking at his seemingly flawless appearance. Senior apprentice brother, how can you still be so hard right now? I am speechless. Yu Yan sighed, her body feeling incredibly sore. I would love to continue cultivating with you until you are tired, but unfortunately my body will not be able to handle it. Even now I can barely move. Jia Biu softly laughed. After speaking their thoughts to Su Yang, the girls exchanged glances with each other. A few seconds later, all 9 girls used what remaining strength they have left in their body to kowtow on the bed. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother Su, for the cultivation session today, they said to him while in the kowtow position, their voices sincere, sounding like it came from the bottom of their heart. It is incredibly rare within the sect for inner court disciples to waste their time with outer court disciples like them because of their low cultivation bases. So for Su Yang to cultivate with them and even satisfy their body to such an extent, they felt nothing but respect for him. As a matter of fact, they doubt that even core disciples would be able to pleasure their bodies as Su Yang had. Despite the unusual sight, Su Yang remained calm and said to them with a handsome smile on his face, "It was my pleasure to be able to cultivate with you ladies." Chapter 226, Moving to the Inner Court. After admitting defeat, the 9 girls in Su Yang's room rested for a few more hours on his bed before they left his house. Senior Apprentice Brother Su, do you think we can come back to cultivate with you again? Shang Wenji asked him before leaving. Although she was worried that he might refuse, she still wanted to know. The other girls also looked at Su Yang with a pleading gaze. It will get busy here very soon, but as long as you come back, I will not refuse you, Su Yang said to them with a smile. The girls were immediately relieved and thanked him with gleeful expressions. Even if the line stretches to the horizon, I will return, Shang Wenji said, and the other girls agreed, and while they wanted to return the next day, they will most likely be sore. Not to mention they still have to cultivate the Yang Kai in their bodies, which could take days if not weeks due to the richness of its quality. By the way, Senior Apprentice Brother, why don't you move to the inner court where the houses are far bigger? You can fit over 10 people easily in those rooms. One of the girls asked him. After all, Su Yang is the only inner court disciple within the sect that have yet to enter the inner court. If I move to the inner court, how will you girls be able to find me? It's against the sect rules for outer court disciples to enter the inner court. Su Yang reminded them, unless they were authorized by a sect elder or have an inner court disciple guiding them, outer court disciples are prohibited from entering the inner court. However, this rule does not apply if an inner court disciple wants to enter the outer court, so it would be foolish for Su Yang to move to the inner court and potentially stop all of the outer court disciples from receiving his service. And because he wanted to cultivate as much Yin Kai from as many disciples as possible, Su Yang has decided to remain in the outer court so that disciples from all ranks will be able to reach him. You are right. The girls began sweating profusely when the thought of not being able to see Su Yang because of their status as outer court disciples entered their minds. I change my mind. Please don't go anywhere, Senior Apprentice Brother. That's right. Don't leave us alone. They began pleading him to stay. Su Yang chuckled and said, If I wanted to enter the inner court, I would have done so ages ago. You don't have to worry, as I have no plans to move there. The girls thanked him again for his thoughtfulness and left a few minutes later. Once the 9 girls left his house, Su Yang sat on the bed that was soaking in Yin Kai and closed his eyes to cultivate. However, even though he used the special oil and increased girls' Yin Kai and cultivated with them multiple times because of their low cultivation base at the elementary spirit realm, Su Yang's cultivation base barely saw any growth after cleaning every last bit of Yin Kai in the room. It was like filling an empty cup with just a few drops of water. Su Yang sighed after his cultivation. If he continues to cultivate with only disciples at the elementary spirit realm, he will have to cultivate with tens of thousands of times before he could even attempt to break through into the heavenly spirit realm. Not to mention his limited supply of special oil will not last. Thus, Su Yang began thinking of ways for him to entice those with a higher cultivation base to cultivate with him. It would be ideal if I can cultivate with Lan liking every day, but her body will not be able to handle me every day, not to mention her worries for the sect rules. Other sect elders are also out of the picture, because of the exact same sect rule that prohibits sect elders from cultivating with disciples. As for the core disciples, they will most likely be too prideful to cultivate with an inner court disciple like me. And there are so few of them in this place that it won't be worth the effort unless I am given the opportunity. Liu Lanjai is on the same boat as Lan Liking, and because she's the sect leader, it will be even harder to secretly cultivate with her. Thinking up to this point, Su Yang felt the urge to reveal his true identity to Liu Lanjai and become the new patriarch of the Profound Blossom sect. However, if such a thing happened, then he will no longer be able to participate in the regional tournament and meet with Zai Xingfang that way. Not to mention that he won't stay in this place forever. So taking the position of sect leader will only harm the sect in the long term once he leaves. It seems like the best choice would be to go for the inner court disciples right now. After some more pondering, Su Yang got off the bed to organize the room and clean his body before sleeping, as it was already late into the night. The next morning, Lan Liking stood inside the medicine hall with a dumbfounded face. Where the hell is everybody today? Her disciples are usually already working at this time, but only a single individual has shown up today. Disciple Zio, what happened to everybody? Do you know they are absent? Lan Liking asked the only disciple there. Disciple Zio, who refused to follow her fellow disciples to meet Su Yang yesterday, shook her head. I also didn't hear anything from them. Lan Liking then recalled that they had gone to meet Su Yang after work yesterday and sighed. I can go to their living quarters and find out for you, Master, Disciple Zio said after seeing her sigh. It's fine, you don't have to bother with them. Lan Liking said to her, as she could guess their reason for being absent today. If they don't show up tomorrow, I will find them myself. Is that so? Disciple Zio nodded, feeling that Lan Liking was acting a bit out of character, as she is normally very strict about such matters. Chapter 227. Convincing Lai Zio Mo to cultivate. Su Yang woke up early in the morning and left the house as soon as he washed his face. After leaving, he went directly to the inner court to look for Lai Zio Mo, the only inner court disciple he's familiar with. Upon entering the inner court, Su Yang retrieved his identity jade slip and looked for the location of Lai Zio Mo's living quarters with it, as it contained information of the location for all outer and inner court disciples' living quarters. However, such a function could only be accessed by inner court disciples and above. The purpose of such a function was to allow its disciples to seek out other disciples for dual cultivation, even if they have never met each other before. This gives any disciple that wishes to find new partners an opportunity to do so, not to mention its convenience. For example, if Su Yang had lost his partner for whatever reason and wanted to find a new one, but is having a hard time doing so, he can use the jade slip to look for people and try to convince them to be his partner. In fact, many inner court disciples use this function to look for new partners when they are bored with their current one. If they fail to convince their first target, then they will simply go to the next one. And although some people are not fond of this system because it can get bothersome sometimes with people constantly looking for them, especially the popular disciples that already have partners, they can always request for their information to be hidden from others. After walking around the inner court for a few minutes, Su Yang has arrived at Lai Zio Mo's living quarters. Upon arrival, however, Su Yang realized that he was not the only one to have come looking for Lai Zio Mo. In fact, there were already a few male disciples that have arrived earlier than him to try their luck with Lai Zio Mo. 4 handsome young men stood before Lai Zio Mo's living quarters with Lai Zio Mo at the door speaking to them. Junior apprentice sister Lai, can you at least tell me the reason why you do not want to cultivate with me? I promise you that I will make you experience a whole new world of pleasure. One of the handsome young men spoke with a desperate expression. If he doesn't convince Lai Zio Mo, then one of the other 3 men there might take her from him. However, Lai Zio Mo stared at the young man with a cold gaze and spat. You want to know why? It's simple. I don't want to cultivate with a man who will not be able to keep his promises. After experiencing Su Yang's godly techniques, Lai Xiao Mo's standard for pleasure has risen a few levels, so finding a partner that could satisfy her lust suddenly became incredibly difficult, even with all these men going after her. What do you mean by that? How can I fulfill my promises when you won't even give me the chance? The young man said with a crying expression. Give it up, young man. Can't you see that you are bothering junior apprentice sister Lai? There's a line here, you know. One of the young men waiting outside for him to finish suddenly said out loud, causing the rejected young man's face to flush red in anger. That's right. Junior apprentice sister Lai has already refused to cultivate with you twice. You are not worthy of her. Get lost. Although the rejected young man wanted to beat these young men and release his anger, he did not want to lose any more face he has to in front of Lai Xiao Mo and said to her, Junior apprentice sister Lai, I will be back tomorrow to ask you again. You don't have to come back tomorrow because my answer will still be the same. I will not cultivate with you, said Lai Xiao Mo, breaking the poor young man's heart even further. However, she was not finished speaking and continued. As a matter of fact, all of you can leave and never come back because I will not cultivate with any of you. What? But, the other three young men were shocked by her words. How can you say that, my darling? Don't you remember me? We have cultivated a few times before. Don't call me that. I don't recall cultivating with someone as ugly as you. Lai Xiao Mo spat on the floor. You ugly? The young man's appearance was by no means ugly and nearly burst out crying, as this is the first time someone has called him ugly. However, what the young man didn't know was that Lai Xiao Mo's standard of handsome had also changed due to Su Yang's significantly superior appearance. What about me, junior apprentice sister? You promised me that we could cultivate together the last time we spoke. Another one spoke in a trembling voice. Did I say something like that? I don't remember it, so you can forget about it, Lai Xiao Mo said in a nonchalant voice. And no way, you're too cruel, junior apprentice sister, junior apprentice sister. The last disciple there no longer felt like trying to convince Lai Xiao Mo after seeing her ruthlessly turn down the other three, especially when they are superior to him in most categories. Not to mention, he wanted to prevent Lai Xiao Mo from mocking him at all cost. I will not repeat myself. All of you can get out of my face because I will not cultivate with you. Lai Xiao Mo said to them. The four young men sighed, wondering in their heads what had happened to her because she was not like this before. A few seconds later, just as Lai Xiao Mo prepared to close the door on them, another voice resounded in the area. What about me? Do you want to cultivate with me? A calm voice spoke to her from the distance. Before she could even take a good look at the face of this calm voice, Lai Xiao Mo shouted, No, I do not want to cultivate with a pig like you. Is that so? What a pity. I was even looking forward to it. Su Yang sighed with an expression that was filled with disappointment. SSS Su YY Yang. When Lai Xiao Mo finally saw the face of the voice, she instantly regretted speaking so hastily and choked from shock. Chapter 228, Euphoric Oil. When Su Yang was immediately rejected by Lai Xiao Mo, the other four male disciples there laughed at him inwardly, as seeing others share the same miserable fate as them helped relieve some pain in their hearts. A pig, huh? I don't think I have ever been called a pig before. Su Yang approached them with a calm smile on his face. Wait, I didn't know it was you. Lai Xiao Mo's complexion immediately paled upon realizing that the individual she just cursed had turned out to be the one and only Su Yang. It's fine, I understand, you don't want me here. Su Yang pretended to be heartbroken by Lai Xiao Mo's response earlier. I will leave right this moment. However, despite his words, he continued approaching her. That's not true. I have been waiting to see you for so long. Lai Xiao Mo was on the verge of crying at this moment. To think that her long-awaited reunion with Su Yang would turn out to be so disastrous. The four male disciples there stared at the two of them with perplexed emotions on their faces. None of them were able to understand the situation. Why is Lai Xiao Mo acting like this after calling Su Yang a pig? And most importantly, who the hell is Su Yang and what is his relationship with Lai Xiao Mo? And if Su Yang is someone important to Lai Xiao Mo, then how come none of them know about him? Are you so sure about that? Su Yang ignored the 4 disciples standing there and staring at him like idiots and walked past them, not even glancing at them as he passed. If what you say is true, then why don't you prove it to me? Inside. Su Yang stood before Lai Xiao Mo and spoke. Please, come inside. Lai Xiao Mo stepped into the house to allow Su Yang to enter. Once Su Yang entered her house, Lai Xiao Mo turned to look at the 4 disciples with narrowed eyes and said in a cold voice, I slice off your dick if you bother us. Get lost. And she slammed the door shut, leaving the 4 disciples standing outside with a gawking expression. Never mind Lai Xiao Mo's foul language. The way she looked at them as though she was looking at trash caused their hearts to sink like a metal ball thrown from a high area, shattering all of their hopes cultivating with her with a single gaze. After closing the door, Lai Xiao Mo showed Su Yang a place to sit and even served him tea. What brings you here today, junior apprentice brother? Junior apprentice brother, huh? Su Yang smiled. Lai Xiao Mo's expression froze, and she quickly corrected herself. I apologize, master. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Who are you calling master? I don't remember making you my student or servant. But just now you. Lai Xiao Mo looked at him with wide eyes. If he wasn't annoyed at her calling him junior apprentice brother, then why did he just act as though he was offended by it? Forget about the minor things and let's talk about why I am here today. Su Yang retrieved a glass bottle from his robes and placed it on the table before him. What is that? Lai Xiao Mo asked him after seeing the glass bottle that seemed to be containing some sort of transparent liquid substance. This is a specially made substance called euphoric oil. If you rub it on your body, it will strengthen your yin kai and intensify your pleasure. Euphoric oil? Lai Xiao Mo was startled. She has never heard of such a thing before and was certain that the Profound Blossom sect did not have such a miraculous treasure. Where did you get such a thing? The Profound Blossom sect will go crazy if they learn of it. Where it came from does not matter, said Su Yang. Then what do you want from me? Seeing that you have shown it to me, I am guessing that you want me to do something with it, she asked him. That's correct, he nodded and continued. I want you to take this bottle of euphoric oil and share it with as many of your friends as possible. Why you want me to share this euphoric oil with others? Are you not afraid that the sect will be coming after you afterward? She asked in a concerned tone. There's no need to worry about the sect because I intend on visiting the sect leader after this, Su Yang said with a smile. Is that so? Then what should I do after sharing it? You will find out after you share it, he answered. I understand. She nodded despite not truly understanding. After a moment of silence, Lai Xiao Mo looked at Su Yang with a reserved face and asked him, is there anything else that you need from me? Although it was hidden under the table, Lai Xiao Mo was fidgeting with her fingers, as she was hoping that Su Yang had other intentions for seeking her today. What makes you think that? Su Yang asked with a mysterious smile. Lai Xiao Mo's face slightly flushed, and she spoke. About what you said before. Normally, she wouldn't beat around the bush when it comes to speaking her mind like when she chased away the 4 disciples outside. But Lai Xiao Mo was finding it especially difficult to utter even a single word without sounding bashful when speaking to Su Yang. Seeing Lai Xiao Mo's reaction, Su Yang chuckled and said, Don't worry, I do not intend on making you work for me without any payments. That's not what I mean, she hastily said. I will gladly do this job for free. Are you sure? Su Yang smiled. And I was thinking of giving you a special massage as a payment. Lai Xiao Mo's expression froze after hearing his words. Once again, she had spoken way too early. Chapter 229, Enslaving Her Body and Mind. A special massage, you say? Lai Xiao Mo looked at Su Yang with a dumbfounded face, and she cried inwardly, Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Yang nodded. A massage using this euphoric oil. After all, you should at least be aware of the thing you are trying to share. But if you don't want to do it, then I will be leaving now. Su Yang stood up and prepared to walk away, but just as he turned his body, Lai Xiao Mo jumped from her seat and tightly embraced his back. Wait, I want it. Please give it to me. She begged me while hugging his body to prevent him from leaving. Very well, Su-Yang nodded. A few moments later, Lai Xiao-mo led Su-Yang to her room, which was at least 3 times bigger than Su-Yang's little room at the outer court. Go lie on the bed, Su-Yang said to her, and take your clothes off. Lai Xiao-mo nodded and began undressing. A few seconds later, Lai Xiao-mo laid on the bed with her silky smooth back facing the ceiling. This reminds me, Su-Yang suddenly spoke. You really went all out when you were alone in my room, huh? What did you mean by that? Lai Xiao-mo suddenly recalled their first meeting, and how Su-Yang had left her alone to deal with the frustration he'd caused in her body. And flashbacks of her satisfying herself in Su-Yang's room appeared in her mind, causing her face to flush red in embarrassment. That was because you left me alone after everything you did to my body. I would have gone crazy if I didn't release the frustration in my body back then. Lai Xiao-mo cried out loud. And if you had approached me in a proper manner back then, I wouldn't have needed to tease you like that. Su-Yang responded with a smile. Lai Xiao-mo immediately turned silent. She still regretted her decision to make Su-Yang her slave on that day to this second. But even if she never underestimated his ability as a mere outer court disciple, her attitude would have still wanted to keep Su-Yang for herself. I know apologizing won't excuse my behavior on that day, but I will try my best to make it up to you in the future. Lai Xiao-mo looked at him in the eyes and spoke in a sincere voice. Su-Yang did not say anything and began pouring the euphoric oil on her back. Oh! Lai Xiao-mo could feel a warm feeling slowly envelope her entire body, almost like she was wrapped around in a warm blanket. Su-Yang then began spreading the oil around her back, massaging all of her weak points along the way. I have been waiting for this ever since that day. Lai Xiao-mo thought to herself as memories of her first experience with Su-Yang's technique filled her mind. Ever since Su-Yang used his technique on her body, Lai Xiao-mo has tried everything to recreate the pleasure Su-Yang made her body feel, but alas, no matter what she tried, they all ended up in vain, even leaving her body craving for more. Her desire for satisfaction had gotten so bad at one point that Lai Xiao-mo went to core disciples to seek a resolution. But when even the core disciples, the most seasoned experts in the art of pleasure within the Profound Blossom sect, cannot fully satisfy her hunger for pleasure, Lai Xiao-mo finally realized Su-Yang's true ability and just how truly horrifying his techniques were. She had realized at that time that Su-Yang had the ability to enslave just about any female body and mind by making them experience a type of pleasure that they can only crave for after experiencing it once. And once they experienced it, they will never be able to satisfy themselves again, unless it was with Su-Yang. This type of horrifying ability meant that Su-Yang has the capability to enslave any female he wants with just his divine techniques. And Lai Xiao-mo's heart would sink whenever she thought back to how she'd once tried to make such a dreadful individual her slave. But fortunately for her, Su-Yang is not the type of person to abuse such strength unless absolutely necessary. And while he does make all of his partners crave for him, he does not make it so that they cannot live without his techniques. If Su-Yang was such a person, then he would surely be hated by the world and would have died by the hands of the countless female experts that are stronger than him in the 4 divine heavens before he could even be imprisoned by the heavenly emperor. Once Su-Yang covered Lai Xiao-mo's back with the euphoric oil, he flipped her body and began massaging her front. MMM, NNNNNG. Lai Xiao-mo's body twitched in an erratic fashion as Su-Yang teased her little sister with his slender fingers. Her bottom lips were swollen from lust, and her little pink pearl was constantly trembling from the intense sensation. Lai Xiao-mo had sprayed so many times within these few minutes that her mind was on the verge of collapsing. And compared to her session last time with him, it was a difference between heaven and earth, incomparable. Su-Yang stopped massaging her after a few more minutes. Lai Xiao-mo took heavy and deep breaths as she laid on the bed with her body soaked in sweat and euphoric oil, her lower body still jerking from the lingering pleasure. Are we already finished? Lai Xiao Mo wondered in her head, feeling like only a few seconds have passed. Lai Xiao Mo slowly turned her head to see what Su Yang was doing, and her eyes widened with shock when her gaze landed on the long and thick rod that was sticking out of Su Yang's robes. You didn't think that was it, right? Su Yang asked her with a smile on his face. That is. Lai Xiao Mo stared at him with a dazed face. She was speechless and overjoyed at the same time. Chapter 230, Returning to the White Pearl Treasury. This is his. It's so beautiful. Lai Xiao Mo nearly began salivating after Su Yang exposed his little brother to her. You want it? Su Yang asked her with a grin on his face. I want it. Lai Xiao Mo nodded with a dazed expression. Hearing her words, Su Yang pulled her body toward his own and began poking her soaking wet cave with his rod without fully inserting into her. Please stop teasing me and stick it inside me already, Lai Xiao Mo muttered in a pleading voice. What should I do? Su Yang made a pondering expression and acted as though he was really thinking about it. Lai Xiao Mo felt like crying. However, she would rather be teased by him than having what happened last time to repeat itself. After teasing her for a few more moments, Su Yang suddenly pierced the trembling flower before him in one fierce movement without any warnings. Lai Xiao Mo felt her heart skip a beat when a sudden wave of pleasure consumed her entire body. She was so unprepared by the piercing of her body that her voice got stuck when she moaned. So sudden. Tears filled Lai Xiao Mo's eyes, yet her body was screaming with delight as her little sister sprayed a large amount of love juice. After piercing her body, Su Yang began moving his hips, thrusting in and out of Lai Xiao Mo's tight cave, feeling a strong suction force with every thrust. Tilda. With each thirst made by Su Yang, Lai Xiao Mo's body trembled in joy and more of her yin kai would flow out from her wet cave, soaking the bed in her yin kai. At this moment, Lai Xiao Mo felt as though her body had entered paradise, and her mind drifted into a profound state that was unlike anything she's ever experienced before. Is this the legendary state of sexual enlightenment? Lai Xiao Mo wondered as her body became as light as a feather, feeling as though her body was slowly ascending towards the sky. Time passed by much faster for Lai Xiao Mo when she was in this state, and by the time an entire hour have passed, it only felt like a few minutes to her. Su Yang released his white liquid into Lai Xiao Mo at the end of the session, filling her body with rich yang kai that could rival even peak heavenly spirit realm experts. After their cultivation finished with Lai Xiao Mo barely conscious at the end, Su Yang said to her before leaving her alone to rest, "Once you finish the task I gave you, my doors will be open for you if you ever feel like cultivating." When she heard his words, Lai Xiao Mo silently vowed to finish the task as soon as possible. "I will leave behind 5 bottles of euprohic oil behind. It should be enough for even 100 people if you portion it properly, as you don't have to cover their entire body with the oil like I did with you. Just rubbing a little on their most sensitive areas so they can experience it will be more than enough." After leaving behind all of his instructions, Su Yang left Lai Xiao Mo's living quarters and returned to his room, where he cultivated Lai Xiao Mo's yin kai and cleaned his body. After doing all of that, Su Yang organized all of his resources again. "I only have 10 more bottles of euphoric oil on hand, but I have enough ingredients to make another 20 bottles. Each bottle of euphoric oil held about a liter of oil, and if used appropriately, it will still last him for only a few weeks. Hence, Su Yang decided to only use the euphoric oil when he's cultivating with those that are at least within the middle stages of the profound spirit realm. In other words, only those above the 4th level of the profound spirit realm will be able to experience the oil massages, at least until he finds more resources to create more euphoric oil. The Profound Blossom sect should have most of the ingredients required to make more since the ingredients are not that rare in itself. However, in order to get them, I will probably have to use more premium points." However, he barely had any left because he'd already spent the majority of his premium points on the pure yang flower. Su Yang pondered for ways to earn premium points, But because he's no longer as desperate as before to increase his power, he did not have the intention to charge people for future massages. Su Yang looked at the euphoric oil, and an idea appeared in his head. If I sell one of this to the Profound Blossom sect for enough premium points to make more than just one euphoric oil, I will be able to make them without running out of resources. Su Yang has decided to just sell the euphoric oil for premium points due to its efficiency and ease. Thus, Su Yang left the house again and began making his way towards the White Pearl Treasury, the place where all the disciples go to exchange their premium points for resources and vice versa. Upon arriving at the White Pearl Treasury, Su Yang noticed a familiar figure casually sitting behind the desk. It was Elder Zhao, the one who sold Su Yang the pure yang flower, and as usual, he seemed to be asleep. Once Su Yang stepped into the White Pearl Treasury, Elder Zhao opened his mouth to speak without even opening his eyes. "What do you want from the White Pearl Treasury?" "I want to know if you have any of the ingredients on this list." Su Yang placed a piece of paper on the desk before Elder Zhao and said, "HM?" This voice. Elder Zhao snapped his eyes open when he heard Su Yang's familiar voice, immediately recognizing it. When he saw Su Yang's handsome face and green robes, Elder Zhao sighed. "So it really is you. Why have you come here this time?" "Didn't you hear what I said just now?" Su Yang calmly responded. "HMPH, still as rude as ever." Elder Zhao coldly snorted. Chapter 231, Testing the Euphoric Oil, Spirit Yin Root, Crystal Ginseng, Blue Lizard Tears. Elder Zhao read the contents of Su Yang's list. There were approximately 30 ingredients required to create the euphoric oil, and although none of the items needed could be considered rare, they were all ingredients commonly used by alchemists to concoct pills. After reading the list of ingredients, Elder Zhao turned to look at Su Yang with raised eyebrows, his gaze filled with puzzlement. "These ingredients? Are you concocting a pill or something? Since when did you become an alchemist?" he asked with an expression of great interest. When it comes to Su Yang, Elder Zhao found him to be unpredictable and mysterious, which only made Elder Zhao want to learn more about Su Yang. Just some experiments, nothing worth mentioning. Anyway, how many premium points would it cost to buy all of them? Su Yang casually dodged the question and asked him. Elder Zhao looked at him suspiciously before returning to the list with a pondering face. After a moment of silence and calculating, Elder Zhao spoke. "It will cost you 2,000 premium points." 2,000, huh? While it paled in comparison to the pure yang flower that cost him 10,000 premium points, it is still quite expensive. "I understand." Su Yang nodded, and he continued, "Then how much premium points would this fetch for if I were to sell it to the White Pearl Treasury?" Su Yang retrieved a bottle of euphoric oil and placed it on the desk before Elder Zhao, who picked it up and looked at it with a puzzled gaze. "What is this supposed to be? It's transparent like water, but also seems to be slightly thick in the textures." Elder Zhao spoke as he wiggled the bottle around to inspect the liquid inside. Not to mention its smell, it has quite a strong and alluring aroma. Su Yang smiled when Elder Zhao began acting all professional all of a sudden. "It's called euphoric oil, and it can strengthen a woman's yin kai if rubbed onto their body," he explained its main characteristics. "Say what?" Elder Zhao's eyes widened with shock, and he immediately stopped fiddling with the glass bottle. After a moment of silence due to shock, Elder Zhao frowned and spoke with a serious expression. "If this euphoric oil is as valuable as you say, then you wouldn't mind me testing it first, right? If I come to find out that you are only farting, then I will personally punish you myself. Do you have anything else to say?" Elder Zhao wanted to give Su Yang one last chance to come clean before he tests the euphoric oil. "Go ahead." Su Yang responded with a confident smile on his calm face. Elder Zhao silently stared at Su Yang with narrowed eyes for a few seconds before shouting, "Disciple's son, come out here for a bit." A few moments after Elder Zhao called for this disciple, a slim figure appeared from the door a few feet away. "What is it, Elder Zhao?" asked the disciple as she appeared. When Su Yang saw the disciple's familiar face, his eyebrows raised slightly. "HM. It's you." The disciple also seemed to recognize Su Yang. "It's been a while, Elder Sun's granddaughter," Su Yang said with a smile. "I have a name, you know, Sun Jingjing," she responded with a frown. Indeed, this disciple Elder Zhao had called for happened to be Sun Jingjing, Elder Sun's granddaughter, who was responsible for his journey to the immortal treasury that resulted in his meeting with Xiao Rong alongside with other events. Sun Jingjing, huh? Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle when he heard her name, as it reminded him of Wu Jingjing, the prime disciple of the Holy Sword Academy from the Holy Central Continent. "Is there something funny about my name?" she asked him, who laughed at her introduction. "It only reminded me of someone else I know, that's all." "The two of you know each other?" Elder Zhao raised an eyebrow at Sun Jingjing. What kind of relationship does Sun Jingjing have with someone like Su Yang? Does her grandfather, Elder Sun, know about this? "I cannot really say that we know each other, as we've only crossed path once, and it was only for a few minutes," Sun Jingjing responded. "Is that so?" Elder Zhao felt relieved for some reason, as he was sure that Elder Sun will definitely cause a commotion if they were anything more than that. "Anyway, why did you call for me, Elder Zhao? I was just finishing up organizing the room," she asked him. "Oh, right." Elder Zhao finally recalled the situation, and he showed her the glass bottle in his hands. "I wanted you to take a look at this." Sun Jingjing raised an eyebrow when her nose accidentally sniffed the sweet aroma coming from the glass. "What is this? It smells so nice." "This liquid is called euphoric oil, and apparently it can boost the yin kai of any woman, at least according to this young man over here." Elder Zhao spoke in a semi-sarcastic voice. He is clearly still sketchy of Su Yang's words. "Is that so?" Sun Jingjing inspected the liquid with her gaze flickering with interest. Although she didn't say anything, she did not immediately dismiss Su Yang's words, no matter how absurd it may seem. After all, what he did at the disciplinary office had left a profound impression on her. And his knowledge of the sacred language that was written in the scroll she had brought back from the immortal treasury managed to not only surprise her, but also stump her grandfather, Elder Sun, who is considered to be one of the most knowledgeable people within the Profound Blossom sect. Proves that Su Yang is an individual that cannot be underestimated and dismissed so easily. At least that's what Sun Jingjing thinks of him after her first impression on him. "And you want me to use this on myself?" Sun Jingjing could already guess Elder Zhao's intentions. "Yes, if you don't mind." Elder Zhao did not want to force her something she didn't want to, as she's the granddaughter of the highly respected Elder Sun. After a moment of silence, Sun Jingjing nodded. "Very well, I will do it." Chapter 232, Betting with Elder Zhao. After agreeing to test the euphoric oil on herself, Sun Jingjing grabbed the glass bottle and went back to the other room. But before she left, she asked Su Yang, "How much do I need to use for it to be effective?" "You will see immediate effects if you rub even a few drops of the oil on your most sensitive parts. But of course, the more you use, the more effective it will be," he responded. Inside the other room, Sun Jingjing dipped an inch of her finger into the oil. She then loosened her robes and began rubbing her little sister with the euphoric oil. Although she never imagined that she'd do something like this in the White Pearl Treasury, Sun Jingjing was not too bothered by it, as even the most unpredictable thing could even happen. After all, when she tried to return to the Immortal Treasury a few days after meeting Su Yang, the Immortal Treasury had not only closed but also disappeared entirely, almost as though it had never existed in the first place. Her trip to return to the Immortal Treasury had wasted not only her time, but also taught her that no matter how unlikely something was to happen, it was not impossible. After gently rubbing some of the euphoric oil on her bottom lips, Sun Jingjing could feel her body immediately flare up with the desire to mate. "This is incredible," she thought to herself as she started playing with her virgin hole. Because Sun Jingjing joined the Profound Blossom sect as an inner court disciple, something that Elder Sun had a role in, she became the only disciple within the Profound Blossom sect to have become an inner court disciple with her pure yin essence still intact. And the fact that Sun Jingjing is still a virgin, despite being an inner court disciple, made her incredibly sought after by every male disciple within the inner court, and even most of the core disciples have tried to court her. However, because she'd only joined the Profound Blossom sect because of her grandfather, Elder Sun, Sun Jingjing refused all of them and remained pure even to this day. That being said, that did not mean Sun Jingjing wanted to remain pure forever, as she also would like to have a partner someday. However, because of her character, such desires are being held back, especially when it's a challenge for her to find someone that could even slightly impress her. Meanwhile, while Sun Jingjing was testing the euphoric oil on herself, Elder Zhao tried to get more information on the euphoric oil from Su Yang. Where did you obtain that thing, anyway? Or did you buy it from somebody else? Who knows where it came from? Even I don't. Su Yang shook his head and said, "It was beside my pillow when I woke up one day." Elder Zhao frowned and growled, "Do you really think that I will believe such crap?" Su Yang merely shrugged. Even if Elder Zhao wanted to beat the answers out of him, the sect strictly prohibited sect elders from taking advantage of its disciples. If a sect elder is found to have abused their status and pressured or forced disciples to expose their secrets or give away their belongings, then that sect elder will immediately receive punishment from the sect leader herself. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. Elder Zhao shook his head and sighed. The place turned quiet afterward, and it continued to be that way for many minutes. How long does it take to test some oil? Elder Zhao began feeling impatient after Sun Jingjing entered the other room for half an hour without coming out. You shouldn't rush a lady when it comes to things like this, Su Yang said with a calm smile. HMPH, what do you know? You are 100 years too early to be lecturing me in such a subject, Elder Zhao snickered. He's been a part of this Profound Blossom sect for over 100 years, and has cultivated with countless disciples when he was at his prime age. And in his mind, Su Yang is far too green to be talking about ladies when before him. Are you sure about that? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh at his ignorance. Elder Zhao frowned and said, "Even if your techniques may satisfy the outer court disciples, the true seasoned experts, the sect elders, will not feel a thing if you used it on them." Elder Zhao was fully aware that Su Yang had been quite popular for his massages for a certain period, but in his eyes, it was only because all of his customers were outer court disciples. "Ho, are you willing to make a bet on that?" Su Yang asked him with narrowed eyes. "You want to make a bet with me?" Elder Zhao burst out laughing despite finding Su Yang to be disrespectful to even think of such a thing. "That's right," Su Yang nodded. "Since you sounded pretty confident when saying that my techniques will not work on sect elders, then you should have confidence in winning this bet." "Interesting." Elder Zhao looked at him with a pondering face. Because he cannot find anything to do that could entertain him, Elder Zhao is always sleeping his boredom away. However, now that something that could pique his interest has appeared, there's no reason for him to turn down Su Yang's little bet. "What are the conditions?" he asked Su Yang. "It's simple, really. You will find 3 sect elders that are willing to donate their time to participate in our bet, and I will use my techniques on them. If I cannot satisfy all 3 of them, then you win." "HMPH, that wouldn't even be a challenge for me," Elder Zhao snorted with arrogance. "1. If you can satisfy just one of them, I will consider it my loss." Elder Zhao gave Su Yang 3 chances to satisfy at least one of them with his techniques, something Su Yang could do even with his eyes closed and hands tied together. Very well. Su Yang had no reason to refuse Elder Zhao's generosity that was akin to stabbing himself in the foot when he is already on the chopping board. Chapter 233, Selling the Euphoric Oil. "Now that we have the conditions out of the way, what will we be gambling with?" Elder Zhao asked him. "If I cannot satisfy even a single sect elder, then I deserve to lose everything I have. If I lose, I will do whatever you want," Su Yang said to him with a calm expression. "How bold of you." Elder Zhao narrowed his eyes at Su Yang, who was seemingly so confident that he couldn't even imagine losing. "How about this? If you lose, you will tell me where you have obtained the euphoric oil." Elder Zhao did not want to bully Su Yang too much, as he was someone who valued his own face. "That's fine with me," Su Yang nodded. "If I lose, let's see. I will allow you to grab any one thing from this white pearl treasury as long as it's in stock," Elder Zhao said. While the White Pearl Treasury has even the most valuable resources and treasures, Elder Zhao was also confident that he would not lose to Su Yang in this bet. Hence why he did not hesitate to bet with such high stakes when compared to Su Yang's seemingly low stakes. A mysterious smile broke out on Su Yang's face when he heard Elder Zhao's words. He can pick any one item from the White Pearl Treasury. That's already more than what he could ask for. In fact, Su Yang had only intended to ask for some premium points. But alas, Elder Zhao had unknowingly dug another hole for himself to fill his tears afterward. Very well, then I will be waiting for you to find 3 sect elders after this. Su Yang eagerly nodded. In the meantime, why don't you show me a list of everything you have at the White Pearl Treasury? I would like to see if there's anything worth picking after I win, he continued. Elder Zhao's face sunk, and he spoke in a serious voice. Don't get too cocky. You can look at it after you win if you win. A few minutes after Su Yang and Elder Zhao made the bet, the door finally opened, and Sun Jingjing walked out of the room with her face red like an apple, and embarrassment could be seen in her expression. Disciple Sun? Elder Zhao looked at her with wide eyes. What on earth happened back there? She seemed pretty exhausted, looking like she was pretty active back there with the testing. I'm sorry, Elder Zhao, Sun Jingjing suddenly said to him with a saddened expression. Thinking that she was apologizing about the time it had taken her to finish, Elder Zhao shook his head and said, It's fine, it didn't even feel that long. No, I don't mean that. Sun Jingjing held out the euphoric oil in front of her and said, I got ahead of myself and used more than I was supposed to. When Elder Zhao saw that more than a third of the euphoric oil in the glass bottle was gone, his jaw dropped to the ground. TT this is. Elder Zhao was speechless, but he still wanted to know the results. What about the results? He asked her. It worked greatly. Sun Jingjing spoke with a bashful expression, something Elder Zhao has never seen before from her. If I had to compare it with the profound yin pill, then it's at least 3 times more effective, Sun Jingjing continued. Good Lord, 3 times as effective. Elder Zhao was truly speechless and bewildered now. He slowly turned to Su Yang and thought to himself, I must know where he got this euphoric oil now. Now that you know it works, do you want to buy it from me? Su Yang asked him with a grin. As much as Elder Zhao hated to admit, he really wanted this euphoric oil for himself to study. But due to the circumstances, he will have to show it to the sect leader before deciding anything for himself, as this new discovery could greatly change the Profound Blossom sect. How much premium points do you want for it? Elder Zhao asked him with a defeated expression. I want 3,000 premium points for it, Su Yang said with a nonchalant expression. 3! Elder Zhao nearly punched Su Yang in the face for asking for such an exorbitant amount for some oil. What's wrong? You can't afford to pay a mere 3,000 premium points for something that is 3 times as effective as the profound yin pill. Su Yang spoke in a mocking tone. You! Elder Zhao forcefully took a deep breath to calm himself down and continued. It may be worth 3,000 premium points if it was a full bottle, but as you can see, there are only 2/3 left. Although Elder Zhao was aware that it was not Su Yang's fault, he still wanted to annoy him a bit, even if he had to sacrifice some face in order to do so. And sure enough, Su Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. And how is that my problem? If it's like that, then you might as well use the entire bottle before buying it from me for free, Su Yang said to him. Elder Zhao, he is right. It's entirely my fault that there are only 2/3 left. Sun Jingjing also tried to reason with him. In fact, allow me to pay for what I've used. Feeling guilty about the situation, Sun Jingjing offered to pay 1,000 of the 3,000 premium points. Elder Zhao looked at her and shook his head. Forget it, the White Pearl Treasury will buy it for 3,000. You can think of the used euphoric oil as a reward for always helping me organize the place, Elder Zhao continued speaking. Elder Zhao, thank you. Sun Jingjing bowed to him as a show of her gratitude to him. Afterward, Elder Zhao returned to Su Yang and said, Give me your identification badge and I will transfer the funds to you. Su Yang smiled and quickly handed him his identification badge. Chapter 234. What have I done? The fund has been transferred. Elder Zhao handed Su Yang back his identification badge after transferring 3,000 premium points to him. Although he may have seemed reluctant to give Su Yang the 3,000 premium points for the euphoric oil, it was not as if he didn't think it was not worth it. In fact, paying 3,000 premium points for something that has the same effect as the valuable pure yin pill, and even being 3 times more effective, it was an incredible steal for him in Elder Zhao's mind, especially when a single pure yin pill alone would cost a disciple 3,000 premium points to obtain. If I separate them into many bottles and sell each of them for as much as a single pure yin pill, then I can easily make back what I had spent for it. Elder Zhao laughed inwardly. If there's nothing else you need, you can scram. Elder Zhao said to him after handing him the identification badge. As for our agreement, I will contact you once I am ready. Su Yang could tell that Elder Zhao no longer wanted to see his face, but unfortunately for Elder Zhao, he still needed to buy the ingredients to make more euphoric oil. I want everything on this list. Su Yang showed him the list again. Elder Zhao did not say anything to him and grabbed the list. Can you get these items from the back for me? Elder Zhao asked Sun Jingjing as he handed her the papers. Sun Jingjing nodded and went to the back again. A few minutes later, Sun Jingjing returned with a large bag of ingredients. Everything you listed is here, double-check if you want. Su Yang did not need to open the bag to see the ingredients inside and only needed a single sniff to tell what was inside the bag. There's no need, he said as he handed 2,000 premium points back to Elder Zhao. After selling to Elder Zhao 1 bottle of euphoric oil for 3,000 premium points and spending 2/3 of that for enough ingredients to create 2 bottles of euphoric oil, Su Yang left the White Pearl Treasury with 1,000 spare premium points to spare for the future. All in all, his purpose has been fulfilled without any hiccups. Not to mention his little bet with Elder Zhao, which will guarantee his pockets another valuable treasure from the White Pearl Treasury. That being said, even if he can obtain the most valuable treasure the White Pearl Treasury has to offer, it will most likely not be of any use for somebody like Su Yang, especially when he has a cultivation base at the 9th level of the Earth Spirit realm. Once Su Yang returned home, he removed all of the ingredients from the bag and began creating more euphoric oil. Meanwhile, back at the White Pearl Treasury, Elder Zhao asked Sun Jingjing, "Do you recall every item that was on the list?" Sun Jingjing nodded. "I need you to keep the list and this euphoric oil a secret from everybody, even sect elders if they ask you, until the sect leader gives official word on what we should do." "I understand," she quickly replied. "Good. And tell your grandfather to come find me in 2 days, as I have important matters to discuss with him." "I will tell him that. As for what happened today, you don't need to think too much about it, as it's quite natural in the Profound Blossom sect. And when you finally find a partner for yourself, you will be doing things even more embarrassing than what you did in the other room." Elder Zhao did not want Sun Jingjing to be too bothered by her actions today, as it might affect her cultivation. Even though she appreciated his comforting, Sun Jingjing did not know how to respond to Elder Zhao, as it would only make her feel more embarrassed and awkward. "You can leave for today." Elder Zhao then said to her, "There are only very few people within the Profound Blossom sect that receive that same treatment as Sun Jingjing when it comes to Elder Zhao. Because she's the granddaughter of Elder Sun, someone that has been friends with Elder Zhao since their days as outer court disciples, Elder Zhao could not see Sun Jingjing as a mere disciple. In fact, in the entire Profound Blossom sect, Sun Jingjing is the only disciple that could act so casually when around someone like Elder Zhao. That being said, Sun Jingjing is fully aware of Elder Zhao's biased treatment towards her, yet she decided to act as though she couldn't tell, as she didn't want other disciples to start any unhealthy rumors. After being told that she could leave, Sun Jingjing left the White Pearl Treasury and returned home. Once she returned to her room, Sun Jingjing locked herself in her room despite being the only person living inside the house. When she was certain that nobody was around, Sun Jingjing retrieved a small bottle that was hidden inside her robes and stared at it with a guilty face. I'm truly sorry, Elder Zhao, she sighed. Sun Jingjing had actually sneaked some of the euphoric oil into her own container when she was still inside the other room and brought it home. When she experienced the pleasure that the euphoric oil brought to her body, she wasn't able to resist the urge to steal some for herself to use at home when she's alone. What have I done? To think I would do something like this, I must be going crazy. Sun Jingjing was relieved when Elder Zhao did not suspect her after seeing that a third of the euphoric oil disappear, and even accepted her excuse, or she would have killed herself from shame. And while she disdained her own actions, she most definitely did not regret it. Once Sun Jingjing was prepared and naked on her bed, she proceeded to rub some of the euphoric oil onto her most sensitive area. A few seconds later, Sun Jingjing began moaning as she pleasured herself. Chapter 235, The Sect Leader's Task. After Su Yang and Sun Jingjing left the White Pearl Treasury, Elder Zhao went directly to the Yin-Yang Pavilion to meet with Liu Lanjai regarding the euphoric oil. It was given to you by Su Yang, huh? Liu Lanjai closely inspected the glass bottle in her grasp with a serious expression. Anything that has Su Yang's involvement required her to be extremely cautious, as who knows what someone unexpected like him would do. Indeed. Elder Zhao nodded and continued. It was already tested by Elder Sun's granddaughter, Sun Jingjing, and she determined it to be at least 3 times more effective than the pure yin pills. Liu Lanjai did not say anything for a moment and dipped her fingers into the slimy oil, and directly in front of Elder Zhao, she proceeded to rub herself under her robes. Elder Zhao sighed inwardly but didn't say anything and closed his eyes. A few moments later, Liu Lanjai spoke. This is indeed a substantial discovery. If we can figure out how this is made or where it came from, it will greatly boost the overall prowess of the Profound Blossom sect. If the female disciples within the Profound Blossom sect received a boost to their yin kai, then the male disciples that cultivate with them will also improve. However, as excited as she was, Liu Lanjai was not too optimistic, as who knows if they will even obtain another of this euphoric oil in the future. Did Su Yang tell you anything about where he obtained this from? She asked Elder Zhao. He immediately shook his head and spoke. Not only is that brat incredibly rude, but he also refused to say anything, not even a hint. Is that so? Liu Lanjai sighed inwardly. Forget about him, even she, as the sect leader, does not know how to deal with someone like Su Yang properly. However, there might be a clue. Elder Zhao suddenly said, Go on. Alongside the euphoric oil, he also brought a list of ingredients, spending 2,000 premium points without any hesitation after selling the euphoric oil. If I have to make a guess, that list has something to do with the euphoric oil, a recipe perhaps. Liu Lanjai's eyes lit up when she heard Elder Zhao's words. Do you recall every ingredient that was on that list? She asked him. I do. Good shit. Liu Lanjai cursed from excitement, nearly bursting out laughing at Su Yang for underestimating their shrewdness. However, little did they know that Su Yang had foreseen such a situation. That being said, even if they knew the ingredients to create the euphoric oil, if they don't have both the technique and skills required to create the euphoric oil, they won't be successful no matter how many experiments they do. Hence why Su Yang did not care about letting them see the list of ingredients. Elder Zhao recalled the list of ingredients from his memories and wrote it on a piece of paper according to Liu Lanjai's wishes. Here you go, he handed it to her after he finished. This is quite the long list. Liu Lanjai said after reading through the ingredients. That only makes this list seem more authentic. Very well, Liu Lanjai nodded and continued. Although we are not concocting pills, I want the Profound Pill Hall to study the list and see if they can find anything. Also, because we are dealing with mostly medicine and herbs, I want the Medicine Hall also involved in this. Give them some of the euphoric oil and see if they can figure out how it's made. I understand, but what about him? Elder Zhao asked. Him. If you mean Su Yang, I already have another business with him, so I will be seeing him very soon. Liu Lanjai still hasn't forgiven Su Yang for slapping her in the face while she was asleep. Even though it was to wake her up, weren't there any better methods than to slap a beauty in the face? Only a villain would do such a thing. Elder Zhao left the Yin-Yang Pavilion a few minutes later to complete Liu Lanjai's task. He first went to the Profound Pill Hall, where all of the pills found in the White Treasury Hall came from. The sect leader has a task for the Profound Pill Hall. Elder Zhao said to them as soon as he entered the building. Elder Zhao, the alchemy masters inside greeted him. What does the sect leader desire from us? As long as it's pill-related, the Profound Pill Hall will not disappoint her. Unfortunately, it's not about a pill. Elder Zhao retrieved the list of ingredients and said, the sect leader wants to know if there are any recipes out there that require all of the ingredients listed here. If none of you know, she would like for you to research it to the best of your abilities. Once Elder Zhao handed them the list of ingredients, the alchemy masters at the Profound Pill Hall gathered in a circle and began their discussion. After his job at the Profound Pill Hall was finished, Elder Zhao went to the medicine hall with a tiny bottle of the euphoric oil in his pockets. This disciple greets Elder Zhao. The girls at the medicine hall immediately greeted Elder Zhao upon seeing him. Elder Zhao. Lan Liking also greeted him with a courteous bow. Elder Zhao nodded and said, I came here today because the sect leader has a task for the medicine hall. What does the sect leader want us to do? Lan Liking asked. Elder Zhao retrieved the small bottle of euphoric oil in his pockets and showed it to her. This aroma. Not just Lan Liking, but every disciple, there beside one individual, immediately took notice of the sweet aroma that was around the glass bottle. Although none of them showed it on their faces, they all recognized the euphoric oil by its distinctive smell, especially when their body was soaked in such substances not too long ago. Lan Liking felt an obnoxious feeling in her heart when she saw the euphoric oil. Why is Elder Zhao showing them the euphoric oil? And more importantly, where did he get such a thing? Chapter 236. Heavenly Massages Return. The sect leader has tasked the medicine hall to study this substance to the best of your abilities. Even if it's just a few, try to see what ingredients were used to create this substance, said Elder Zhao. What is this substance? And where did you get it? Lan Liking asked with an ignorant expression, acting as though she's never seen the euphoric oil before. This is called the euphoric oil, and if deemed possible, it will replace our profound yin pills. As for where it came from, that is something I cannot disclose. If you really want to know, you can ask the sect leader herself, said Elder Zhao. There's no need. Lan Liking said, confirming the source of the euphoric oil from his words. There was no doubt that it had came from Su Yang, which left Lan Liking slightly worried. Because she's well aware of the euphoric oil's effects, she could see the Profound Blossom sect going after Su Yang for its secrets. Elder Zhao left after handing Lan Liking the euphoric oil. Once Elder Zhao left, all of the disciples gathered around Lan Liking. They all wanted to confirm whether or not it was the oil that Su Yang had used on them. It really is the same oil, Xu and Jinglin mumbled. Do you think they got it from senior apprentice brother Su? Yuyan asked with a worried expression. What if they're interrogating him as we speak? Don't say something that obnoxious, Shang Wenji frowned. No matter where it came from, the sect leader is expecting us to examine it, so that is what we will do. If you are that worried about Su Yang, you can check on him after we are done, said Lan Liking with an annoyed tone. Yes, master. The medicine hall immediately began working on the euphoric oil. But the people there were unable to work without being distracted by their worries for Su Yang, especially Lan Liking, who was particularly absent-minded throughout the entire day. Meanwhile, Su Yang just finished creating 2 more bottles of euphoric oil while inside his room. I should go once a week to the White Pearl Treasury for more ingredients, he thought to himself. Afterward, Su Yang went outside of the house and hung up a banner on a stick like a flag in the front yard, where it used to be when he was farming for premium points. While words that he has resumed his business will without a doubt spread by itself without needing him to do anything, the rumors will spread much faster if Su Yang himself advertised it. After Su Yang posted the banner outside that stated the reopening of his business, he went back inside to wait for customers. And very quickly, the disciples that passed by Su Yang's living quarters noticed his obvious flag and the large characters on it. Heavenly massages return, free of charge. No time limit, special services. Good Lord, Su Yang, that bastard, has finally returned. The male disciples felt as though the sky has darkened once again and their worst fears have returned. At this rate, their partners will return to Su Yang's business for pleasure and completely forget about them like before. Fuck. My girl has only recently started seeing me again after going to Su Yang for a massage. Once she hears about this, I won't be able to cultivate again for heaven knows how long. As for the female disciples, they began celebrating on the spot when they saw the sign. Su Yang is reopening his massage business. And for free. Am I dreaming right now? What kind of special services will he be providing? I can't wait. Forget about all of that. There's no longer a time limit of 10 minutes. This means I can enjoy his massage for as long as I desire. I was just about to go cultivate with my partner. Forget it. He can wait. Female outer court disciples immediately began lining up in front of Su Yang's house after seeing the banner. Senior apprentice brother, are you really opening again? Su Yang opened the door and appeared before them after they knocked on the door. That's right. He responded with a handsome smile. What kind of special service do you provide? How is it any different than what you were doing before? One of them asked. You will find out inside. Is it really free? Another asked. That's what it says on the banner, right? What about the time limit? If somebody decides to stay for the entire day, won't it take forever before the majority of us get a turn? Somebody at the end of the line asked. You don't have to worry about that, because the majority of you will not last for that long. Su Yang responded with a smile. Anyway, why don't you come inside first so we can get this started? Su Yang said to the first person in line. Oh, okay. The disciple first in line entered the house with an eager expression, and her excitement could be felt by even the people at the end of the line. Once the female disciple entered Su Yang's room, he asked her in a calm voice, Do you want a massage, or do you want to cultivate with me? Excuse me? The female disciple looked at Su Yang with wide eyes, seemingly in disbelief, and thinking that she heard him wrong, she asked, Why you want to cultivate with someone like me? If that is what you desire, Su Yang replied with a smile. The female disciple turned speechless. She never expected there to be such an option when she came here. I want to cultivate with you, she quickly replied. Not many outer court disciples would refuse to cultivate with an inner court disciple, much less with someone as skilled and as handsome as Su Yang. Very well. Why don't you take your clothes off so we can start? The female disciple's swiftness and elegantly removed her clothes before laying on the bed. A few moments later, Su Yang began playing with her body before sticking his thick rod into her and absorbing her yin kai. Chapter 237, Sect Elders in Distress. Ah, ah, ah. The female disciple screamed in pleasure as Su Yang destroyed her body with his thick rod, reforming her whole into the shape of his rod. And within minutes since they began cultivating, the female disciple was already exhausted from releasing too much yin kai. If we cultivate any further, your body might be harmed from yin kai deprivation, Su Yang said to her. Although she was reluctant to leave after spending what felt like a few seconds in this room, the female disciple left after putting on her clothes. More than a dozen more female disciples have entered the queue in front of Su Yang's house since the first service. But when the first customer to enter Su Yang's house returned after spending only a few minutes inside, everybody that was waiting outside was stupefied. Why are you already back outside? It hasn't even been 10 minutes since you went inside. The people in line asked her, thinking that she was being silly for wasting her opportunity as the first individual to enter. Why you don't understand a thing? The female disciple shook her head and left with a sensitive body, making her pace and movements awkward. The people in line watched her leave with a puzzled expression and wondered, what did she mean by that? Next guest in line, please come inside, Su Yang said from inside his room. The next individual in line no longer pondered and entered the house. Once she was inside his room, Su Yang asked her, Do you want a massage, or would you like to cultivate? The girl looked at Su Yang with wide eyes and a shocked expression, resembling the last girl. Which service would you like to have? I can give you a massage, or I can cultivate with you. Su Yang repeated his words when the girl remained unresponsive after many seconds. I want to cultivate. Still unsure of the situation, she responded in a questioning tone. Very well, please remove your clothes so we can begin. The female disciple removed her robes and laid on the bed, and Su Yang began his services a few seconds later. Ah, ah, ah. The female disciple couldn't believe the pleasure she was feeling. It was like she had entered a different world. And just like the last customer, she was exhausted within minutes. Senior apprentice brother, you are amazing. She praised him in a sincere tone. Su Yang smiled and said, I will be here if you want to return at any time. The girl nodded and left soon after. Once the female disciple left his house, when asked by the others, she said, You can receive a massage from senior apprentice brother or you can cultivate with him, and you get to choose. What? We can cultivate with senior apprentice brother Su? The girls waiting in line were shocked, speechless, and their expectations and excitement have soared to the sky. Which one did you choose? One of them asked. I chose to cultivate with him, and it was otherworldly. She responded with a bashful expression. Even better than his massage, another asked. Way better. When the female disciples heard that, their anticipation and enthusiasm skyrocketed and reached the point where it would have enough power to destroy an entire city if such emotions were to become a technique. Once the third customer entered Su Yang's room, she immediately said, I want to cultivate. Su Yang only nodded, and a few seconds later he began thrusting the female disciple. After he was finished with his third customer, Su Yang continued to accept female disciples into his room, and in 8 out of 10 customers, they would request for a cultivation session with him. And with each session lasting no longer than 10 minutes, Su Yang would cultivate with around 4 to 8 girls every hour. However, because each sessions are short and quick, Su Yang would only release his Yang Kai after cultivating with a dozen or so girls. The line outside Su Yang's house has increased to the point where one can no longer see Su Yang's house from the end, and there were at least 100 people standing there. It didn't even take an entire day for nearly every single outer court disciple to hear that Su Yang has reopened his business, and everybody that has gone to him before for a massage made their way towards Su Yang's living quarters once they heard of it. Furthermore, once they learned that Su Yang would be providing special services that allow them to choose between a massage and cultivation with him, they nearly went crazy from excitement, as that is something they have been wanting to experience since their massage with him. Su Yang reopening his business caused a huge commotion within the profound Blossom sect, even creating heavy traffic within in the outer court, making it difficult for everybody else to travel. All because outer court female disciples flooded the area Su Yang lived in. Meanwhile, the sect elders were flooded with complaints from the male disciples, blaming Su Yang for their lack of partners and cultivation ever since his reopening. What should we do? At this rate, we will see a significant decrease in the cultivation rate between disciples, and the male disciples will continue to complain until Su Yang stops his little charade. The sect elders discussed with each other as the days passed. Why don't we just tell Su Yang to stop his business? Unthinkable? A few female sect elders immediately refuted that suggestion, causing an awkward silence in the atmosphere. Yes, I admit that I have gone to him for a massage before this, but as long as we don't cultivate, it is not against the sect rules, one of them said. Let's talk about that another time, said one of the more senior sect elders there. We are here to discuss a solution to the disciples' complaints. As for forcing Su Yang's business down, it will only cause the female disciples to revolt and complain next, so it will not solve anything. We have been through this last time. The sect elders sighed. Just how did a single disciple manage to cause such a commotion and dire situation for the male disciples? It's not as if he is doing anything against the sect rules either. And does a solution that will calm both sides even exist? Chapter 238. Anonymous Vote. The sect elders spent the next half an hour pondering in silence. If they continued to allow Su Yang to operate his little business, then the male disciples will complain about their partners ignoring them. But if they stop Su Yang from giving away massages, it will become the female disciples' turn to complain to them. No matter which path they decide to take, it will not be able to satisfy both sides and anger the other. Any better ideas? The senior sect elder there asked after many ideas later. If it's impossible to satisfy both parties, why don't we just pick one? The other side will calm down once given the time. That's true, but which side do we pick? Why don't we have an anonymous vote? We either stop Su Yang and anger the female disciples, or ignore the situation and anger the male disciples. The sect elders there exchanged glances with each other and agreed to vote anonymously. A few minutes later, once the votes are cast, the senior sect elder counted the votes. 9 of us would rather ignore the situation, while the other 10 want Su Yang to stop his business. When the 5 sect elders that voted to support Su Yang's business learned of the results, their faces showed signs of regret, as they will no longer be able to experience Su Yang's massages anymore. Although it was anonymous, I will say that I voted against Su Yang. One of the sect elders suddenly spoke. It is one thing if the female disciples are angry, but if the male disciples lack partners to cultivate because of Su Yang, it will greatly affect our profound Blossom sect, as their only way to strengthen themselves is through dual cultivation. The sect elder explained, showing logic to his reasoning for being against Su Yang. And after hearing such an explanation, those who supported Su Yang began having second thoughts. Even if half of the male disciples from the outer court do not cultivate, the entire sect's overall prowess will be lowered, which could pose a great threat to their security. But females are extremely unpredictable beings, especially when they are disciples of the profound Blossom sect. Who knows what crazy thing they will do if we deprive them of their pleasure, and this is coming from a female. If most of the sect elders step up, nothing will happen and everything will return to normal before we know it. Even if they are mischievous, they won't dare to cause too much trouble for the sect elders. The place turned quiet after that. A few moments later, the senior sect elder spoke. Then it's decided. Although it is regrettable that things have come to this point and he has technically done nothing wrong, we will need Su Yang to stop his business, as it is creating too many conflicts and anger amongst the disciples. After another moment of silence, the senior sect elder continued. That being said, who would like to be the one to speak with Su Yang about our decision? The sect elders there began exchanging glances once again, but all of them held a perplexed expression. Although half of them voted against Su Yang, none of them actually dared to be the one to physically stop Su Yang's business, as they did not want to appear responsible for shutting Su Yang down, because the female disciples would surely flood that individual afterward. When many minutes have passed, and nobody wanted to volunteer for this task, one of them raised his hand and spoke. Since nobody here wants to volunteer despite eagerly agreeing to shut Su Yang's business down just moments ago, I will do it. The sect elders in the room all turned to look at the man who just spoke. Are you sure about this, elder son? The one who had volunteered was none other than elder son, Sun Jingjing's grandfather. Somebody has to do it, right? Not to mention I have spoken with him a few times before, so I am best suited for this task. Sorry to trouble you, elder son. Elder son shook his head and left the place soon later. Once elder son left, the rest of the sect elders began expressing their surprise. Who would have thought that someone like elder son would volunteer for a task like this? Right. He's the last individual here that I'd expected to go. While the sect elders remained inside their meeting area, elder son approached Su Yang's living quarters. However, unsurprising, the place was packed with female disciples. It's been a few days since Su Yang started his business again, and the entire outer court has heard of it by now. In other words, the majority of the outer court female disciples were here, which were in the hundreds. That being said, despite the blockage in the area, once elder son appeared and the disciples noticed him, they all made a path for him while greeting him as he passed them. And because they made way for him, elder son reached the entrance to Su Yang's house with relative ease. However, while elder son could enter the house at will, the doors to Su Yang's room were closed, and since he didn't want to cause a scene there, elder son decided to wait outside until Su Yang came outside by himself. A few minutes later, the door to Su Yang's room opened, and a female disciple walked out with unstable movements, looking like her legs were sore. Elder son watched her leave with a raised eyebrow, and once he could smell the scent of yin kai coming from the female disciple, he sighed inwardly. This brat Su Yang. To think he'd still have the strength to cultivate when there are this many people. Elder son couldn't help but feel envious towards Su Yang in his heart after seeing this scene, because even he wasn't this popular during his prime days as a core disciple, much less an inner court disciple like Su Yang. Elder son. Su Yang appeared after the disciple left, and he said with a casual expression, "I am happy that you are here, but aren't you aware? I only accept females into my room." "What? Screw you, I am here on a different matter," elder son quickly shouted at him to prevent any misunderstanding. "Is that so?" Su Yang merely smiled and said, "Let's talk inside." Chapter 239, The Desire to Cultivate. After elder son entered the house with Su Yang, elder son spoke. "I will keep this short and simple. What you are doing right now has caused too much of a commotion, and the sect elders have decided to stop it once and for all." "Quite straightforward," Su Yang said, his expression still calm. "Although you aren't doing anything against the sect rules, it has led to many male disciples unable to cultivate, and we cannot allow this to happen anymore. I hope you can understand that it was only brought to the sect elders' attention because of the constant complaints being thrown at them, and they are all fed up with it." Elder son explained to Su Yang that although they wanted him to stop doing this, they were only forced to by the disciples. Is that so?" Su Yang remained nonchalant, and he continued, "So it's my fault that these disciples are unable to please their own women, huh? I thought the Profound Blossom sect encourages its own disciples to cultivate with as much as possible, and that is what I am simply doing." Elder son knew that it wouldn't be easy to convince somebody like Su Yang, but he tried regardless. "That is true, but in your case, it is something the sect has never seen before. I am certain that nobody within the sect would have expected a single individual to cultivate so many people that it's actually causing trouble. And what will you do if I refuse? Since I am not breaking any sect rules, you will need a better reason to convince me to stop. As a matter of fact, why don't the Profound Blossom start teaching its disciples how to pleasure women better? Su Yang, this is not a matter you can refuse, as every outer court sect elder are expecting you to stop this charade." Elder son frowned. "Charade? That's hurtful, elder son. All I am doing is helping the sect by pleasuring the female disciples, but because of some complaints, you are willing to take away the happiness of these women. I am ashamed to be a part of a place with such a mindset." Su Yang shook his head, seemingly in distress. However, despite his little act, elder son did not believe it for a second and said, "Although I have only spoken with you a few times, I know your character very well, Su Yang, and you are not the type to be saying such words." Su Yang smiled and said, "Then you clearly don't know me at all." Seeing how this is going nowhere, elder son sighed. "What will it require for you to stop this madness? I'm only here to send you a message. If you do not want to listen to me, then you will have to deal with others, and they are not as patient as I am." Su Yang looked at elder son with narrowed eyes. Although the yin kai he gets from cultivating with all these outer court disciples were minuscule at best, it's been a while since he last cultivated with so many women without any breaks, and he quite enjoyed it, despite not benefiting as much as he'd like from it. Though, while it may not affect Su Yang that much if he were to stop cultivating with these outer court disciples, he does not like it when people force things on him. Let me get this straight. You only have a problem with what I am doing because the female disciples that are coming to me for pleasure would not return to their partners, and they are complaining, correct? In a sense, yes. Elder son nodded. Then you won't bother me if those disciples stop whining, right? Elder son looked at him with a pondering expression, thinking to himself, what is he thinking of doing this time? If you can make that happen, then the sect elders would have no more reasons to stop what you are doing. How can you be so sure? Who do you think I am? Elder Sun spoke with an arrogant voice. "If I say that the sect elders won't bother you, then they will not." After a moment of silence, Su Yang nodded and said, "I will take your words for it." A second later, he approached the door. "Where are you going?" Elder Sun asked him. Su Yang did not say anything and went outside. Once he was outside, every disciple there looked at him with worried expressions, wondering if something troubling had occurred, as Elder Sun is chief of the disciplinary squad, and there's only one reason why he would make an appearance in the outer court. "I have 3 things to announce." Su Yang suddenly began speaking in a loud enough voice for even the people in the back to hear it. 1. I will no longer continue this service. When Su Yang said those words, every female there felt as though someone had stabbed them in the heart with a sharp sword. What? Did something happen? Is it because of Elder Sun? This is too sudden. I have been waiting here for hours. An uproar occurred outside Su Yang's living quarters, and Elder Sun could feel a drop of sweat dripping off his face when he heard his name constantly being mentioned by the masses. Sure enough, the disciples have immediately considered him as the reason for Su Yang closing his doors. "Quiet down for a second. I still have 2 more things to say," Su Yang roared, instantly hushing the place. "Although I will no longer be doing this as a service, my doors will still be open to anyone who wishes to cultivate with me. So nothing has changed. What is the meaning of this?" Elder Sun stared at Su Yang with a dumbfounded expression. And before the female disciples could even celebrate the news, Su Yang continued speaking. "However, that being said, because most of you have been neglecting your partners, I will be in trouble if this continues. If you want to continue cultivating with me, make sure that you at least don't ignore your partners. Because at the end of the day, I am not your partner, only a disciple of the profound Blossom sect with the desire to cultivate." The entire place turned completely silent, and it remained quiet even many seconds after Su Yang's words. Everybody there was at loss for words, Elder Sun included. Chapter 240, God of Pleasure. "Will this be good enough for you, Elder Sun?" Su Yang turned to ask him, who was staring at him with a dumbfounded expression, seemingly in a daze. I guess." Elder Sun didn't know how to react, as none of the sect elders had expected this situation. "If there's nothing else you need from me, I would like to return to my cultivation." Su Yang spoke in a calm manner. Elder Sun stood there like a statue for a few more moments before leaving the place, as there was truly no longer a reason for him to stay any longer, not to mention the sharp glares being thrown at him from the female disciples. He was afraid that if he'd stay any longer, the female disciples there will truly see him as a villain. After leaving the outer court, Elder Sun returned to where the meeting had taken place, where the rest of the sect elders were waiting for his news. "Elder Sun, you have returned quite faster than I have expected. How did it go with that disciple? Did he give you any trouble?" the sect elders asked him. Elder Sun shook his head. "Although I didn't manage to convince him to stop, the male disciples should no longer be complaining after today." "What do you mean by that?" While the sect elders were puzzled, no matter the situation, they were more shocked about Elder Sun being unable to convince a disciple, especially when he's the chief of the disciplinary squad. Elder Sun sighed and explained to the rest of the sect elders what had happened when he tried to convince Su Yang to stop his charade. "Who would have thought that there was such a simple yet effective solution?" mumbled the senior sect elder there. All they had to do was to ask Su Yang to convince the female disciples to stop ignoring their partners, and everything would have been solved without needing to shut down his service. But to think that he'd say some as bold as taking away the female's happiness, he sure knows how to put people in tough spots. The sect elders there laughed, especially the female elders. However, despite the perfect results, not every sect elder there was pleased. They disliked how Su Yang, as a mere disciple, was able to do whatever he wanted like he ran the place. That being said, none of them spoke up, as they believed that if Su Yang continued to live with such attitudes, he will one day offend someone he cannot afford to offend and learn the hard way. "Now all we can do is wait for the actual results," said Elder Sun. Everybody there nodded, and they all left the place a few minutes later. Meanwhile, back at the outer court, the line in front of Su Yong's house did not shorten even after many hours later. In fact, it had even grown. The word of Su Yong's cultivation techniques and the thick rod that he wields in bed were spread across the sect within the first day, and pretty much every outer court is aware of it by now. Now that many days have passed, even those female disciples that have sneered at Su Yong in the past have gone to him for cultivation at least once. There were also disciples that have vowed to stay away from Su Yong, but after hearing nothing but his name for many days, caused their curiosity to overturn their resolve and seek for him. After an entire week of cultivation within the outer court, only very few female outer court disciples that have yet to cultivate with Su Yong remained, something they view as an achievement worth bragging about. What's more, Su Yong has become a sort of a divine figure within the outer court, with many females even starting to address him as God of pleasure when speaking about him. A week has passed since Liu Lanjai woke up from her seemingly enteral slumber. It's been a week, and there are no signs of your slumber returning. You should be in the clear for now. That being said, don't do anything too dangerous for the remainder of the month, just in case it returns. The doctors said to Liu Lanjai after a week of observation. Once the doctors left, Liu Lanjai immediately left the Yin-Yang Pavilion for the first time in a week, and with a destination in mind, she headed towards the outer court. Just you wait, Su Yong. You may be thinking that you have gotten away with slapping my face because I haven't sought for you in these few days. But now that I can leave the Yin-Yang Pavilion, you will regret ever slapping my beautiful face. However, when Liu Lanjai arrived at the outer court, she was shocked by the scene before her. There were at least 100 female disciples hanging around Su Yong's living quarters, and there were even a few male disciples there that were seemingly trying to convince the female disciples to leave the place. This disciple greets the sect master. The disciples there immediately bowed to Liu Lanjai and greeted her when they noticed her figure. Why are there so many people here? Is there a celebration or something? She asked them with a dumbfounded expression. Because she has been inside the Yin-Yang Pavilion for the past week, and the sect elders did not want to bother her. They did not mention to her about the situation here, hence her bafflement towards the situation. That is incorrect, sect master. We are all here waiting to cultivate with senior apprentice brother Su. One of the disciples there explained to her. Liu Lanjai's jaw immediately dropped to the floor upon hearing that. All of these female disciples were here to cultivate with Su Yong. What in heaven's name happened while I was absent? She cried inwardly. Why would there suddenly be so many people wanting to cultivate with Su Yong? Did he do something again? Chapter 241, An Irresistible Offer. Do you think senior apprentice brother Su is in trouble with the sect master? I thought everything was fine when elder son left. Maybe she is here for a different matter. The female disciples there watched Liu Lanjai approach Su Yong's front door with worried expressions. Although they might be able to revolt against a sect elder for trying to stop Su Yong from cultivating, the sect master is an entirely different story. If the sect master truly wants Su Yong to stop, then there's nothing Su Yong can do but to respect her commands. And if such a thing really happens, what can they do from now on to satisfy their hunger for lust? The female disciples there cannot imagine what life would be like without Su Yong, especially since they are starting to get used to him. A few moments later, once the female disciple that was in Su Yong's room came out, Liu Lanjai glared at her with narrowed eyes, which caused the female disciple to tremble from shock. SS Sect Master. She immediately greeted her while wondering why Liu Lanjai was giving her such a dirty look. Liu Lanjai did not say anything and directly walked into the house, closing the door behind her. When Su Yong appeared behind the room, he pretended to be surprised when he saw her. Sect Master, what a surprise! Are you also here for a massage? He asked her with a smile. Cut the act, Su Yong. I can see your fakeness from miles away, Liu Lanjai coldly snorted. I do not understand. Su Yong shook his head with a puzzled expression. Liu Lanjai pointed to her face and spoke loudly. I am talking about how you slapped my face to wake me up from my slumber. Do you really think that you'd be able to get away after committing such treason? It is a crime to treat any lady's face with such disrespect, much less a beauty such as myself." Liu Lanjai expressed her anger and discontent towards the way he treated her beautiful face. However, Su Yang only shrugged and said, "You already said it yourself that it was to wake you up." "Yes, I did. But you also said that I would have woken up even without your help by the end of the day, so why was it necessary to slap my face?" Indeed, I had said something like that. However, I also wasn't able to ignore the sect elders there with their anxious expressions, as it was making me worried. If I had made them wait in such a state of mind for a few more hours, it would have definitely affected their health. Liu Lanjai opened her mouth, but no words came out, as she didn't know how to respond to his words despite knowing that he wasn't really worried at all. She was just speechless at Su Yang's character. Does he even see her as the sect master despite addressing her as one? "Anyway, is this all you are here for? To scold me for waking you up?" Su Yang continued to speak as though he was talking to a friend. Liu Lanjai frowned and retrieved a glass bottle from her robes and showed it to him, and she spoke. "You sold this to Elder Zhao, correct?" Su Yang looked at the euphoric oil in her grasp and nodded. "That's right." He did not deny it at all, something Liu Lanjai was expecting him to do. "Where did you get it?" Liu Lanjai did not beat around the bush and asked him directly. "What if I refuse to answer? Are you going to force me?" Su Yang responded with a smile on his face. "No, I will not. Even if I am the sect master, I will not force you to reveal something you do not." Liu Lanjai narrowed her eyes. "However, that being said, because this substance here has the potential to greatly change our sect as a whole, I will do everything in my power to get it out of you without doing anything that is against the sect rules, of course." "Is that so?" Su Yang continued to remain calm. "If you cooperate with me, the Profound Blossom sect will compensate you greatly for it. I will allow you unlimited free entry to the Chamber of Embrace, along with many other benefits that even core disciples would envy. This is an incredible offer that any disciple would not hesitate to accept, not to mention the merit you would receive for assisting." "The Chamber of Embrace, huh? Is she still unaware that the place has long lost its powers ever since I uprooted the root of vitality from that place?" Su Yang thought to himself, "Indeed, that may be an irresistible offer for your average disciple. Unfortunately, I find no interest in that offer." Liu Lanjai frowned when he refused her offer, but she also refused to give up and continued trying to convince him. "Knowing you, there must be something that you want from me, and you are simply waiting for me to say it. Well, what do you want from me? If it's within my power, I will see what I can do." Su Yang chuckled and said, "If it's within your power, are sect masters always this humble? Just because sect masters rules the sect does not mean they can do whatever they want, as there are things even we cannot afford to do. For example, if you were to ask me for unlimited cultivation resources, I will be unable to fulfill that, as it is my responsibility as the sect master to ensure all of the disciples have a chance in obtaining them fairly." "Don't worry, I won't ask for something like that," he said with a smile. "So there is something specific that you want from me?" Liu Lanjai's narrowed at his words. "Although it's not much, there is indeed something I would like you to help me with." "HMPH, don't be too greedy and go overboard, Su Yang. Knowing you, even the heavens falling may nothing but a small matter in your eyes," Liu Lanjai warned him. Chapter 242, Guardian Spirit. "I want you to assist me with my cultivation," Su Yang said with a calm face. Liu Lanjai frowned and said, "You do realize that you are speaking to the sect master of this place, right?" "I didn't mean you specifically." Su Yang shook his head. "I want you to find me cultivating partners, at least until the regional tournament." Liu Lanjai for some reason felt uncomfortable when Su Yang said that, especially the first part. "How surprising," she snorted coldly. "You are the last person in this entire place I would expect to ask for help regarding such issues. How would you explain the situation outside, then? You have nearly the entire outer court female population waiting in line to cultivate with you." Su Yang smiled and spoke. "Indeed, I don't truly require assistance, but it would take too much time if I were to look for them one by one." If I could have the someone, the sect master no less, mention my name to them, it would lessen the time I need to convince them and increase the time I get to cultivate. Liu Lanjai looked at him with a slightly confounded expression, and she asked, "By them, who exactly are you speaking of?" "The core disciples, of course." Liu Lanjai's eyes widened with surprise. She truly didn't expect Su Yang to go for the core disciples already. "Aren't you getting ahead of yourself, Su Yang? Even if you are an inner court disciple, very rarely will core disciples agree to cultivate with people with inferior cultivation bases," Liu Lanjai said. "The disparity between the profound spirit realm and the true spirit realm is nothing short of substantial. So core disciples would rather cultivate with sect elders or seek for cultivation partners outside of the profound blossom sect." Su Yang chuckled and said, "You don't have to worry about that, as I have my own ways to convince them. I just need you to bring them to me." Liu Lanjai believed that Su Yang was trying to bite more than he can chew, but, in reality, Su Yang is already being humble with his choices. "You may be confident in yourself, but you are also underestimating the core disciples' standards. Even if you are the most handsome man on earth, if your Yang Kai lacks quality, they wouldn't even consider cultivating with you." Su Yang did not feel like repeating himself and remained quiet with a smile on his face. After a moment of silence, Liu Lanjai spoke. "Are you sure that is all you want for the information regarding the euphoric oil? Are you asking me to ask for more? Of course not. I just didn't want to see you complaining to me afterward. You don't have to worry about such things." He shook his head and continued. "I am a man of my words, and despite my experience, I have had very little moments of regret." Liu Lanjai raised an eyebrow at him, who sounded as though he has lived a very long life. "A 16-year-old like you shouldn't speak as though you are 16,000 years old." She scoffed at him and continued to speak. "Anyway, I will accept your request. However, what exactly do you want me to do?" "It's simple, really. Just give this piece of note to each and every single one of the female core disciples," said Su Yang as he handed her a bunch of notes. Liu Lanjai accepted the notes and said in a dumbfounded voice, "You already had these prepared before I arrived. It's almost like you expected me to." When Liu Lanjai came to the realization and stared at him with wide eyes, Su Yang mere smiled and said, "Oh, I have another note that's specifically for that girl with the yin element guardian spirit." Su Yang pulled out another note and handed it to her. "Fang Zhelan?" Liu Lanjai's eyes widened at the name on the note. "How did you learn of her guardian spirit? It is something that even most sect elders are unaware," she quickly asked him. "I had a feeling," he responded with a casual shrug. "Impossible?" Liu Lanjai was shocked, speechless. The fact that Fang Zhelan is trying to cultivate this guardian spirit is something the profound Blossom sect has been keeping as a tight secret, because guardian spirits are very rare in general, as they can become a powerful ally for whoever raised it, something that even powerful sects would not hesitate to steal for themselves. Some would compare guardian spirits to your everyday beasts in the wild, but that is a misconception only ignorant individuals would believe, as they are vastly different. Because of the divine qualities in their blood, guardian spirits are mostly related to holy deities, and once they are grown, their power far exceeds any beast found in the wild. Not to mention all guardian spirits are born tame, so it is extremely difficult to raise one and influence it, especially when it is young. To put into perspective their strength between a wild beast and a guardian spirit at the first level of the true spirit realm, the guardian spirit may rival even human cultivators at the earth spirit realm, whilst the mere beast would at best rival a human at the third-level true spirit realm. And because of their natural ability to hide their presence from people and beasts alike, guardian spirits are very hard to find unless one has a unique technique specifically for locating them. In fact, the only reason Su Yang realized that Fang Zhelan was cultivating a guardian spirit and not a mere wild beast was due to Xiao Rong, who had mentioned it to him when she arrived at the Profound Blossom sect for the first time. "Su Yang, the fact that we have a guardian spirit within our sect is a secret that cannot be leaked outside no matter what. Because if it does get leaked, Who knows how many powerful backgrounds will attack us in order to steal the guardian spirit for themselves. Not to mention that the guardian spirit we are cultivating is still at a young age. If known, a war may even break out. Liu Lanjai warned him with a grave expression. Chapter 243, Patriarch's Return. You can relax, Sect Master. I have no intention of trying to sacrifice my limited peaceful days for a mere guardian spirit, said Su Yang, because who knows what chaos will happen once he returns to the four divine heavens. Su Yang wants to at least enjoy this peaceful time. Liu Lanjai did not doubt Su Yang for some reason. If it was somebody else before her right now, their conversation will definitely be vastly different and not something this peaceful and calm. It was almost as though she unconditionally trusts Su Yang, and even Liu Lanjai is aware of it herself. Is it because of his composure, or is it his charm that is affecting me like this? Even though he is a mere kid, and I am the sect master, it's been like this ever since the inner court assessment. Liu Lanjai stared at Su Yang with a pondering gaze, seemingly dazed by his presence. Anyway, is there anything else you need here? I will answer all of your questions regarding the euphoric oil once you fulfill your side of the agreement. Liu Lanjai quickly shook her head and said, As long as you keep your promise and keep your mouth shut about the guardian spirit, I have nothing else to say to you. After saying those words, Liu Lanjai turned around and approached the exit. However, before she could even take 2 steps, Su Yang opened his mouth to speak. Sect Master, since you are already here, why don't I relieve some stress from your body like before? Su Yang wasn't willing to let Liu Lanjai leave so easily since she's already there. Liu Lanjai immediately stopped moving after hearing his words and turned around to stare at him with narrowed eyes. Don't get ahead of yourself, Su Yang. What happened during the inner court assessment was a unique occasion. Don't think you can treat me as though I am just another disciple because we cultivated one time during an examination. You can say whatever you want, but I can tell that your body is filled with frustration. How long has it been since you last relieved yourself? Su Yang spoke with a smile on his face. It's not good for the body if you keep it like that, you know? Nonsense. Liu Lanjai sounded a bit angry, but that was due to Su Yang hitting it on the mark regarding her body feeling frustrated. While she did not want to admit it, the last time Liu Lanjai cultivated was when Su Yang last visited her as the Heavenly Emperor, which was many weeks ago. What do you gain from lying at this point? I know it, you know it, and most importantly, your body knows it. Liu Lanjai remained silent this time around, yet her face was slightly red. It was almost as though she was holding herself back. After a moment of silence, Liu Lanjai spoke. I can't. There are too many disciples outside. Su Yang chuckled and said, What do a few disciples matter at this point when they already saw you enter my house? Unless you tell them yourself, who would dare to spread rumors? Liu Lanjai turned silent again, but she was thinking inwardly that what Su Yang said made sense, as nobody would believe that the sect master will disobey the sect rules. That being said, Liu Lanjai did not want Su Yang to continue acting as though he always has the upper hand. So as much as she wanted to cultivate with him, she still refused. No means no, Su Yang. If you ask me again, I will punish you for overstepping your boundaries as a disciple. Liu Lanjai anticipated Su Yang to react to her words, but alas, Su Yang's expression remained nonchalant, and he calmly nodded. It's unfortunate, but you didn't have to make it sound as though I am forcing you. Don't worry, Sect Master, as I will no longer bother you from this point forth. Although Liu Lanjai felt that something wasn't right here, she didn't pay much attention to it and said, As long as you understand your position as a disciple. Liu Lanjai left the place a few moments later, and Su Yang continued to welcome female disciples into his house as though his interaction with Liu Lanjai never happened. Once Liu Lanjai returned to the Yin-Yang pavilion, she cursed loudly. Damn that Su Yang. He thinks that he can have everything go his way just because he is somewhat decent with his techniques. If it weren't for his background and our perplexing relationship, I would have long punished him for his behavior. After cursing for a few moments straight, Liu Lanjai laid on the bed and closed her eyes to rest. As she rested, she wondered where the patriarch had disappeared to for these last few weeks. It was almost like he no longer existed. He could have at least notified me, she sighed inwardly. Time passed quickly as Liu Lanjai fell asleep in her room thinking about where the patriarch might have gone, and by the time she reopened her eyes, it was already midnight. However, Liu Lanjai immediately noticed a figure in the very corner of her view. SS Senior. Liu Lanjai hastily got off the bed to greet him when she finally recognized his face. For him to appear so suddenly right after she was just thinking about him. What a scary coincidence. How long have you been sitting there? She asked him, who was sipping tea by himself at the table. Su Yang placed the cup of tea down and turned to look at her with a calm expression. Not too long, just a few hours. What? Liu Lanjai couldn't believe that she didn't wake up to his presence despite being there for so long. However, after thinking about his profound cultivation base, it was no longer as unbelievable to her. That being said, Su Yang had lied about being there for hours, as he'd just arrived a few minutes ago and wanted to mess with her. Chapter 244, Stepping Down. Senior, what brings you here today? Liu Lanjai asked him despite her urge to ask him where he's been lately. I am here to fulfill my promise, said Su Yang with a smile. Liu Lanjai raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. I do not understand, she said a moment later. Su Yang did not say anything else and waved his sleeves, causing a bunch of things to appear before Liu Lanjai. This is. Liu Lanjai stared with a gawking expression at the techniques and spiritual treasure that was piled into a small mountain before her. I picked these up during my travels, but because I have no use for them, I will give them to your Profound Blossom sect, said Su Yang as he pointed to the dozens of treasures he had found in the Immortal Treasury's treasure room. There were at least 50 cultivation techniques ranging from the mortal grade to the earth grade, and over 200 spiritual treasures ranging from the spirit grade to the earth grade. Just the cultivation techniques alone were enough to significantly boost the prowess of a high-ranking sect, much less a medium-ranking sect like the Profound Blossom sect. However, with the spiritual treasures added into the mix, the Profound Blossom sect will skyrocket in prowess, becoming a sect with great power and resource within not just the eastern region, but the entire eastern continent. Why you are going to give all of this to the Profound Blossom sect? That's too much for an unworthy place such as this place. Liu Lanjai spoke in a trembling voice, her face filled with disbelief and shock, looking like she'd just entered heaven. You don't want it. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. That's not it. It just I don't know how to react, or how to repay you. The Profound Blossom sect will gladly accept so many free resources, but Liu Lanjai feared that Su Yang might ask for something afterward. And if that thing happened to be something that she cannot fulfill, what will happen then? You don't have to worry about repaying me. Just think of it as picking up trash that another man had left behind, as that is what it will become if you refuse to accept it, said Su Yang. If Liu Lanjai wouldn't take these from him, he would rather just throw them in the middle of the street and allow others to pick them up. While these items may be worth fortunes for the people of this world, such techniques and treasures are no different than pebbles on the sidewalk in Su Yang's eyes, completely worthless. Liu Lanjai glanced at the pile of shimmering treasures before her eyes and swallowed hard, her mouth overflowing with saliva from a profound thirst. Then, I will no longer be humble and accept your generous gift. Liu Lanjai immediately went to retrieve multiple storage rings and pouches to hold the treasures, as there were simply too many treasures before her eyes to fit in a single storage ring. After getting the storage rings, Liu Lanjai tossed the treasures into them one by one, and on her face was extreme bliss, looking like someone who'd just won a lottery. Su Yang watched Liu Lanjai's childish behavior with a gentle smile on his face. Although there were many things that he disliked about this place, he respected them for being able to create an environment that is normally frowned upon even in the four divine heaven. When it comes to dual cultivation, where cultivators cultivated alongside their lust, the majority of the world disdain such a vile cultivation method, as they believe that such practices defile the divine qualities of cultivation. This is an Earth-grade spirit weapon. Liu Lanjai's eyes glimmered with light when she picked up a sword that emitted a profound aura. Here's another one. Liu Lanjai immediately went to pick it up after tossing the other Earth-grade spiritual treasure into the storage ring. It took many minutes for Liu Lanjai to completely store away the mountain of treasures, even though she barely looked at them before tossing them into the storage rings and pouches. And after she finished storing away the treasures, Liu Lanjai looked at Su Yang with an embarrassed face and spoke. "That was unsightly of me. I was too excited and couldn't help myself." Su Yang shook his head and said, "Anyway, now that is over, it's time to tell you the real reason as to why I am here today." "Hey, there's more." Liu Lanjai narrowed her eyes, feeling a weird aura in Su Yang's gaze. "That's right. I came here to tell you that I will be stepping down as the patriarch, which was only temporary in the first place, so you are free to finally search for an actual replacement." When Liu Lanjai first heard that, her mind did not comprehend it instantly and stared at him with a dumbfounded face. However, once she finally understood the meaning behind his words, her eyes widened with shock and she shouted, "You are leaving already? This is too sudden." Indeed, Su Yang's departure was as sudden as his first appearance, no warning or anything of sorts, like a lightning strike during a clear and beautiful sky. "What's this? You actually want me to continue being the patriarch despite being pressured to accept it when we first met?" Su Yang said with a slight chuckle. Liu Lanjai opened her mouth, but no words came out. If Su Yang never pressured or bribed her to accept him as the patriarch, she would have long begun looking for another patriarch. But that being said, it was not as though she really disliked the situation, as not only did the profound Blossom sect receive his protection in return, but he also gave them many treasures that they would have never been able to obtain by themselves. In fact, while Su Yang did not really do anything to help the sect during his few weeks as the patriarch, his profound cultivation base and seemingly infinite wealth was the definition of an ideal sect master in Liu Lanjai's eyes. As his profound presence made her feel secure and filled with relief, despite being the cause for the previous sect master's death. Now that he will be leaving, Liu Lanjai worried that she might not be able to find someone that is even half as qualified as Su Yang to be the replacement. Chapter 245, Unrequited Love. Liu Lanjai pondered and pondered ways to convince Su Yang to stay as their patriarch, even if it's just in name, as his presence alone was the result of her security as of lately. But alas, at the end of the day, even if she could think of excuses, Liu Lanjai didn't dare to try and make someone as powerful and mysterious as Su Yang stay any longer than he desired, as such tactics would surely backfire on her and the sect. "Although it is regrettable and a profound loss for our sect that you will be leaving, I understand and respect your decision," she said a moment later. Su Yang nodded, but he was not finished with her yet, and he spoke. "While I will no longer be here, I can guarantee you that the profound Blossom sect will still receive my blessing and protection for at least a few more months, so you can find my replacement without having to worry about external issues." Liu Lanjai's eyes flashed with excitement, and she bowed deeply. "Thank you, Senior." Although she cannot imagine how he will protect the place whilst being absent, Liu Lanjai did not doubt his words and accepted it. "Now all that is done, before I leave this place, I have another offer for you," said Su Yang with a mysterious smile on his face. Liu Lanjai looked at Su Yang with an anticipating expression. "Before I leave for good, why don't we cultivate once more? I can tell that your cultivation has benefited greatly from our last session." When Liu Lanjai heard that, her eyes widened and her jaw dropped to the floor. Indeed, her cultivation progress has increased significantly ever since she cultivated his Yang Kai that was richer than any individual she has cultivated with before. "If you don't want to, then I will take my leave," Su Yang said to her when she remained silent. Wait, I want to cultivate with you again," Liu Lanjai immediately said, her face seemingly filled with desperation. Without him, who was slightly worse than Su Yang in terms of technique, her sexual frustration will not be relieved properly unless she goes to Su Yang, an urge she has been resisting as of lately. And without saying anything else, Liu Lanjai removed the sash around her robes and allowed everything that covered her smooth skin and tender-looking body to slide off her body. Su Yang also removed his robes a few moments later, before getting into the bed with Liu Lanjai and cultivating with her. However, unlike their previous session, Su Yang did not hold back on his techniques and even surpassed the disciple Su Yang, which profoundly surprised Liu Lanjai, who thought that she would never be able to experience pleasure beyond what Su Yang could bring to her body. Ah, oh my God. Why you weren't this intense before? Liu Lanjai moaned crazily as all of the frustration in her body dispersed. I held back last time because of the lecture, Su Yang replied as he caressed his fingers across her smooth body that was constantly trembling from the pleasure. Ah tilde, tilde, ah tilde. Liu Lanjai could feel her mind slowly enter a profound state that was similar to enlightenment. It made her body feel as light as feather, allowing her to feel as though her body was ascending towards heaven while being wrapped in a blanket of pleasure. And even with all of her experience, Liu Lanjai has never experienced anything like this before, which made the occasion that much more enjoyable. Ah tilde, ah tilde, ah tilde. Liu Lanjai moaned non-stop throughout the night, as their cultivation session lasted until the sun began peeking over the horizon. After their long and intense cultivation session, Liu Lanjai laid on her bed with a dazed expression as she was mesmerized by Su Yang's overwhelmingly rich yang kai that overloaded her cave. What kind of yang kai is this? It's much more profound and powerful than before. She cannot even imagine what kind of cultivation base one would need in order to create such intoxicating yang kai. In the midst of her thoughts, Liu Lanjai turned her head to look at Su Yang, who was already putting his robes back on his body, with an engrossed gaze, looking like a maiden in love. This feeling, is this love? Liu Lanjai couldn't believe how easily she had fallen in love, much less with someone she knew nothing of, especially when she has not experienced such a feeling before with any of her previous partners. In other words, this is Liu Lanjai's first time experiencing love in her life, despite having hundreds of cultivating partners to this point. However, to be fair, most people in this profound blossom sect cultivate not because of love. In fact, the majority of dual cultivators only think for themselves when cultivating, and only see their partners as cultivation resources like spirit stones and the likes. Su Yang was no different. Besides a few individuals amongst the countless of partners he's ever had, he treated them as cultivating resources and nothing more. That being said, it was not as though Su Yang would toss them to the side after cultivating with them. Will I ever see you again? Liu Lanjai asked him in a soft voice. Of course, he responded with a mysterious smile, and it will be sooner than you will ever expect. The distress in Liu Lanjai's heart lessened after hearing that, but she still felt disheartened about the whole situation. Why did I have to fall in love with him at the very last moment, much less with someone like him? She sighed inwardly, thinking that out of the countless men out there, she had to fall for someone that she cannot imagine standing beside without feeling unworthy. Is this karma for the countless men out there that I have made experience the same feeling? After Su Yang left the place, Liu Lanjai did not immediately cultivate the rich yang kai in her body that was akin to a priceless treasure, and instead laid on the bed pondering about her unrequited love. Chapter 246. Zaya Obai. Once he left the Yin-Yang pavilion, Su Yang returned to his living quarters, where there were already disciples outside and waiting for him early in the morning. Meanwhile, after Liu Lanjai spent a profound amount of time pondering about the disguised Su Yang, she also left the Yin-Yang pavilion to deliver the notes Su Yang had given her. The first core disciple Liu Lanjai decided to visit was obviously Fang Zhelan, who was taking care of the guardian spirit for the Profound Blossom sect, as she is the only individual this guardian spirit would listen to for some reason. Su Yang? I do not know of any disciple with that name. Fang Zhelan said to Liu Lanjai after being asked about Su Yang. Are you certain? If both of you have never met then, how could he have possibly learned of the guardian spirit? Liu Lanjai pondered with a serious expression. I can't answer what I don't know. Fang Zhelan spoke with a nonchalant expression, and she continued. However, I am certain that she has never left this room, so unless this Su Yang sneaked in here without my knowledge, I cannot imagine how he could have learned of it. The possibility of another individual leaking the information was also unlikely, as only the most trusted and important individuals are aware of the guardian spirit. Anyway, why don't you read the note? Liu Lanjai handed Fang Zhelan the note Su Yang gave her. Fang Zhelan looked at the note and casually accepted it before reading it. Although her face remained uninterested for the first few moments, Fang Zhelan's eyes flickered with a weird light after she finished reading all of its contents. What does it say? Liu Lanjai asked her. Sect Master didn't read it yet? Fang Zhelan looked at her with slightly wide eyes. She was certain that Liu Lanjai would have looked at the note before giving it to her. How unexpected and surprising. Well, no, I have not. Liu Lanjai did not want to risk offending Su Yang and the secrets to the euphoric oil, and resisted her urge to peek at the contents, despite her curiosity. This Su Yang, he's saying that he can awaken the guardian spirit and turn it into an adult within 1 month of time. Fang Zhelan revealed the contents of the notes. What did you just say? Liu Lanjai's eyes widened with great shock. Awakening is another term for when a guardian spirit reaches adulthood. However, such occasions are extremely rare and incredibly difficult to achieve, as they require a massive amount of resources and care in order to even attempt to awaken. Under normal circumstances, even an influential and wealthy sect would require over a dozen years of time and countless resources to awaken a guardian spirit, much less a sect like the Profound Blossom sect. By now, it should be obvious how difficult raising a guardian spirit is, yet for Su Yang to say that he can awaken a guardian spirit within a month of time, something that even elite sects would not dare to imagine, it sounded straight bullshit. This Su Yang, he's quite the joker, huh? Fang Zhelan couldn't help but shake her head, thinking that Su Yang was only messing with her. However, Liu Lanjai stared at Fang Zhelan with a serious expression. As sect master, don't tell me you actually believe his words, right? Fang Zhelan asked her, who seemed to be in deep thoughts. I cannot say for sure. Liu Lanjai spoke in a sighing tone. Knowing him, he's probably not joking at all. As for how he's going to do it, I cannot even imagine it. Fang Zhelan became speechless, as she's never seen the sect master act like this before. To be able to make the sect master like this, who is this Su Yang? She wondered in curiosity. Anyway, where is the guardian spirit right now? I don't see. Just as Liu Lanjai opened her mouth to ask, a small figure appeared from under Fang Zhelan's bed. There you are. Liu Lanjai immediately smiled upon seeing the white ball of fur under the bed. Zaya Obai, greet the sect master, Fang Zhelan said to the white animal. When the little fur animal heard Fang Zhelan's words, it tilted its small head slightly down towards Liu Lanjai's direction, greeting her with a bow. Liu Lanjai could feel her heart melting when she saw the cute little animal that resembled a baby tiger bow to her. Hello, Zaya Obai. However, when Liu Lanjai tried to speak with it, the baby white tiger shrunk its head back into the bed and disappeared into the darkness. Seeing this, Liu Lanjai could only smile bitterly. Even if she's the sect master and Fang Zhelan's master, the guardian spirit does not care for anybody else besides Fang Zhelan. That being said, since Fang Zhelan was the one who found the guardian spirit in the first place, it made sense that it wouldn't trust anyone besides her. Anyway, I need you to speak with Su Yang, and don't forget to bring Zaya Bai along with you. You want me to take Zaya Bai out of this room? Fang Zhelan asked her just to be sure. Ooh. Liu Lanjai turned speechless for a moment before saying, Ignore that. I will have Su Yang come here instead. Liu Lanjai nearly forgot about Zaya Bai being a secret. After that was decided, Liu Lanjai left the place a little bit later to meet with the other core disciples. Once Liu Lanjai left, Fang Zhelan sighed. Did something happen to the sect master? She seems so different as of lately. A few moments later, she said out loud in a gentle voice, Zaya Obai, you can come out now. After hearing her voice, the baby white tiger slowly crawled out from under the bed and approached her. Fang Zhelen then retrieved a yin element monster core from her storage ring and fed it to the guardian spirit. You really have a bottomless stomach, huh? Within just a few weeks, you have eaten almost all of the lightning cat monster cores that would last for an entire year, even for someone like me. Fang Zhelen sighed. At this rate, she can't even imagine what its appetite would become once it reaches adulthood. Chapter 247, A Small Request. Although it had taken her nearly half the day because she had to look for them, Liu Lanjai managed to contact all of the core disciples. However, when she was finished speaking with the last disciple, Liu Lanjai left the place sighing. He definitely won't like the results, she sighed. Besides Fang Zhelen, every other core disciple refused to accept Su Yong's note. That being said, it was not as though Liu Lanjai did not expect this result. In fact, she didn't even try to persuade them when they refused, as her only job was to deliver the notes, and she knew that they would still refuse. Afterward, Liu Lanjai returned to Su Yong's living quarters, where there was still a bunch of outer court disciples waiting around, looking like a garden of flowers waiting to be watered. Seeing this scene, Liu Lanjai sighed again. Knowing how godly his techniques are, it would be weird if this isn't happening, she thought to herself. When the disciples there noticed Liu Lanjai, they immediately greeted her. Some of them wondered if the sect master also wanted a massage from Su Yong, hence her presence there. As for others, such a thought did not even appear in their minds. Instead, they were worried for Su Yong, who might be in trouble with the sect master because of the recent commotions. After waiting for a few minutes, a pretty young lady walked out of Su Yong's living quarters with unstable movements, looking like she was walking on slippery ice during an earthquake. Next. Su Yong's voice resounded from within the house, but nobody there dared to enter, as they were all waiting for Liu Lanjai to go first despite arriving last. Sect leader. Su Yong greeted her with a welcoming smile when she entered the room. You. Liu Lanjai felt something was different about Su Yong when she saw him. Though she couldn't figure out why she was having such feelings, it caused her heart to throb at a faster rate, almost like her body was reacting to his presence. I am here to tell you that I have completely what you requested, she immediately said to him. However, besides Fang Zhelen, none of the core disciples even bothered to accept your notes. Liu Lanjai told him the truth without coding her words and waited for his reaction. However, Su Yong didn't even lift an eyebrow upon hearing the news. Is that so? That's quite unfortunate, he said in a calm voice. Then about the euphoric oil. As promised, I will tell you how I obtained it, he said. Liu Lanjai was slightly startled by the results, as she was worried that Su Yong would start making excuses, and she stared at him with wide eyes, patiently waiting for the next words that would come out of his mouth. But before I tell you that, can you return to me all of the notes that I had given you? He said with his hands forward and opened. Liu Lanjai did not think much of it and returned the notes that were refused by the core disciples. What is written inside the notes, if you don't mind me asking? She was too curious to not ask. Nothing much, he responded as he grabbed the notes. Just a few heaven-grade cultivation techniques that might have helped out their cultivation. Liu Lanjai's expression froze when she heard that, and she stared at him with eyes wider than an egg. Seeing her reaction, Su Yong smiled and said, I am obviously joking. As he said those words, Su Yong used his alchemy flames to burn the notes until they no longer existed. When Liu Lanjai saw the alchemy flames, she felt as though the world in her mind shook, almost like she was experiencing a great revelation. Is TT that? That's right, it's alchemy flames, Su Yong said without hesitation. And coincidentally, this is where the euphoric oil comes from. Liu Lanjai was shocked, speechless. Since when did Su Yong become an alchemist? How long has he been one? And most importantly, did he truly make the euphoric oil, something that is superior to even the profound yin pills that the Profound Blossom sect held in high regards before knowing of the euphoric oil? What's wrong? You don't believe me? Su Yong asked her after she remained silent for many minutes. No, that's not it, Liu Lanjai said. I just didn't expect you to be this transparent. Even though Su Yang was only doing as he promised, Liu Lanjai couldn't believe that someone as secretive and mysterious as him would reveal such a big secret to her, especially when it seems like he's been hiding it for quite some time now. Why are you telling me this? You must have another reason. Su Yang smiled and said, I would have revealed it sooner or later even if you never asked. However, I do have a small request for you. What do you want from me now? Liu Lanjai prepared herself inwardly. It's simple, really. Su Yang approached her and spoke a few sentences of words to her. Liu Lanjai was puzzled at first, but as she heard more from him, her eyes would widen from shock. Why you? Unbelievable. Liu Lanjai didn't know whether to laugh or cry after listening to the whole thing. However, one thing was for certain, that she would have never guessed his request even in a million years. Very well, she nodded. Although I am technically breaking the sect rules by allowing this is a special occasion, Su Yang smiled and said, Perhaps I should reconsider teaching you how to create the euphoric oil in the future. Liu Lanjai's eyes shone brightly after hearing those words, and she spoke. You don't have to worry about the fact that you are already an alchemy master being revealed to the world, as it will remain as a secret with me. Su Yang didn't say anything because he already knew that she would say that. Anyway, I came here to tell you another thing. Due to the circumstances with the guardian spirit, Fang Zhelin is expecting you at her living quarters. I understand. I will go see her as soon as possible, said Su Yang. Good, then I leave for now to fulfill that request of yours, she said before leaving the place shortly after, still feeling shocked about everything she learned today about Su Yang. And although she has over a dozen questions for Su Yang regarding his alchemy flames and other things, she has decided to leave it for the future when she fully comprehends and accepts all of the information that she has learned today. Chapter 248. Su Yang is innocent. After leaving Su Yang's living quarters, Liu Lanjai headed to the medicine hall, where the disciples have been hustling with work after Lan Liking punished them for being late to work. Master is really cruel. How could she toss all these work at us for being late despite having a reasonable excuse? Yu Yan sighed. Unreasonable? You want to speak of something unreasonable? The fact that I am being punished alongside you guys despite not being late is unreasonable, exclaimed disciple Zio, the only disciple there to dislike Su Yang and one of the few outer court disciples that have yet to cultivate with him. Sisters like us are supposed to share everything from our joyous moments to our painful moments. Yu Yan shook her head and said, What kind of nonsense is that? Zio cried out loud. Give it up, Sister Zio. That's right, you get nothing out of complaining to us. If anything, complain to Master, the other disciples said to her. This is all that Su Yang's fault. Disciple Zio cursed him inwardly. If not for him, would they have been late in the first place? And because of Su Yang, who has been their main topic for the majority of the time, she has been feeling left out of the group as of late as someone who has nothing good to speak about him. Suddenly, just as disciple Zio opened her mouth to speak, Liu Lanjai casually entered the medicine hall. As sect master, disciple Zio, who was the first to notice her entrance, immediately greeted her. This disciple greets the sect master. The other disciples quickly followed after noticing her. Is Elder Lan present? I am here to speak with her, said Liu Lanjai. Why, yes. Master is currently in her room finishing up the report regarding the euphoric oil, said one of the disciples. Ho! The medicine hall has already figured out all of the ingredients for the euphoric oil. Liu Lanjai was taken by surprise by the results, as she did not expect it at all. Yes, sect master. Our master currently has the list for the ingredients. You have exceeded my expectations, medicine hall. You can all expect a raise in your salaries and spirit stones for the next 3 months, Liu Lanjai said with a smile, and the disciples reacted with controlled excitement, as they didn't want to behave too unruly before the sect master. Anyway, I will go upstairs to meet with Elder Lan now, said Liu Lanjai as she left the disciples alone to head upstairs. Knock, knock, Elder Lan. It's the sect master. The door to Lan Liking's room opened a few seconds later, and Lan Liking greeted her at the door. Disciple Lan greets sect master. Let's talk inside. Lan Liking nodded and closed the door after her. Once they were inside, Lan Liking said, Sect master, we have finished analyzing the euphoric oil, and here is the list of ingredients. As for the report, I am almost finished with it. Liu Lanjai accepted the list and read its content. Indeed, it's the exact same as the list Elder Zhao provided. She thought inwardly. Every ingredient in Lan Liking's list was also in Elder Zhao's list, so there was no doubt that these are the actual ingredients required to create the euphoric oil. As for the method, she will have to wait and see if Su Yang is willing to share it with her before they waste resources for even more testing. You don't have to give me the report, Liu Lanjai said to her. Lan Liking stared at her with a dumbfounded expression. I understand. Anyway, I am actually here for a different matter, Liu Lanjai suddenly said. Her eyes narrowed on Lan Liking. Lan Liking became puzzled. Why else would the sect master be here if not for the euphoric oil? It's about your relationship with Su Yang. Liu Lanjai said without any warning, shocking Lan Liking, who nearly choked upon hearing her words. What are you talking about? Sect master? Lan Liking resisted her urge to cry and asked. You don't have to hide it. I am fully aware that you have cultivated with him. Liu Lanjai said, making Lan Liking's worst nightmare into a reality. And more importantly, how did she find out? SS Sect Master, I can explain. Lan Liking began trembling in fear for the consequences, and she dropped to her knees to kowtow. It's all my fault. I was the one who seduced Su Yang, even using my status as a sect elder to pressure him. Lan Liking began lying in order to push all of the blame to herself, so that Su Yang wouldn't be punished, or at least have a lesser punishment. However, little did she know that Liu Lanjai already saw through her lies before she even finished speaking. And seeing Lan Liking's reaction, Liu Lanjai felt like teasing her for a bit before telling her the truth. Elder Lan, are you aware that sect elders are prohibited from cultivating with disciples? I am. Then do you know the consequences for breaking this sect rule? Liu Lanjai narrowed her eyes at Lan Liking and made an expression that was filled with disappointment. I am aware. What else do you have to say to me? This disciple has no excuses, nor does she plan on asking for forgiveness. However, please, do not punish Su Yang, an innocent disciple, due to my own foolish mistakes. Liu Lanjai almost burst out laughing when she called Su Yang innocent. However, she admired Lan Liking for trying to protect Su Yang, even putting all the blame on herself. I cannot do that, as he also bears some responsibility in all of this. Liu Lanjai wanted to see how Lan Liking would react to this. In no way, please, Sect Master, I am willing to do anything. Just spare him, Lan Liking begged with her forehead touching the ground, her eyes dripping with tears. I guess this is enough. Liu Lanjai thought to herself, it would be bad for her if Lan Liking complained to Su Yang about this. Raise your head, Elder Lan. It was Su Yang who told me about your relationship, she said. What? Lan Liking slowly lifted her head to look at Liu Lanjai, and on her face as an expression of profound disbelief, looking like she just learned that her family was murdered by bandits. Chapter 249, Sect Master's Approval. Sect Master, what did you just say? Lan Liking stared at her with wide eyes, seemingly in shock. Liu Lanjai showed an apologetic smile and spoke. As an apology for teasing you, even making you cry, I will make your relationship with Su Yang an exception. What? Lan Liking remained dazed as she still couldn't comprehend the situation. It was Su Yang who told me about your relationship with him, even requesting for me to be here, so you don't have to worry about being punished. Why? Lan Liking asked. It's a bit complicated, so I will spare explaining it for now. Liu Lanjai shook her head. All you need to know right now is that I, as the sect master, have approved of your relationship with Su Yang, thus you no longer have to worry about being punished for it. That being said, you will still have to wait until he becomes a core disciple before flirting in public, as your current situation will surely create many problems for the both of us if known by the other sect elders. Liu Lanjai expected Lan Liking to burst with excitement after hearing her words, but Lan Liking only continued to cry. In fact, she cried even harder than before, which dumbfounded Liu Lanjai. Elder Lan, are you okay? She asked her. Yes, Lan Liking nodded. I am just overwhelmed by joy that the tears cannot stop falling. After a moment of silence, Liu Lanjai said with a slight smile. Although you may not believe me when I say this, but I was greatly shocked when I heard your name come out of Su Yang's mouth, as you are the last individual in this place that I would expect to break this specific sect rule, and I can still barely accept it even now. You, someone who remained adamant about staying pure for life for over 30 years, refused the courting of hundreds of handsome men, would end up losing your purity to a young disciple that has been with us for only 1 year. I am sure the previous sect masters are currently watching you in heaven with wide eyes and crying expressions, especially after all the effort they had spent in trying to convince you to find a partner. Lan Liking silently listened with a flushed face. She couldn't refute anything coming out of Liu Lanjai's mouth, as she can barely believe it herself even right now. If you don't mind me asking, why did you choose someone like Su Yang? Although I admit that he's incredibly handsome and charming as a young man, and would surely grow up to be even more attractive in the future, there are plenty of men out there with better character and attitude than him. Lan Liking opened her mouth, but only spoke a single word before turning silent again. After spending a moment in silence thinking about her answer, Lan Liking continued to speak. To tell you the truth, even I do not know why I chose someone like him, she said with a bitter smile. All I know is that I feel safe whenever his presence is nearby, and there's this certain charm about him that I cannot help but feel attracted to. Liu Lanjai narrowed her eyes. As much as she hates to admit it, she understood Lan Liking's explanation, as she also feels the same way whenever she's with him. Even though he's just a mere disciple, even though he's not even half my age, Liu Lanjai began feeling frustrated the more she thought about it. Why does it have to be Su Yang? What makes him so special? Besides his appearance and godlike techniques, there is nothing truly special about him, so why? Liu Lanjai pondered. Although it may be too late for an apology, I still would like to apologize for breaking the sect rules, sect master. Lan Liking suddenly lowered her head once again and said, I'm sorry. Liu Lanjai did not reply to that statement, as she was certain that she would feel guilty if she accepted this apology. I also broke this sect rule and cultivated with him, as the sect master no less, so I am not in any position to accept her apology. She sighed inwardly. Anyway, why don't you get off the floor already? I have known you ever since you were adopted by the previous sect masters, but they are not here right now, so I will hear about your relationship with Su Yang in detail in their stead, said Liu Lanjai as she sat at the table nearby. Sect master. Lan Liking wiped the tears off her face and followed Liu Lanjai to the table. Once Lan Liking calmed down, Liu Lanjai asked, So, when did all of this start? How long has it been since you have become a true adult? What were you thinking during that time? It must have changed your view regarding this world, right? Wait a second, sect master. I cannot answer all of that at once. A drop of sweat appeared on her forehead when Liu Lanjai bombarded her with questions. Just answer it one by one. After spending a moment to prepare herself, Lan Liking said, It all started when a close friend of mine recommended me to see Su Yang for my body pain. I was skeptical at first, but when he healed the pain in my body, something that I have been trying to solve for many weeks, I began trusting him, and my feelings for him also began developing around that time. One thing led to another, and he somehow talked me into giving him my pure yin essence. Liu Lanjai couldn't believe what she was hearing. Their relationship had started that early on. Wait a second, why you cultivated with him before he was even an inner court disciple? Liu Lanjai couldn't help but ask. Lan Liking confirmed with a nod of her head. It was shortly after he began selling his massage services. But he was only at the elementary spirit realm back then. There's no way he could have cultivated with your pure yin essence at that time. Your true spirit realm pure yin essence could have greatly injured his foundation and body. Hell, it's a miracle he's still alive. Yet he managed to cultivate my pure yin essence and break through to the profound spirit realm and become an inner court disciple. Lan Liking said with a smile, feeling proud of him. Unbelievable? Liu Lanjai forcefully swallowed her shock. Just how many secrets does Su Yong have inside his sleeves? Is he really an embarrassment of the Su family? It just doesn't make sense, Su Yong's entire existence, that is. Chapter 250, Meeting Fang Zhelan. After spending many minutes chatting with Lan Liking, Liu Lanjai realized just how much Lan Liking loves Su Yong. What's more, it appears that Su Yong has been snooping around the place more than she'd expected. Hell, the fact that he managed to swoon someone like Lan Liking as a mere outer court disciple is nothing short of a miracle. I think I have heard enough now, Liu Lanjai said after listening to her whole story. Anyway, just remember that until Su Yong becomes a core disciple, you should still remain cautious when meeting him. Yes, Sect Master? Lan Liking nodded, feeling as though a mountain has been lifted from her body after revealing everything to Liu Lanjai. Liu Lanjai left Lan Liking alone a few moments later, returning to the Yin-Yang Pavilion. Lan Liking released a deep sigh of relief after Liu Lanjai had left. She nearly had a heart attack in the beginning due to Liu Lanjai's teasing and could still feel her heart throbbing like drums at this second. That Su Yong could have at least warned me beforehand. I nearly died of shock just now. Despite her complaint, she was grateful to Su Yong for revealing the truth to Liu Lanjai, even convincing her to allow it. How he managed such a miracle, she cannot imagine, but that's simply one of the many charms about Su Yong. Meanwhile, Su Yong just finished cultivating with his 20th partner for the day. Ah, senior apprentice brother, how are you cultivating with this many girls and not burn out from exhaustion? Even if your Yang Kai is abundant, how you remain stiff despite cultivating continuously without rest is simply unbelievable. The disciple asked him while she laid on his bed naked. Anything is possible if you put your mind to it, he replied with a smile. After the female disciple left, Su Yong went outside and said to the other disciples that were waiting outside, I apologize in advance for this sudden announcement, but I will take a break from cultivating for the next few days. Although the girls were disappointed by the announcement, they did not blame Su Yong for wanting to take a break, as he has been cultivating for the last few days without rest. You do not have to apologize for that, senior apprentice brother. If anything, we should be the ones apologizing to you for taking up so much of your time. Fellow disciple is right. Take all the break you want, and we will patiently wait for your return. Thank you for understanding, said Su Yong. Once the female disciples scattered from his living quarters, Su Yong enclosed himself within his living quarters for the next few days without taking a step outside. Master, what are you doing? Xiao Rong returned from playing during one of these days and asked him. I am growing a plant. He casually responded. Sitting before Su Yong was an empty pot of soil, and for the past few days he has been feeding the thing that was buried within the soil with his profound kai using a unique technique. Xiao Rong stood there and watched him work. However, she was not interested in what he was doing at all. Instead, she stared at Su Yong's handsome face as he worked. Master, what's that weird smell coming from your body? It smells sort of like female humans. It's Yin Kai, he calmly responded. Yin Kai, what's that? Females release this type of Kai when they are overwhelmed with pleasure. Xiao Rong cannot understand. It's fine if you not understand right now. Su Yong did not feel like explaining what lust mean to a phantom cat, much less one with the mentality of a child. Anyway, are you finished playing? I will be staying here for the next few months, so you can go a little bit further to play if you like. Xiao Rong shook her head and said, Xiao Rong has played enough. Su Yong raised an eyebrow. Could she have already traveled the entire world? He wondered. Knowing the phantom cat's godlike speed that even gods fear, it wouldn't be weird if she'd already seen every city in this world in just a few days and not just once but twice. Xiao Rong will stay here with Master, she said a moment later. It will be very boring if you stay here with me, you know. Xiao Rong will be okay, she said with a calm voice. After spending hundreds of years alone in a desolate area, such as the immortal's treasury where she is the only living being. Xiao Rong has become immune to boredom, not to mention that beasts don't mind being bored in general. In fact, just being beside Su Yang would be more than enough for her to be entertained. If you say so. Thus, for the next few days, Su Yang focused on growing his mysterious plant while Xiao Rong watched him from the sideline like a doll. Meanwhile, Fang Zhelen had remained in her living quarters for these days, patiently waiting for Su Yang to see her. Where is that disciple? I have been waiting for him for an entire week now. Fang Zhelen complained as she combed the silky white fur on Xiao Bai. Knock, knock, suddenly, the door to her living quarters was knocked on. Is that him? He's finally here? Fang Zhelen quickly went to open the doors. However, the person that greeted her at the door was not Su Yang. Instead, it was another core disciple, one named Yun Nanshan. Senior apprentice brother Yun, what are you doing here? She asked him with an unwelcoming expression. I am here to see if junior apprentice sister would like to cultivate with me, said Yun Nanshan with a bewitching smile on his handsome face. Sorry, but I am currently busy. Fang Zhelen quickly refused. However, Yun Nanshan did not immediately leave and continued to stay around, even offering to help her. What are you busy with? Since I have nothing else to do today, I can lend you a hand. There's nothing you can. Are you Fang Zhelen? Suddenly, another voice resounded behind Yun Nanshan. Who? Yun Nanshan nearly pissed his pants when Su Yang suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost, and he jumped away like a cat having its tail stepped on by accident. How did he not notice him at all? Fang Zhelen narrowed her eyes at Su Yang's handsome face. This is Su Yang, she said inwardly.